Chapter 36:11. The demon lord said, "Rumor has it that Yang Jian obtained the inheritance of an ancient monk and is a lay disciple of Buddhism. However, as the saying goes, Buddhism is Tao. In the end, Yang Jian is still a Daoist. So that's how it is." Lin Feng could not help but nod his head. Within Shinko's temple, sounds of Tao could be heard. Lin Feng felt that there might be some precious treasures here. If he searched carefully, he might be able to find them. Was this temple built by Yang Jian in the past? Or was it built for him by later generations? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He searched the third temple for something left behind by Shinko, but after searching for a while, he found nothing. This made Lin Feng feel rather disappointed. Could it be that there's really nothing here? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself, or perhaps, it's just because those things are not fated to be with me. Lin Feng felt that it was impossible for nothing to be left behind in Shinko's temple. There must be something shocking left behind. However, Lin Feng could not find those things. If he were to tear down the temple, there might be a possibility. However, Lin Feng would not do that. Because this temple was too important. The Taoists outside were able to resist the darkness erosion thanks to the existence of this temple. If he were to tear down the temple, who would be able to resist the darkness erosion? Perhaps all of them would perish here. Lin Feng was naturally aware of this situation. However, Lin Feng quickly regained his senses. He had been too stubborn earlier. He had even fallen into a demonic trap. How could the world's treasures be obtained by him? When he entered Shinko's temple, didn't he already obtain the Daoist sacred tree, the crepe myrtle tree? Ask. What treasure could be compared to the crepe myrtle tree in price? Many times. One had to know how to be content. Many thanks to Shinko for the crepe myrtle tree. This junior will take his leave. Lin Feng bowed 3 times to Shinko. Then, he walked outside. Finally, Lin Feng walked out of the temple. He's out. That temple is so extraordinary. I wonder what kind of treasure this Lin Feng obtained from the temple. I'm not sure, but I can imagine that there must be an amazing harvest. If I can kill him, I'll get at least 10 heaven-defying opportunities. Killing him is easier said than done. Our Holy War Alliance's geniuses are strong enough to kill him, but where are they? Asked Lin Feng. Send out sovereigns and saint emperors. They'll definitely be able to take this kid's life. When the cultivators of the Holy War Alliance saw Lin Feng come out, their eyes flashed with dense killing intent. The cultivators of the Holy War Alliance hated Lin Feng to the bone. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the members of the Immortal Gods Alliance and the Demon Alliance looked on as if they were watching a show. What did you get from the temple? Daoist Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said, a crepe myrtle tree. He didn't hide it from Daoist Wu Liang. Although this damned Daoist Wu Liang didn't seem very reliable most of the time. However, Daoist Wu Liang was indeed Lin Feng's sworn friend. He was one of Lin Feng's best friends. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't intend to hide what he had obtained from the temple from Daoist Wu Liang. After hearing the words crepe myrtle tree, Daoist Wu Liang's eyes almost popped out. The crepe myrtle tree was the sacred tree of Taoism. Naturally, Daoist Wu Liang knew about it. Lin Feng knew about the crepe myrtle tree from Daoist Wu Liang. What a heaven-defying opportunity. As the saying goes, when we meet, we get half. Split the crepe myrtle tree into 2. Each of us gets half a crepe myrtle tree. Daoist Wu Liang grinned. This damned Daoist Wu Liang's eyes were glowing green. He couldn't wait to rob Lin Feng clean right now. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, wouldn't it be dead if it's split into 2? Daoist Wu Liang said, a sacred tree like the crepe myrtle tree, even if it's split into 2, it won't die. Hurry up and do it. This Daoist Wu Liang can't wait to have half of the crepe myrtle tree. Splitting the crepe myrtle tree into 2, this damned Daoist Wu Liang could even come up with such a wicked idea. Lin Feng had a new understanding of Daoist Wu Liang's shamelessness. He said, the crepe myrtle tree has already developed a spiritual consciousness and is very powerful. The crepe myrtle tree chose to follow me, which means that it trusts me. So, don't have any more ideas about the creep myrtle tree. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Daoist Wu Liang felt as if his heart was being scratched by 100 claws. He really wanted to get the creep myrtle tree, but at present, there was no hope. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the creep myrtle tree was moving. A branch separated from the creep myrtle tree. And the branch that separated from it was extremely extraordinary. Because the branch that separated from it was surrounded by the sacred light. And there were runes surging out, but in the end, those runes converged back into the body. Then the branch flew out. Lin Feng was surprised. He roughly understood the meaning of the creep myrtle tree. The creep myrtle tree separated a branch and let Lin Feng give this branch to Daoist Wu Liang. What a vigorous vitality! Lin Feng was very surprised. This branch was extraordinary. Its vitality was as majestic as the sea. It was not like an ordinary branch at all. It was really shocking and moving. Such a tree branch was too extraordinary. Lin Feng guessed that this should be one of the trump cards left by the creep myrtle tree. The creep myrtle tree following him was also a gamble. In case it lost the gamble, at that time, it would be beyond redemption. So the creep myrtle tree left a branch. Perhaps the creep myrtle tree sensed the extraordinariness of Daoist Wu Liang. Therefore, it took the initiative to let Lin Feng give this branch to Daoist Wu Liang to cultivate. In the future, the creep myrtle tree following him, if it really met with misfortune, at that time, and the new life cultivated by this branch, perhaps one day, it would be able to return. Take this creep myrtle tree branch, maybe it can cultivate a new creep myrtle tree. Lin Feng handed the branch to Daoist Wu Liang. Daoist Wu Liang glanced at the creep myrtle tree branch and finally revealed a smile on his face. He hurriedly put away the creep myrtle tree branch, afraid that others would see it. The great battle outside was still very fierce. Dozens of Taoists and the terrifying existence in the darkness fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. The land of death seemed to be about to collapse. Such a battle was really shocking. The erosion of the darkness was blocked by dozens of Taoists. And the sky, it gradually brightened up. When the first beam of light shone down, the darkness that swallowed heaven and earth receded quickly like the tide. Heaven and earth. Brightness was restored again. The sun rose. The darkness dissipated. The earth recovered. A new day began. Chapter 36:12. One by one, the Daoist priests walked towards the mountain peak. They were so holy and otherworldly, like the lords of the great Tao, surrounded by holy light. Like saints who had achieved the Tao. Dozens of Daoist priests entered the temple again. Lin Feng guessed. These Daoist priests were the ones who listened to Shinko's preaching in the past. They imprinted themselves in Shinko's temple. To protect the mountain peak in the darkness. The temple gradually became illusory. In reality, last night, many people tried to enter the temple. However, only Lin Feng succeeded in entering the temple. Everyone else failed. Many cultivators were extremely curious about Shinko's temple. They wanted to know everything about the temple. They also wanted to know what treasures were in the temple. But they couldn't enter the temple. Naturally, all of this was for naught. Shinko's temple became more and more illusory. Night fell. When darkness struck, Shinko's temple appeared. But when the darkness faded, when the day appeared, true Lord Xiansheng Temple, on the other hand, would conceal one's body. What a pity, we couldn't enter the temple. Many cultivators sighed. They felt extremely regretful that they couldn't enter Shinko's temple to explore. That person is Lin Feng. Beside him is that wicked Daoist priest, Lin Feng, who entered Shinko's temple before. At this time, a cultivator said aloud. As soon as this was said, it caused an uproar. Many people were shocked. Lin Feng had surprisingly entered the Xiansheng Celestial Emperor's temple. How incredible! So he is Lin Feng. Among the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance, there was an expert who looked coldly at Lin Feng. That was an Emperor-level expert. His combat strength was exceptionally strong. This Emperor-level expert wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was a very terrifying existence. He came from the eight-winged clan. This race was born with 8 pairs of wings, and this race had a special characteristic. Although their bodies were similar to humans, the men of this race had eagle noses and eagle eyes. They looked very ugly. However, the women of this clan were extremely beautiful. This cultivator from the eight-winged clan was an expert at the pinnacle of the Emperor sect. In the future, he might have the chance to stabilize the venerable Emperor realm. This time, he took the risk to enter Destiny Swamp in search of opportunities. It was all for the sake of breaking through to the Emperor realm in one go. Such an existence was naturally an incomparably terrifying expert. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. Seeing that Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were about to leave, the cultivator from the eight-winged clan quickly chased after him. Boom! It didn't have too many wings. The cultivators of the eight-winged clan immediately attacked. The 8 pairs of wings flapped wildly, and then a hurricane swept across the world. Endless storms. It directly charged towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Damn, a birdman is sneak attacking us, Daoist Wu Liang shouted. After hearing how Daoist Wu Liang addressed the cultivators of the eight-winged clan, the corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. The eight-winged clan was the royal family of the Holy War. This clan was abnormally terrifying. The 8 pairs of wings flapped gently. It could tear apart the starry sky world of 100,000 miles. But now, Daoist Wu Liang actually used the word birdman to describe the cultivators of the eight-winged clan. It was simply audacious. Many people even thought that they had heard wrongly. The cultivator of the eight-winged clan was filled with monstrous killing intent. The 8 pairs of wings flapped crazily. The storm was getting stronger and stronger. Daoist Wu Liang took out a white jade bottle. A powerful devouring power surged out of the white jade bottle. Suddenly, the storm was swallowed by the white jade bottle. Daoist Wu Liang had many treasures in his hands. Most of the time, he didn't even need to make a move. Because he could rely on various treasures to resolve his dangerous situation. This kind of means was not something that anyone could have. You do have some means. After killing the 2 of you, it seems that I can get a lot of good things. The cultivator of the eight-winged clan walked towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang step by step. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. This terrifying existence did not put Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang in his eyes. In his opinion, killing Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang was not something difficult. A mere birdman dares to boast so shamelessly? Daoist Wu Liang ridiculed. He continued to address this expert of the eight-winged clan as a birdman. As for Lin Feng, he said, there are simply too many people who don't know the difference between life and death. Although you have 8 more pairs of wings than others, your brain doesn't seem to be as smart as others. With such a weak cultivation base, you dare to come out and jump around. Are you tired of living? Lin Feng pursed his lips and said. Hearing Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang mocking the cultivator of the eight-winged clan, many people could not help but reveal bitter smiles. The cultivator of the eight-winged clan was a pinnacle expert of an emperor sect. How powerful was he? And now, he was being humiliated by Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang did not seem to put this cultivator of the eight-winged clan in their eyes. Many people felt that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were too arrogant. This was especially true for the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. They really hoped that the cultivator of the eight-winged clan would show off his might and kill Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. I want your dog lives. The cultivator of the eight-winged clan roared in exasperation and quickly charged towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Kill this birdman, then tear off his wings and use them to make barbecue wings. The taste should be quite good, right? Lin Feng said with a grin. Daoist Wu Liang's eyes immediately lit up and he said, It's been a long time since I enjoyed your barbecue. Today, we must try it. Of course, no problem. This birdman has 8 pairs of wings. It's enough for you to eat to your heart's content, Lin Feng said. The surrounding cultivators all looked at Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang with dumbfounded expressions. A battle of life and death. These two fellows were actually thinking about food. Moreover, they seemed to want to make the wings of the cultivator of the eight-winged clan into barbecue wings. They really didn't put the cultivator of the eight-winged clan in their eyes at all. The eyes of the cultivator of the eight-winged clan flashed with dense killing intent. His 8 pairs of wings rapidly enlarged. Each pair of wings instantly expanded to a length of 100 meters. Moreover, his wings were densely covered with black feathers. Each feather emitted a cold luster. They were like peerless demonic swords. The 8 pairs of wings of the cultivator of the eight-winged clan flapped gently. In an instant, a clanging sound came from the void, as if a divine weapon had been unsheathed. After the 8 pairs of wings of the eight-winged clan were displayed in their strongest state, the power was extremely terrifying. Feeling the tyrannical aura emitted from the body of the cultivator of the eight-winged clan, many cultivators' faces became as pale as paper. They were deeply shocked by the powerful battle strength of the cultivator of the eight-winged clan. "Now, you can all die." The voice of the cultivator of the eight-winged clan was indifferent. The power of his 8 pairs of wings was really powerful. They gently streaked across the void. In an instant, the void was directly torn apart. Cracks began to appear in the void. These 8 pairs of wings were like 8 supreme treasures. They enveloped Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Then, Chapter 36:13. These experts from the royal families of the myriad races were indeed not to be underestimated. Their bloodline was already very powerful. When they were at a lower realm, they could already challenge those of a higher realm. Moreover, they had already broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm. Therefore, the combat strength they displayed was really shocking. "Let's join forces and kill him." Lin Feng looked at Wu Liang Daoist and said. This cultivator from the eight-winged clan was indeed very powerful. Lin Feng believed that it wouldn't be a problem to kill the cultivator from the eight-winged clan with his own means. However, it would take some time. After all, the strength of the cultivator from the eight-winged clan was not made of paper. This cultivator from the eight-winged clan was still very powerful. However, if he joined forces with Wu Liang Daoist, the time needed to kill the cultivator from the eight-winged clan would be greatly reduced. The cultivator from the eight-winged clan was indeed powerful. However, it was still not enough to contend against the joint attack of Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. Since there was a simpler way to kill the cultivator from the eight-winged clan, why would they use a more difficult way to kill him? Whether it was Lin Feng or Wu Liang Daoist, they were fearless. To put it bluntly, so what if Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist stirred up trouble in the Heavenly Sage Great World? They were not from the Heavenly Sage Great World. If they really couldn't do it, they could just leave the Heavenly Sage Great World. The Starry Sky World was so big. Was there no place to stay? Moreover, when Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist came to the Heavenly Sage Great World, they didn't plan to stay here for too long. Lin Feng broke through to the Emperor realm. He would leave the Heavenly Sage Great World. At most, Wu Liang Daoist wouldn't rob the tombs of the myriad race's ancestors. "Kill this birdman. I really want to eat roasted bird wings now," Wu Liang Daoist shouted loudly. Wu Liang Daoist waved his hand and a golden pair of scissors flew out. The tail of the golden pair of scissors was engraved with a dragon's head. This was a very powerful magic treasure called the Golden Dragon Scissors. With a light pinch, it could easily destroy ordinary bronze artifacts. If it pinched a person's body, it would definitely break the person's body. When Wu Liang Daoist to attack Lin Feng used an empty space technique first. This was the use of the Tao of space. With Lin Feng as the center, the space within a 1,000-meter radius seemed to have been sealed. Only Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang could move freely in the confined space. As for the cultivator from the eight-winged clan, his body was not completely immobilized. However, his speed was also greatly suppressed. At the same time, Lin Feng utilized the Bing mantra, controlling the 3 stone swords to fly out with lightning-like speed towards the cultivators from the eight-winged clan. The power of the 3 stone swords was boundless. It shook lightly. The void collapsed. It was truly powerful to the extreme, shocking everyone. Clang clang clang. The stone sword collided with the wings of the eight-winged clan, and a series of clanging sounds could be heard. The sounds were like two peerless divine weapons clashing together. The 3 stone swords blocked the attacks of the 8-winged clan's cultivators. At the same time, Daoist Wuliang's golden flood dragon scissors took advantage of this opportunity to quietly arrive beside the 8-winged clan's cultivator. The golden flood dragon scissors locked onto its target. Then, the scissors snapped. It directly cut off one of the 8-winged clan's cultivator's wings. Ah, my wings! After the 8-winged clan's cultivator lost one of his wings, he immediately let out an incomparably mournful scream. Blood gushed out from the broken wing. Good chance. Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an incomparably cold expression. The 3 stone swords took advantage of the 8-winged clan's cultivator's injury and quickly rushed forward. Lin Feng was constantly increasing the power of the 3 stone swords. Under his control, the power of the 3 stone swords was raised to the peak level. The 3 stone swords once again slashed towards the 8-winged clan's cultivator. The 8-winged clan's cultivator's wings flapped as fast as lightning, blocking the attacks of the 3 stone swords. But this time, because the 8-winged clan's cultivator was injured, his battle strength had greatly decreased. In addition, Lin Feng had already raised the power of the 3 stone swords to the extreme. It was to achieve a sure-kill attack. Therefore, the 8-winged clan's cultivator was unable to completely resolve the attack of the 3 stone swords. Although the 8-winged clan's cultivator blocked the attack of 2 stone swords. However, the 3rd stone sword pierced through the 8-winged clan's cultivator's body. How could this be? The 8-winged clan's cultivator looked at the stone sword that pierced through his body in disbelief. An extremely unwilling expression appeared on his face. He didn't want to die. However, he felt his consciousness becoming more and more blurred. Heavens, this 8-winged clan's cultivator seemed to be only one step away from the Emperor realm. He was actually killed by Lin Feng and that wicked Daoist. Moreover, they killed him so easily. The combat strength of these two is too terrifying. The rumors in the outside world are indeed true. These two are indeed powerful. Of course, it has a lot to do with the supreme treasures they have. If they didn't have those powerful treasures, perhaps they wouldn't be so powerful. But then again, treasures are also a part of one's strength. If you want to kill these two, you'll either need to send out a few supreme prodigies or a powerhouse above the Emperor realm. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to kill these two. The surrounding cultivators began to discuss one after another. They looked at Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist with horrified expressions. Bang! Lin Feng rushed forward and directly tore off the 8-winged clan's cultivator's wings. Ah! The 8-winged clan's cultivator screamed miserably. Does that guy really want to roast the 8-winged clan's cultivator's wings? A cultivator said as the corner of his mouth twitched violently. The 8-winged clan's cultivator was a tyrannical existence. But now, he had become someone else's dish. What a pitiful thing. After tearing off the 8-winged clan's cultivator's wings, Lin Feng threw a punch at the 8-winged clan's cultivator. The 8-winged clan's cultivator's body exploded. Next, after Lin Feng collected the 8-winged clan's cultivator's source energy and storage ring, he and Wu Liang Daoist flew into the distance. The rest of the people chose to avoid them. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist were too cruel. Although the cultivators of the Holy War Alliance couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist into pieces, but they knew it was best not to provoke these two people. If they didn't have enough strength to provoke these two people, wouldn't they be courting death? Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist landed on another mountain peak. Then, the two of them began to make a fire and cook. Lin Feng hadn't roasted meat for a while. But fortunately, his roasting technique hadn't been abandoned. He started a bonfire. He skewered the meat. Then, he sprinkled all kinds of ingredients. After doing all this, Lin Feng took out the 8-winged clan's cultivator's storage ring. Next, his divine sense invaded the storage ring of the 8-winged clan cultivator and began to search. This was an expert at the peak of the Emperor sect level. Chapter 36:14. The storage ring wasn't particularly big, but it wasn't small either. It was about 10 mu in size. The items inside were also dazzling. As a cultivator of the myriad races imperial family and an emperor-level expert, he naturally had a lot of treasures on him. Moreover, this person seemed to have obtained some fortuitous encounters in the Swamp of Fate. Lin Feng even saw a few immortal herbs and immortal medicines that were more than 1,000,000 years old. Those immortal herbs and immortal medicines had just been sealed not long ago. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that he had obtained them from the Swamp of Fate. When he saw one of the items, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a shocked expression. That item. It was a stone. That stone was rather special. It had two sides. The front side was golden, while the back side was black. It was densely covered with runes. Lin Feng felt that the stone should be extremely extraordinary. It was an instinctive feeling. He used his divine will to probe the stone. However, Lin Feng's divine will was blocked by the stone. That stone was simply too extraordinary. Even a cultivator's divine will couldn't probe the stone. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of stone is it? It can actually block the divine will's probing? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that the stone was very special. Apart from that mysterious stone, Lin Feng also discovered another item. It was actually a piece of immortal iron. It was a material used to forge immortal tools. Although it was only the size of a fist, its value was immeasurable. There were many treasures on the Eight-Winged Clan's cultivators. However, the ones that truly piqued Lin Feng's interest were the mysterious stone and the piece of immortal iron. What treasures are inside? Daoist Wu Liang asked impatiently. Lin Feng took out the golden stone and the black stone, as well as the celestial iron. He said, these two items should be the most extraordinary items. As for the other items, their value is far inferior to these two items. Blazing immortal iron. Daoist Wu Liang looked at the piece of immortal iron. The piece of immortal iron was surrounded by flames. This type of immortal iron was called Raging Inferno immortal iron. It was a type of immortal iron that was born from the flames. It was an extraordinary type of immortal iron. It was suitable to be forged into a fire-type artifact. The future. There was a high chance that it could evolve into an immortal artifact. Of course. Whether or not these magic treasures could evolve into immortal artifacts did not depend on whether or not the materials used to forge them had reached immortal grade. The most important thing was what happened in the future. For example, did the owner of the magic treasure have the ability to upgrade the magic treasure to the immortal tier? In order to upgrade a magic treasure to the level of an immortal item, there was an extremely high requirement for the cultivator's realm. The immeasurable Daoist had his eyes on the Inferno immortal iron. Clearly, he had taken a fancy to the Inferno immortal iron. This was also in line with Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng felt that the stone, which was half gold and half black, was very mysterious. Perhaps it was hiding an extraordinary secret. As such, Lin Feng was the most interested in that stone. The immortal iron is yours. The stone is mine, Lin Feng said. No problem. Daoist Wu Liang nodded. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang shared the rest equally. 2 hours later, the fragrance of meat began to spread out. It was really too fragrant. Anyone who smelled it would probably have a stomachache. Such delicious roasted wings. It was enough to make those fasters drool. During this period of time, the news of Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang spread like wildfire. It was easy for people to recognize them as a pair. The news of Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang working together to kill an expert of the Eight-Winged Clan and then cutting off 8 pairs of wings to roast wings spread out. This matter caused quite a stir. The royal family of the myriad races was high and mighty. Some of the royal families of the myriad races did have special hobbies. For example, some royal families of the myriad races liked to eat human babies raw. This was because, among all the races, the skin of the babies born from the human race was the most delicate. The meat quality was also the best. There were also some perverted cultivators of the myriad races who liked to eat human meat raw. In fact, it was not strange for this kind of thing to happen among the myriad races. The myriad races thought that they were high and mighty because of history. They hated the human race very much. Therefore, the myriad races liked to enslave the human race. When dealing with the human race, their methods were also more brutal. It was common to treat the human race as food. But, the human race treated the cultivators of the myriad races as food. This had never happened before. This was because the human race couldn't afford to offend the myriad races. They couldn't wait to avoid the myriad races. Who would offend the myriad races? Not to mention killing the cultivators of the royal family of the 10,000 races and treating them as food. This sounded too crazy. But Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang really did it. Cultivators arrived one after another and stood in the distance to watch. They saw the huge roasted wings skewered on the bonfire. The corners of many cultivators' mouths twitched violently. The human race actually dared to treat the royal family of the myriad races as food. This was a blatant slap to the face. This was unacceptable to many of the myriad races. Lin Feng and that wicked Daoist are two scourges. If we don't kill them, it won't be enough to quell the anger in our heart. A cultivator of the myriad races said coldly. How can they be killed so easily? They are too brutal. We need to wait for the time being. There will definitely be experts who will kill them, a cultivator said. At this time, the roasted wings were already cooked. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang each held a huge roasted wing and started eating. These two guys each held a wine jar. While eating the roasted wings. While drinking. It was truly a great enjoyment in life. What a brutal guy. The cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance and the Demon Alliance clicked their tongues in wonder. Although there were many cultivators of the myriad races among them, they were sworn enemies with the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were eating the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. It had nothing to do with them. And they were very happy to watch the show. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang ate all the roasted wings like a tornado. Each of them also drank 10 jars of wine. Now, they were so full that they couldn't move. I heard that there are many races of the myriad races that have wings, such as the Golden Eagle race, the Heavenly Lion race, and so on. We can consider catching a few back, chopping off their wings and continuing to roast them. I wonder if the taste is better than the roasted wings made by the cultivators of the 8-winged race? Daoist Wu Liang said. Now that you mention it, I can't wait to catch a few cultivators of the myriad races with wings, Lin Feng said. After the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance heard the conversation between Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, their expressions became extremely gloomy. Some of the cultivators of the myriad races with wings quickly left this area, fearing that they would be targeted by the brutal duo of Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. At that time, they would really want to cry but have no tears. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 36:15. More than 10 cultivators landed on the mountain peak where Lin Feng and Daoist Immeasurable Cloud were. Most of these people were cultivators of the myriad races, but there were 2 human cultivators among them. Although the aura of this group of people was very terrifying. However, Lin Feng felt that this group of people did not have any hostility towards him and Daoist Immeasurable. This meant that, this group of people in front of him, they should not be cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. If they were not cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance, there was a high chance that they were cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance or the Demon Alliance. Lin Feng saw the 2 human cultivators, so he guessed that these people were most likely cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance. This was because there were only human cultivators in the Immortal Gods Alliance. May I ask if you are Brother Lin and Daoist Immeasurable? At this moment, a cultivator in blue smiled and cupped his fists before asking. This cultivator in blue was one of the 2 human cultivators. The other human cultivator was a woman. She was wearing a long purple dress, which completely revealed her graceful and alluring figure. It was really too charming. And this man and woman had some similarities in appearance. Lin Feng guessed. This man and woman might be a pair of siblings. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. May I know who you are?" The blue-clothed male cultivator said, "I'm Wu Xiu. I'm a cultivator of the Immortal Gods Alliance. So it's Brother Wu. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Daoist Immeasurable said, It seems that the people of the Immortal Gods Alliance have something to discuss with the two of us. Daoist Immeasurable had always been a straightforward person who did things his own way. If there was something in his heart, he would not hide it. Wu Xiu said, "That's right. However, we need to find a place to discuss this matter properly. What do the two of you think?" Daoist Immeasurable said, "If there are many benefits, we will naturally be interested." Wu Xiu said, "Don't worry, Daoist Immeasurable. There will definitely be many benefits from this matter." "Alright, then let's find a quieter place to discuss this matter," Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. Everyone left the place. Then, he found a quiet place. Wu Xiu introduced the group of cultivators on their side to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng had guessed, the female cultivator was Wu Xiu's younger sister. Her name was Wu Yuhan. Among the other people, there were 3 that caught Lin Feng's attention. 2 men and 1 woman. The female cultivator was wearing a fiery red dress. Her lips were fiery red, and her figure was hot and sexy. That female cultivator was called Ice Lake Snow. Her name didn't really match her appearance, because the name Ice River Snow gave people a feeling of being as cold as ice, keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. She was as cold as a fairy from the Moon Palace. It could only be observed from afar. Do not approach. But in reality, she was so sexy and charming. She had a pair of charming eyes. Among the other 2, a cultivator dressed in Confucian robes was actually an expert of the Confucian Tao, the way of Confucianism, for the inheritance of the human clan. It was rare to see a cultivator from another race who was actually a successor of the Confucian Tao. However, this Confucian cultivator was not a human cultivator. He was a cultivator from the myriad races. However, no one knew exactly which race it belonged to. After some introductions, Lin Feng found out that this cultivator was called Liu Haoran. The second cultivator was from the Lightning Clan. The Lightning Clan was one of the myriad races. This clan had a trace of lightning between their eyebrows. It was rumored that this clan had the power to control lightning. They were an extremely powerful clan. This cultivator from the Lightning Clan was called Zhong Lei. Lin Feng had the feeling that among those cultivators, there was a strong cultivator. Wu Xiu, Wu Yuhan, Ice Lake Snow, Liu Haoran, and Zhong Lei were the most powerful. The other people's cultivation bases should be slightly weaker than theirs. Of course, the rest of them were also the top figures of the younger generation of the Immortal God Alliance. After getting to know each other, they went straight to the point. Wu Xiu said, "We heard that Brother Lin's attainments in array formations are unparalleled, while Daoist Priest Wu Liang's attainments in feng shui are unparalleled. This time, we came to invite Brother Lin and Daoist Priest Wu Liang to find a cave abode with us." "Oh, cave abode? What cave abode?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Wu Xiu said, "To be precise, it should be an immortal abode called the Wandering Immortal Abode. Rumor has it that it was left behind by the Wandering Immortal." "Wandering Immortal? What kind of person is this?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "This is an immortal level expert. In the past, he represented the heaven realm and patrolled the heavens. Later on, it was said that he died in the Destiny Swamp. Before he died, he built a cave abode. This cave abode is the Wandering Immortal Abode," Wu Yuhan said. Her voice was very clear and pleasant. It sounded like pearls of different sizes falling on a jade plate. Daoist Priest Wu Liang said, "If we don't have any clues, how difficult would it be to find the Wandering Immortal Abode in the Destiny Swamp?" Lin Feng agreed with Daoist Priest Wu Liang's words. If they only knew the whereabouts of the Wandering Immortal Abode without any specific information, then, the Wandering Immortal Abode was destined to be difficult to find. "It's not that we don't have a keepsake. This is the keepsake." Wu Xiu took out an item. It was actually a piece of broken armor. This piece of armor was stained with a large amount of blood. The blood had already dried up. However, it still emitted a bloody smell. "What is this?" Lin Feng could not help but ask after seeing the blood-stained armor. Wu Xiu said, "This is the Wandering Immortal's armor. In the battle back then, his armor was shattered. From this, it can be seen how tragic that battle was. In fact, When he entered the Destiny Swamp, it was said that he was chased by a terrifying existence. He had no choice but to escape into the Destiny Swamp, but in the end, he still could not escape the fate of death. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Daoist priest Wu Liang were very shocked. This was an immortal, a high and mighty existence. He was so powerful and terrifying. He was actually injured to such an extent. Moreover, he had no choice but to escape into the land of death to avoid being chased. What kind of existence was the one who had attacked the wandering immortal in the past? Thinking about it, it made one's hair stand on end. With this keepsake, perhaps we can try to find the wandering immortal abode, Lin Feng said. That's great. The others could not help but reveal looks of joy. We need to use this blood-stained armor, Lin Feng said. No problem, Wu Xiu said and handed the blood-stained armor to Lin Feng. After receiving the blood-stained armor, suddenly, Lin Feng felt a bone-chilling coldness. Vaguely, he seemed to see an illusory world. In that illusory world. Chapter 36:16. That scene flashed by and then disappeared. That image might have been imprinted on the broken armor. In the past, when the armor was complete, it might have been glorious. But now, it was broken and had no value. Lin Feng looked at it carefully, but he couldn't find anything special about it. The armor had been broken for too long. Its divinity was almost completely gone. Of course. The dried blood was still extraordinary. It contained a special power. Lin Feng handed the armor to Wu Liang Taoist. This armor was made from the starry sky immortal metal. Since the owner of the armor was someone like the wandering immortal, this armor must have been an immortal artifact, right? Wu Liang Taoist took the armor and said after looking at it. Everyone was shocked. Wu Liang Taoist could tell the material of the armor at a glance. That was enough to show how extraordinary this guy was. Who knew how many secrets this damned Daoist had in his heart that no one knew about? Even an immortal artifact was broken. The battle in the past is unimaginable. Wu Xiu and the others couldn't help but exclaim. The seductive and sexy beauty, Han Jiangxue, asked, "Can the two of you find any clues from this broken armor?" Han Jiangshue's voice was charming. After hearing it, his bones were about to melt. She really wanted his life. Beauties were poisonous. Perhaps she was talking about women like Han Jiangxue? Lin Feng said. Maybe we can give it a try. But it's hard to say if we can succeed. Wu Liang Taoist said, "Everyone, please wait for a moment. The two of us will study it together." Han Jiangxue and the others nodded. They didn't say anything. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist planned to use the Carnate 8 trigrams to deduce the location of the wandering immortal mansion. This broken armor was the medium used to deduce the location of the wandering immortal mansion. Han Jiangxue and the others looked at Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist, who were squatting on the ground and drawing something, with great interest. They were very curious about Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist. One was a rising powerhouse of the new generation of the human race in the 9 regions. The other was a grave robber who was hated by everyone. Such a combination really made people very curious. After a series of deductions, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang stood up. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, we have tried to deduce a few places. We don't know if we can find the wandering immortal mansion. Let's go and take a look." Ice Lake Snow and the others nodded. Then, everyone followed Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang to the place where they had deduced. The Swamp of Destiny was extremely dangerous because there were many unknown creatures here. These unknown creatures were one of the most terrifying dangers. Of course, apart from these creatures, there were many other dangers that could not be explained. For example, the dark erosion that had appeared earlier. How terrifying was that? Lin Feng's group arrived at the first deduction location. This place was a valley, and in the middle of the valley was a huge cave. The group of people entered the cave and walked towards the interior of the cave. The cave was too quiet and it was pitch black. They could not even see their own fingers. When they reached the depths of the cave, they saw a pair of eyes shining in the darkness. It was a pair of blood-red eyes. They did not know what kind of creature it was. When they saw the blood-red eyes, Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an endless hell. The aura of death enveloped them. This made everyone feel a deep sense of horror. What kind of creature was that? How could it be so terrifying? They could not get close to it. It made them feel hopeless. Perhaps, if anyone saw that terrifying creature, they would be like Lin Feng and the others who could not suppress the feeling of horror. "Let's go," Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. They did not dare to stay any longer and quickly rushed outside. The rest of the people also came back to their senses. Then, they rushed outside in a panic. That unknown terrifying creature pounced towards the crowd. However, there was a clattering sound. It was the sound of chains colliding. That powerful creature seemed to be restrained by the chains. Hence, its range of movement was very small. It was unable to pounce over. Lin Feng and the others left the cave without a hitch. After coming out, everyone's faces could not help but reveal a relieved expression. The situation just now was really too dangerous. They did not know what kind of terrifying existence it was. But the only thing they knew was that terrifying existence was indeed too powerful. Fortunately, it was imprisoned. Otherwise, Lin Feng and the others would be in extreme danger. This was the land of death. Whether it was the land of death in the 9 regions or the land of death in other worlds, it was full of danger and the unknown. Moreover, in many of the land of death, there were not only terrifying creatures that were imprisoned. There were also many powerful creatures that had long lost all consciousness and were cursed. The land of death was not only dangerous, and there were too many secrets hidden. The land of death itself was like a mystery. Under the lead of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, everyone continued to look for the wandering immortal mansion in other places. Everyone knew that the Swamp of Fate was a place full of danger. Here, they would face great danger at all times. Therefore, no matter what happened when they were looking for the wandering immortal mansion, they should have been able to foresee it. Therefore, no one would complain that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had brought them to an extremely dangerous place. Cultivators were full of adventurous spirit. At this moment, it was fully displayed. The group of people came to a lake for the second time. But here, they were attacked by a black evil dragon. This black evil dragon was extremely terrifying. Its combat power was heaven-defying. The group of people worked together. But there were still a few people who were injured. Fortunately, the group of people managed to escape successfully. Fortunately, they had extraordinary means. If it were other people who had encountered this terrifying black evil dragon, they would have suffered heavy casualties. They might even have been wiped out. After searching for 2 places, the sky gradually darkened. "It's dark. We need to find a mountain to hide," Lin Feng said. Wu Xiu, Han Jiangshui and the others knew how terrifying the dark corrosion was. No one had any objections. The group of people found a mountain. They climbed up the mountain. There were many cultivators on the mountain. They were scattered all over. They were clearly separated. After an hour, the sun set. Then, endless darkness swept over from afar and swallowed all the light. Darkness. Chapter 36:17. When the darkness once again eroded the entire world. Just like the first night. At the peak of the mountain. Similarly, a temple was revealed. The temple was shrouded in endless holy light, exuding a sacred power. That temple was the Shinko temple from before. What is going on? Why would the Shinko temple appear on this mountain? Lin Feng couldn't help but be confused. Then, he thought of a possibility. Could it be? At the peak of every mountain in the Swamp of Destiny. Why would a Shinko temple appear? In reality, these temples of true Lord Xiansheng were basically the same divine temple. But due to some special reasons, they could appear on different mountains. The darkness was invading the mountains. Fortunately, the holy light that surged out of the temple protected the mountain peak. Dozens of Taoists flew out. They charged into the dark world. They fought against the unknown existence in the dark world. This seemed to be their destiny. Countless years had passed. They were still fighting against the terrifying existence in the dark. But no one knew what kind of existence it was. The mountain peak was very quiet. Many Taoists were trying their best to make use of the limited time to recover. This was because when the day came, they would once again face new dangers or opportunities. They had to adjust their states. Otherwise, many sudden situations would be difficult to deal with when the time came. Lin Feng and the others found a place to rest. Lin Feng leaned against a tree and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He realized that Ice Lake Snow had come to him. Lin Feng wasn't familiar with Ice Lake Snow. He didn't know much about this woman. And she didn't say much today. Lin Feng didn't know why Ice Lake Snow came to him. What was her motive? Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't show his doubts on his face. That would make it easy for others to see through his thoughts. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fairy, you haven't rested yet?" Ice Lake Snow nodded and said, "Although my body is tired, I am not in the mood to sleep. Jiang Shui has some things that she would like to ask Lin Gongzi about, but she was not sure if it would be convenient for Lin Gongzi to clear her doubts." "Fairy, please speak your mind," Lin Feng said. "I heard that 9 prefectures is the starting point of the myriad worlds, so it's a very special place. There are 9 ancient lamps in 9 prefectures, known as the 9 prefectures' lanterns. They can stabilize the mountains and rivers of 9 prefectures. I heard that 9 prefectures was almost destroyed like many other great worlds, but thanks to the 9 prefectures' lanterns, they were able to stabilize the mountains and rivers of 9 prefectures. I'm sure Lin Gongzi has heard of the 9 prefectures' lanterns." Lin Feng had naturally heard of the 9 prefectures' lantern. He had even seen the 9 prefectures' lantern. The primal chaos ancient lamp was a supreme treasure that Lin Feng had created after being inspired by the 9 continents lamp. However, the 9 prefectures' lantern was only a legend to many. Lin Feng did not know why Ice Lake Snow was asking him about the 9 prefectures' lantern. Could it be that she was looking for the 9 prefectures' lantern? Lin Feng might not have been able to control the 9 prefectures' lantern, but he knew that it was an unimaginable treasure. It had stabilized the mountains and rivers of 9 prefectures, protecting them. If 9 prefectures lost the 9 prefectures' lantern, who knew what would happen? Lin Feng said, "I've heard of the 9 prefectures' lantern, but it's only a legend. I'm not sure if the 9 prefectures' lantern really exists. Furthermore, I'm acquainted with all the top experts in 9 prefectures. I've never heard them mention the 9 prefectures' lantern, so in my opinion, the 9 prefectures' lantern is just a legend. There are too many legends like that, and sometimes, we just need to treat them as stories. Just listen to them and don't take them to heart." Ice Lake Snow smiled. "Why do you sound so sure? It seems like you're trying to hide something. Could it be that you've seen the 9 prefectures' lantern?" Ice Lake Snow was an intelligent woman, but she was also very suspicious. She was suspicious of Lin Feng. She did not take these suspicions to heart. Instead, she said it directly. Perhaps she was trying to test Lin Feng. She wanted to see Lin Feng's reaction. Lin Feng said, "Don't you already have an answer? Why are you still asking me?" He. Ice Lake Snow couldn't help but giggle. This seductive and sexy woman's smile seemed to add to her seductive beauty. It made people involuntarily have a desire to conquer her. Ice Lake Snow said, "Don't overthink it. I'm just curious about the 9 prefectures' lantern after reading about it. That's why I came here to find out more about it. However, it seems like the 9 prefectures' lantern is just a legend. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any longer," said Han Jiang Shui, bowing in front of Lin Feng. Then, she walked towards the resting area not far away. Lin Feng frowned. Why was Ice Lake Snow asking about the 9 prefectures' lantern? Could it really be like what she had said? She was just curious about the 9 prefectures' lantern after reading about it. Was that why she came here to find out more about it? It seemed reasonable. However, Lin Feng did not believe her. Lin Feng felt that Ice Lake Snow was trying to find out more about the 9 prefectures' lantern. She must have an ulterior motive. But what was her motive? Lin Feng was not sure. Lin Feng decided not to think about it anymore. They had fought a few battles during the day. Hence, Lin Feng was exhausted. He sat cross-legged and activated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Then, he slowly recovered his exhausted body. That night, Fate Swamp was still not peaceful. The darkness that had invaded the world was still shocking. Luckily, the temple protected everyone. Day arrived. The darkness retreated like the tide. Lin Feng and the rest set off once again. They continued to search for the patrol immortal residents. After searching 5 places, they still did not find anything. Instead, they were in danger. Finally, when they found the 6th place, that blood-stained armor actually vibrated violently. Found it. It's nearby. Lin Feng and the great Taoist priest's eyes twinkled. Everyone else's eyes lit up as well. In the end, Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest looked at a chasm in the distance. They had a strong feeling. Patrol Immortal Residence. Chapter 36:18. That abyss was about 10 meters long. There was a cold aura emitting from the abyss. Lin Feng and the others arrived in front of the abyss. They looked towards the abyss and saw that it was pitch black. They couldn't see clearly what was going on inside, and they didn't know what terrifying things were inside the abyss. But presumably, such a place wasn't safe. We need to go down and take a look, but such a place must be extremely dangerous. Everyone be careful. Lin Feng reminded. Everyone nodded. Then, the group of people flew carefully towards the abyss. A cold aura swept over. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. The cold aura that filled the abyss. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little creeped out. The others also had the same feeling. So everyone became more and more careful. The visibility in the abyss was extremely low. And this place could suppress a cultivator's divine sense. It was impossible to use divine sense to explore the surrounding situation. After everyone came here, it was as if they had lost the ability to explore the outside world. About halfway down, Lin Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. An indescribable feeling swept through his heart. Everyone, be careful, something seems to be approaching us, Wu Xiu said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the densely packed black tentacles quickly wrapped around everyone. It was simply overwhelming. There were countless of them. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a real black tentacle. It was actually a type of black vine. On those vines, they were covered with densely packed small thorns. Small thorns. They could easily pierce into a cultivator's body. And those small thorns obviously contained a highly toxic poison. When he saw the vines that covered the sky and covered the earth coming towards him, he was shocked. Everyone's expression couldn't help but change. If he were to be entangled by those vines, he would most likely end up dead. Everyone was very clear about this. But those vines had already entwined over. Now, everyone could only resist the vines' attack. Everyone took out their magic treasures and slashed at the vines. Lin Feng took out 3 stone swords and slashed at those vines. When the 3 stone swords slashed the vines one by one, the 3 stone swords slashed the vines. Clanging sounds of collisions could be heard. That kind of collision sound. It was simply deafening. Lin Feng was shocked. Even the stone sword was unable to sever these vines. Aren't these vines a little too scary? What made Lin Feng extremely puzzled was, shouldn't these vines be vegetation? Why? Just now, when the stone sword slashed the vines, there was a sound of metal colliding. This point, Lin Feng was puzzled. The rest of the people were obviously unable to pose any threat to these vines. One of the cultivators was entangled by vines. Ah! The cultivator screamed in agony. A terrifying scene unfolded. The cultivator's flesh, blood, and soul were instantly devoured by the vines. All that was left was a skeleton with traces of blood. As for the skeleton, it was thrown to the bottom of the abyss by the vines. One had to know. These young experts of the Immortal God Alliance were the top experts of the younger generation. All of them were powerful. In the future, they would all become overlords. But now, that young cultivator had died tragically under the attack of the vines. From this, one could tell how terrifying these vines were. Now, everyone had a creepy feeling in their hearts. Because they could feel the threat of death from these vines. If they couldn't think of a way to get rid of these vines, when the time came, even they would most likely perish here. Lin Feng took out the heaven fire. He wanted to use the heaven fire to deal with these creepy vines. But this time, Lin Feng failed. Because these vines weren't vegetation-type vines. They seemed to be made of metal. So, Lin Feng's heaven fire couldn't hurt these vines. The rest of the people obviously recognized the heaven fire. So when they saw that Lin Feng's heaven fire couldn't do any harm to the vines, everyone's expression became extremely unsightly. Could it be? Would they really die under the attack of the vines? At this moment, Ice Lake Snow gritted her teeth. She seemed to have made a difficult decision. Ice Lake Snow took out an item. It was an imperial edict. The imperial edict was surrounded by immortal light. It gave off an intense vibration and immortal light. No one knew who wrote the imperial edict. It was extremely sacred. That imperial edict was obviously one of Ice Lake Snow's treasures. Magic treasures like imperial edicts were usually forbidden weapons. They had a lifespan. After a certain number of uses, the imperial edict would be destroyed. Ice Lake Snow's imperial edict could be used 2 more times. Under normal circumstances, Ice Lake Snow couldn't bear to use the imperial edict, because it was something she could use to save her life. But now, Ice Lake Snow had no choice but to use the imperial edict. Because of the current situation. It had reached a point where it couldn't be delayed. Ice Lake Snow's magic power entered the imperial edict and it was successfully activated. In an instant, boundless sacred light surged from the imperial edict. The imperial edict suddenly became sacred. In the boundless sacred light, an ancient being appeared. That being was wearing a royal robe and a crown. Just like the ancient divine emperor. Light descends, dispel the darkness. The ancient being spoke. His voice was extremely loud and clear. It was as though a bell had rung. When the ancient being's voice fell, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. In an instant. Boundless sacred light. It shone on the world. When the sacred power shone down and came into contact with the vines. The vines let out a kai 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 sound. That was the sacred power. It caused a lot of damage to the invulnerable vines. The vines that were attacking Lin Feng and the others quickly retracted. Let's go, Ice Lake Snow said in a low voice. No one dared to hesitate. They all sped up and charged towards the bottom of the abyss. When they reached the bottom of the abyss, Ice Lake Snow kept the imperial edict. Lin Feng noticed that there were already 9 cracks on Han Jiangshue's letter. He guessed. Every time the imperial edict was used, there would be a crack. So many corpses. Someone said. Lin Feng retracted his consciousness and looked towards the bottom of the abyss. He saw a huge pile of corpses at the bottom of the abyss. The densely packed corpses were probably the creatures that had been killed by the terrifying vines. Chapter 36:19. These skeletons were the skeletons of cultivators, as well as the skeletons of vicious beasts. Lin Feng and the others had already seen how terrifying those vines were. It was estimated. Any creature that came to this abyss or flew over it would probably be attacked by those vines. Those vines were indeed powerful. They had both offense and defense, and they had almost no weaknesses. Now that he thought about how terrifying those vines were, Lin Feng still felt a lingering fear. It should be the devil's vine. According to the legends, it's an extremely rare metal vine. Immeasurable Daoist said. Metal vine? There are such vines? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Vines. Usually, they referred to vegetation. The term metal vines sounded unimaginable. Could it be a magic treasure? It's just that it's been made into a vine, Zhong Lei said. Everyone looked at Immeasurable Daoist. Everyone was looking forward to the answer. Immeasurable Daoist said, it's not a magic treasure, it's a vine with life. The creator is incomparably mysterious. Since he could create the stone race, he could naturally create other special races. For example, this devil's vine. This devil's vine is an incomparably strange vine. It's said that it's a vine born from a metal or called the devil's stone. This vine is extremely terrifying. Because it's made of metal, its defensive power is incomparably strong. Moreover, its attack power is extremely terrifying. It's almost impossible to find any weakness. Once targeted by such a vine, it would be disastrous. Just now, it was fortunate that Han Xianzi took out the Imperial Edict and neutralized the Devil's Vine's attack. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After hearing Immeasurable Daoist's words, everyone finally knew what that powerful vine was. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a relieved expression. It was too dangerous before. But fortunately, now, everyone had resolved the crisis without any mishap. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said. He took the lead and walked towards the depths. He held the blood-stained armor in his hand. Now, the blood-stained armor was vibrating violently. It seemed to be telling Lin Feng and the others that the wandering immortal mansion was not far away. Everyone was still very careful because they didn't know if there were other dangers in the abyss. Fortunately, there were no mishaps along the way. In the end, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the deepest part of the abyss. A huge cave residence appeared in their line of sight. There were 4 ancient characters written on the cave abode. These were 4 large words written in ancient divine characters. The meaning of those words was patrolling immortal abode. Found it. We really found the wandering immortal abode. Many people couldn't help but reveal excited expressions. After going through untold hardships, they finally found this immortal mansion. Moreover, they even lost a person in the team. Everyone had narrowly escaped death. It was not easy to find the wandering immortal abode. Just as Lin Feng and the others were about to enter the wandering immortal mansion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of something piercing through the air could be heard as over 30 cultivators quickly flew over. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that a group of juniors like you would actually be able to find a place like the wandering immortal mansion. This is truly a surprise to me. A loud laugh could be heard. The one who laughed was a middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator's aura was extremely powerful. This person was actually an emperor-level expert. Golden Sacred Lion Race. Emperor Yang Shan. After seeing this cultivator, Wu Xiu, Ice Lake Snow and the others' expressions turned ugly. Clearly, they knew this cultivator. Lin Feng didn't know this person. The main reason was that Lin Feng had just arrived at the Heavenly Sage Great World not long ago. Therefore, he didn't know much about the experts of the Heavenly Sage Great World. Moreover, there were so many races in the Heavenly Sage Great World. Even if he wanted to know about the experts of the various races, it wasn't something that could be done in a day. He needed time. However, Lin Feng was already quite familiar with the Golden Sacred Lion race. This race was one of the royal races of the myriad races. One of the core forces of the Sacred War Alliance. This race was extremely powerful. Previously, Wu Liang Daoist was discovered when he went to excavate the ancient tomb of this race's ancestor. He was almost killed by an expert of this race. At that time, Wu Liang Daoist was chased to the point where he had nowhere to go. Fortunately, Wu Liang Daoist's methods were extraordinary. Or else, he would have died without a burial ground. Lin Feng realized that Wu Liang Daoist's face was almost green with fear when he saw the sovereign realm expert of the Golden Sacred Lion race. Clearly, Wu Liang Daoist knew this person. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be? Was this person the one who chased after Wu Liang Daoist? Perhaps it was possible. Other than the sovereign realm expert, Huang Yangshan, there were also some experts. There were also some experts in this group. There were 2 emperor sects and 4 emperor realm experts. The rest were basically boundary emperors. They were probably brought out by these experts to train. For the sake of your race's elders, I'll spare your lives today. Leave quickly. However, this brat and this wicked Daoist cannot leave, Huang Yangshan said with an indifferent expression. The cultivation world of the Heavenly Sage Great World was the same as the cultivation world of the 9 states. Generally, these middle generation experts or the older generation experts were forbidden from attacking the younger generation cultivators. If they did so, The younger generation cultivators of the major forces would have to hide in their clans and not come out. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Under normal circumstances, no one would violate these rules. Occasionally, there would be people who violated these rules, but they had to do it cleanly and not leave any evidence. If they really left evidence, they would probably die without a burial ground. Huang Yangshan was very clear about this, so he didn't plan to attack these young cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance. However, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist were different. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist were both cultivators of the 9 states. Killing Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. Huang Yangshan naturally had no scruples. He didn't need to worry about revenge at all. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't know what the group of people of the Immortal Gods Alliance would choose. However, Lin Feng had the ruler's armor. He didn't fear Huang Yangshan at all. Moreover, Lin Feng noticed. This Huang Yangshan was very powerful. However, his realm seemed to be at the early stage of the sovereign realm. In other words, this person was powerful. However, he wasn't powerful enough to make people despair. Moreover, once Lin Feng activated the ruler's armor, coupled with Lin Feng's great destiny technique, there might be a chance to kill this person. Seeing that the people of the Immortal Gods Alliance had not left, Huang Yangshan's expression darkened slightly. Then, Chapter 3620. Lin Feng wasn't sure about Wu Xiu, Wu Yuhan, Ice Lake Snow, Zhong Lei, Liu Haoran, and the others' attitudes. After all, they hadn't known each other for long. If they stayed, it would mean that they would fight Huang Yangshan and the others to the death. Leaving now seemed to be the best choice. If those people had left, Lin Feng wouldn't have cared either way. At most, he would pretend that he didn't know these people. To Lin Feng's relief, Wu Xiu and the others didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Wu Xiu sneered. "Do you really think we're afraid of you? Even if we join forces, we might not lose to you." Wu Yuhan said. "That's right. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. Let's fight. None of us from the Alliance of Immortal Gods are cowards. Moreover, you want us to abandon Brother Lin and Taoist Wu Liang? Do you think that all of us from the Alliance of Immortal Gods are the same as you? Do you think that we would do something so treacherous?" Liu Haoran sneered. The group expressed their stance one after another. They wouldn't back down. They would rather fight with the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. Even if the Sacred War Alliance had an Emperor-level expert, Huang Yangshan. They weren't afraid of fighting. As the saying goes, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. The cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance were the top figures of the younger generation. Naturally, they wouldn't leave just because of a few threats. If they really left like this, their Dao heart would be greatly damaged. When the time came, the speed of their cultivation progress would definitely be greatly reduced. Their cultivation career would be greatly affected. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Huang Yangshan glanced coldly at the cultivators of the Immortal Gods Alliance. His heart was filled with killing intent. "Brother Huang Yangshan, isn't it a little inappropriate to kill these people?" An Emperor-level expert said. Between his brows, he looked worried. Obviously, this cultivator was worried that if these young geniuses of the Immortal Gods Alliance were killed, once this matter was spread out, even if they were Emperor-level cultivators, they would be doomed eternally. Because the other party might send someone even stronger to kill them. It was not as if such a thing had never happened in the world of cultivators. Huang Yangshan said, "Brother Nalen, don't worry. After killing these people, as long as we clean up the mess, I guarantee that there won't be any evidence left. Moreover, this is the Fate Swamp, a place of death. It's different from the outside world. Those people from the Alliance of Immortals won't be able to find anything even if they want to." After hearing Huang Yangshan's words, the rest of the people nodded. Since the situation had developed to this point, this battle was unavoidable. A bunch of reckless fools. Today, I'll send all of you to hell. Huang Yangshan walked towards Lin Feng and the others step by step. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. That aura was simply too overbearing. As expected of an Emperor Realm Master, he was indeed very powerful. Attack! Huang Yangshan shouted and took the initiative to attack. He condensed a powerful divine ability and blasted it towards Lin Feng and the others. Next. As for the other two great emperor sects, the four great Emperor Realm experts also led the cultivators they brought with them to attack. All sorts of powerful divine abilities gathered together. It transformed into a long river of divine abilities. It quickly engulfed them. Lin Feng and the others also made their move. Each of them condensed a powerful divine ability. The divine ability they condensed also turned into a dazzling long river of divine abilities. That long river of divine abilities emitted waves of violent fluctuations. That kind of fluctuation shook the void. Its power was extremely terrifying and shocking. The long river of divine abilities condensed by both sides instantly collided in mid-air. Bang! 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 Every time they collided, an earth-shattering sound would be produced. The two long rivers of divine abilities collided. It shattered the surrounding void. After more than 10 consecutive collisions, the long river of divine abilities condensed by Lin Feng and the others gradually couldn't hold on anymore. After all, the other party had an Emperor Realm expert. The faces of the cultivators on Lin Feng's side became gloomy. An Emperor Realm expert. Especially an Emperor Realm expert who walked out of the Myriad Tribe's royal family. It was indeed not easy to deal with. This point. The geniuses of the Immortal God Alliance also realized. If we really can't defeat these people, we'll break out of the encirclement, Wu Xiu said in a deep voice. Naturally, everyone was unwilling to give up the opportunity inside. But the reality was that they had to face breaking out of the encirclement. It was better than being chased out. Although they would leave this place and give the opportunity to Huang Yangshan and the others. At the very least. The latter way of leaving. It was a dignified departure. There's no need to leave. I'll deal with Huang Yangshan. At this moment, Lin Feng spoke. What? Brother Lin will deal with him? Wu Xiu exclaimed. Although Huang Yangshan's cultivation is only at the first heaven of the Emperor Realm, he's still an Emperor Realm expert. Lin Gongzi has a way to deal with an expert like Huang Yangshan? Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Feng in shock. Just now, Lin Feng didn't seem to show too much battle strength when he made his move. So now, Lin Feng said that he would take care of such a powerful person like Huang Yangshan. It was really shocking and moving. Lin Feng said. It's just a mere Huang Yangshan. It's no big deal. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the group of people was dumbfounded. Because Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. That was an Emperor Realm expert. Not a big deal. Even among the royal families of the 10,000 races, an Emperor Realm expert was a top expert and an existence with great power. But with Lin Feng, it was actually not worth mentioning. Huang Yangshan obviously heard Lin Feng's words as well. His eyes immediately revealed a sinister expression. He said coldly, "Brat, all these years, I've seen all kinds of people, but it's the first time I've seen someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth like you. Later, I won't kill you directly. Instead, I'll torture you until you're better off dead. Then, I'll extract your soul and put it into a demonic treasure that I've refined. I'll let your soul be bound by the demonic treasure forever and never reincarnate." Lin Feng said mockingly. A mere first-level Emperor Realm expert dares to be so arrogant. If I show my strength, who do you think you are? Arrogant. He was really too arrogant. Huang Yangshan was so angry by Lin Feng's arrogant words that his entire body trembled. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng right now. The two sides' divine powers collided 3 more times. The divine powers condensed by Lin Feng and the others were broken. The divine powers condensed by Huang Yangshan and the others continued to attack Lin Feng and the others. Huang Yangshan himself stood in the divine powers' long river and walked over. Chapter 36-21. You guys resolve the long river of supernatural powers and deal with the rest. Leave this Huang Yangshan to me. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long howl. Then, he walked towards Huang Yangshan. Now. Fighting with emperors and emperor-level cultivators couldn't arouse Lin Feng's excitement anymore. Only fighting with emperor-level experts. Only then could Lin Feng be excited. Swoosh! The Dominator's armor awakened and instantly covered Lin Feng's body completely in the armor. The current Dominator's armor. It had completely become a part of Lin Feng's body. It was closely connected to Lin Feng. Just like his arm. Just like any part of his body. It was intertwined with Lin Feng's fate. When the Dominator's armor covered his body, an unimaginably powerful and terrifying power instantly surged into Lin Feng's body from the Dominator's armor. Currently, Lin Feng was still unable to truly activate the Dominator's armor. This was because Lin Feng's realm had yet to increase. If he reached the higher level of the Emperor realm, at that time, he would be able to completely control the Dominator's armor. However, even if he could only obtain a portion of the Dominator's armor's power, it was already enough for Lin Feng. Because the Dominator's armor was too powerful. In addition, Lin Feng's own combat strength was also extremely terrifying. So, now that Lin Feng had activated the Dominator's armor, his combat strength had soared to a level that shocked even him. Boom! Lin Feng made his move. Surging mana wrapped around his fist. He threw a punch at Huang Yangshan. Bang! It was as if two planets had collided. With the location where Lin Feng and Huang Yangshan collided as the center. Dense cracks actually appeared in the void. Those cracks emitted a powerful spacetime power. Lin Feng and Huang Yangshan's attacks directly shattered the void. Oh my god! Brother Lin actually blocked Huang Yangshan's attack. Brother Lin is already able to contend with Emperor-level experts. The cultivators from the Immortal God Alliance couldn't help but exclaim. An expert like Wu Xiu was already a top expert among the younger generation of the Immortal God Alliance. In the entire Immortal God Alliance, there were not many experts at his level. However, Wu Xiu's battle prowess was basically only able to contend against those in the Emperor Ancestor realm. It would be difficult for him to contend against a venerable emperor. But now, Lin Feng did it. What a strong man! Ice Lake Snow was shocked. She licked her red lips. Her beautiful eyes were overflowing with light. No one knew what he was thinking. Wu Yuhan, on the other hand, had an outstanding temperament and a tall figure. He looked at Lin Feng with a strange light in his eyes. For example, Han Jiangxue and Wu Yuhan, who came from extraordinary backgrounds and were as beautiful as fairies, in addition to their great talents and high cultivation bases. There were very few men who could enter their eyes. There were very few men who could make them look at them more than once. Not to mention arousing their interest. But obviously, today, when they saw Lin Feng, they were shocked. Both Han Jiangxue and Wu Yuhan were very curious about Lin Feng. Once a woman was curious about another man. That was when she fell for him. This armor is not bad. Your combat strength was raised by this armor. If not for this armor, I could kill you with a flick of my finger, Huang Yangshan said with a cold smile. He wanted to use words to attack Lin Feng. But Lin Feng looked at Huang Yangshan mockingly. He smiled coldly and said, "Against a Zun Di cultivator, if you're not strong enough, how could you defeat such a strong cultivator? Dharma treasures are only auxiliary. The most important thing is the combat strength of the cultivator. Moreover, Dharma treasures and cultivators are an inseparable part. Dharma treasures are like an extension of the cultivator's body. No cultivator can live without Dharma treasures. Otherwise, why would they refine their natal Dharma treasures? You have cultivated for millions of years. Don't you know this? Now, you actually dare to say that if I didn't have this armor, you could pinch me to death with just a flick of your finger. Using ignorant and stupid to describe you is an insult to these two adjectives." Lin Feng was very good at talking. Any cultivator who argued with Lin Feng would be defeated in the end. Huang Yangshan was obviously the same. After hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, Huang Yangshan was so angry that he almost died. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely. His eyes flashed with a murderous intent. "Kid, you won't be able to show off for long." Huang Yangshan's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Yangshan began to condense his divine ability to deal with Lin Feng. Huang Yangshan condensed a blood-red world. Rumbling sounds could be heard from the blood-red world. Smoke and dust were everywhere. A dense army riding on terrifying exotic beasts was charging over at high speed. The living beings of the blood-red army were all wearing blood-red armor. They seemed to have just returned from an unknown battlefield. Terrifying blood chi and murderous intent shook the void. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed. Mighty frenzied blood army, please descend to the world and destroy the source of evil. Return the world to a clear and bright world. Huang Yanshan's voice was filled with bone-chilling coldness and murderous intent. As the sound of his incantation faded away, the huge blood-red army was about to rush out of the blood-red world. The aura emitted by the blood-red army was so terrifying that it made one's soul tremble. The sky prides of the Immortal God Alliance, who were fighting against the river of divine abilities, felt the terrifying aura emitted by the blood-red army. Their expressions changed abruptly. The blood-red army was just too terrifying. This was the battle strength of an emperor-level expert. It was really too powerful. The people of the Immortal God Alliance couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. They didn't know if Lin Feng could withstand Huang Yanshan's attack. Perhaps the only person who wasn't worried about Lin Feng was Wu Liang Taoist. This was because Wu Liang Taoist knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Faced with the blood-red army's attack, Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. I have a great wish. I wish that there would be no more wars in this world. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation for the Great Wish Technique. The Great Wish Technique was one of the most mysterious divine abilities among the 3,000 Great Daos. Now, Lin Feng used this divine ability to fight against the blood-red army. The Great Wish Technique was activated. A mysterious force surged out from the void. That force. It crashed into the blood-red world. Crack, crack. The blood-red world began to crumble. Before the blood-red army could rush out of the blood-red world, the blood-red world had already crumbled. At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Huang Yangshan. 6 times the strength of the dragon elephant was activated. He threw a punch at Huang Yangshan. Huang Yanshan's expression changed abruptly. He hurriedly threw a punch to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Following a violent collision, Huang Yangshan was sent flying by Lin Feng. Crack, crack. The arm that collided with Lin Feng's attack. It broke. Chapter 36-22. Close combat. Lin Feng was simply invincible. The power of the arm of the dragon elephant was unimaginable. My arm. My arm. Huang Yangshan roared in pain. Aside from the heart-wrenching pain, Huang Yanshan's heart was filled with rage. At the same time, he felt extremely aggrieved. He was a venerable sovereign, yet he was defeated by a junior like Lin Feng. He only used one punch to break one of the arms. This was simply a great humiliation. Huang Yangshan. He could not accept what had happened. This humiliation. It made him feel like he was going crazy. Huang Yangshan has lost an arm. Oh my God, isn't Brother Lin a human? How can his physical body be so strong? Isn't this too crazy? Yeah. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it. I've heard that Brother Lin's physical body is strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. When the people from the Alliance of Immortals saw Lin Feng break Huang Yanshan's arm with just one punch, they were excited and shocked. They were excited because Huang Yangshan was injured, and the scales of victory were beginning to tilt towards their side. They were shocked because Lin Feng's physical body was too terrifying. It was so strong that it was unbelievable. To fight with Lin Feng, who had a heaven-defying physical body, they could not fight. He absolutely could not engage in a physical battle. Otherwise, he would definitely be suppressed. You're too weak. Are you really a venerable sovereign cultivator with this little strength? Lin Feng could not help but mock. He was as fast as lightning and came in front of Huang Yangshan again. The arm of the dragon elephant exploded. A terrifying punch swept towards Huang Yangshan again. This time, facing Lin Feng's attack, an eye suddenly opened between Huang Yanshan's eyebrows. The Golden Saint Lion clan was very terrifying. This was because some of the cultivators in their clan would be born with a third eye. This eye. It had unimaginable power. The myths and legends mentioned how terrifying the third eye of the Golden Saint Lion clan was. Once this eye opened, it could easily destroy a great world. Of course. Although Huang Yangshan also had a third eye, the power of his third eye was definitely not at such a terrifying level. But even if it didn't reach the level of destroying a great world, it was terrifying enough. The terrifying light beam instantly pierced through the void. It shot towards Lin Feng. After sensing the terrifying power contained in the beam of light that shot out from Huang Yanshan's third eye, Qin Wentian was shocked. Lin Feng's face involuntarily revealed a hair-raising expression. The power of that beam of light was simply too strong. Lin Feng didn't try to take the beam head-on. Instead, he quickly dodged. The beam of light almost brushed past Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng possessed the Eye of Origin, also known as the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye, but Lin Feng's Eye of Origin was cultivated later. They were different from the Golden Saint Lions, who were born with a third eye. The strength of the Golden Saint Lion's attack power depended on the level of their third eye's cultivation. The higher the level of their third eye's cultivation, then, the more powerful it was. Lin Feng had mastered the Eye of Origin for a long time, but Lin Feng didn't specialize in the Eye of Origin. The Eye of Origin had always been a support. Lin Feng mainly cultivated the 3000 Great Tao. Kid. To be able to force me to use the Eye of Destruction, even if you die, it's enough for you to die with glory. Huang Yangshan looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. He was very confident in his third eye. He believed in the power of his third eye. Lin Feng looked at Huang Yangshan with an indifferent expression and said mockingly, "Do you really think that your Eye of Destruction is invincible? In my eyes, it's simply too weak to withstand a single blow." Lin Feng was as arrogant as ever. These words made Huang Yangshan feel great hatred in his heart. This was because Huang Yangshan really couldn't accept such contempt and humiliation from a young cultivator. It made him go crazy with hatred. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't really as unconcerned about Huang Yanshan's Eye of Destruction as he said. Huang Yanshan's Eye of Destruction was incomparably terrifying. The reason why Lin Feng said that the Eye of Destruction couldn't withstand a single blow was to deliberately provoke Huang Yangshan. Once a person was in a state of rage, they would often be unable to unleash their combat strength. Huang Yangshan was naturally the same. "Kid. I want you to wait for death in endless fear." Huang Yanshan's voice filled with killing intent suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Beams of light shot out from his third eye one after another. Those beams of light were so terrifying that it made people turn pale with fright. Beams of light enveloped Lin Feng's body. They wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. What a terrifying attack. This is the innate attack of the Golden Saint Lion clan. Among the Golden Saint Lion clan, there are very few cultivators who possess the third eye of destruction. This kind of eye can be continuously cultivated. Every time it rises to a higher level, its power will greatly increase. It's said that this eye itself has different grades. According to the innate talent, the awakened Eye of Destruction will also be different. The higher the level of the Eye of Destruction, the more powerful it will be. Although Huang Yangshan didn't awaken the most powerful Eye of Destruction, it's still terrifying enough. I wonder if Brother Lin can neutralize the attack of Huang Yanshan's Eye of Destruction? The cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance discussed animatedly. Now, the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Yangshan had reached a critical moment. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the cultivators of the Immortal God Alliance or the Sacred War Alliance, all of them stopped. They were no longer in the mood to continue fighting. All of their attention was attracted by the battle between Lin Feng and Huang Yangshan. After Huang Yanshan's attack was released, everyone saw, Lin Feng began to chant again. "That's the great path of destiny. A lowly creature actually dares to blaspheme the great path of destiny. Please bestow upon me the power of destiny. Let me punish these lowly creatures." Lin Feng walked in the void as he chanted the incantation to summon the power of destiny. Boom! Along with the violent fluctuations surging between heaven and earth, the power of destiny descended. The power of destiny was too terrifying. It directly shattered the terrifying light beam from Huang Yanshan's Eye of Destruction. Then, A beam of power of destiny arrived in front of Huang Yangshan. It swept across Huang Yanshan's eye of destruction. But Huang Yanshan's eye of destruction was instantly pierced through. Ah! My eye! Huang Yangshan let out an incomparably shrill cry. His eye of destruction was completely destroyed. The power of destiny, it was impossible to resist. Huang Yanshan's eye of destruction could no longer be recovered. Your life. I'll take it. At this moment, Lin Feng quickly rushed toward Huang Yangshan. He performed the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. Then, he directly attacked Huang Yangshan. Huang Yangshan performed the 4 Dragon Seal divine ability to resist Lin Feng's terrifying attack. However, his divine ability was instantly destroyed. Bang! Huang Yangshan was killed by Lin Feng's supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. Huang Yanshan's physical body directly exploded. An Emperor-level expert. Chapter 36-23. Dead. Huang Yangshan was killed by Brother Lin. Oh my god, isn't Brother Lin too terrifying? The top geniuses of the Immortal God Alliance could not help but reveal a shocked expression. They could not believe what they had just seen. It was simply too shocking. Huang Yangshan was an Emperor Realm expert, but he was killed by Lin Feng just like that. It was truly inconceivable. However, all of this was happening right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. The 2 beauties, Ice Lake Snow and Wu Yuhan, looked at Lin Feng in amazement. Now, they had a deeper understanding of Lin Feng. Even so, in their opinion, Lin Feng was still shrouded in a mysterious veil. They could not help but want to unveil Lin Feng's mysterious veil. Then, they could understand everything about Lin Feng. Huang Yangshan was killed. That kid is too terrifying. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. An Emperor Grand level expert shouted in a deep voice. Huang Yanshan's death had almost scared them out of their wits. No one dared to stay any longer. If they did, they were worried that they would follow in Huang Yanshan's footsteps. No one wanted to die. Naturally, these people did not want to die. The group of people quickly rushed outside, wanting to escape. At this moment, Lin Feng had already collected Huang Yanshan's origin energy and storage ring. He blocked the path of a group of people. Then, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Let's kill these people together." Everyone regained their senses and charged towards the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance. Do you really want to kill all of us? How about we both take a step back? We will never tell anyone about what happened today, an Emperor Realm expert said in a deep voice, his expression extremely ugly. All cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance should be killed, Lin Feng said indifferently. He had no intention of letting the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance go. Once they were let go, it was easy to imagine the thunderous revenge that would follow. At this time, a group of cultivators from the Immortal Gods Alliance and Immeasurable Daoist had arrived. Together with Lin Feng, they besieged the cultivators from the Sacred War Alliance. Let's fight them to the death. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance all revealed ferocious expressions, their eyes flashing with dense killing intent. These people also began to fight with all their might. However, in the end, these people did not escape the fate of death. 2 Emperor sects, 4 Emperor Realm experts, and the cultivators they brought out for training, totaled up to more than 30 people. Besieged by Lin Feng, Daoist Wu Liang, and the cultivators from the Immortal Gods Alliance, all of them perished. Shua. Light flashed. The ruler's armor retracted into his body. After everyone cleaned up the battlefield. Then, he entered the patrolling Immortal Mansion. After entering the patrolling Immortal Mansion, there was a very long passageway. A chilling and terrifying aura emanated from the tunnel. That gloomy and terrifying aura made the group of people involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Be careful, Lin Feng reminded. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that Han Jiangshui and Wu Yuhan both came to his side, leaning closer to him. Moreover, the 2 of them would occasionally look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already noticed their strange actions, but Lin Feng did not take it to heart. Soon, the group of people entered a cave. This cave was extremely huge. In the middle of the cave, there was actually a golden wall. This golden wall was about 10 meters long, 6 to 7 meters tall, and 1 meter wide. Such a strange wall appeared in the patrolling immortal mansion. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. What was the origin of this wall? Could it have been left behind by the patrolling immortal? Let's see if there are any treasures first. Wu Xiu said. Everyone spread out to look for treasures, but to no avail. Many people's expressions instantly turned ugly. They had spent so much effort to find the patrolling immortal mansion. But there was nothing here. Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel depressed. Daoist Wu Liang looked at the golden wall. Lin Feng also found nothing after searching for a while. He saw Daoist Wu Liang looking at the golden wall, so he walked up to him. Then, he asked, "Did you find anything?" Daoist Wu Liang said, "I feel that this wall is a little strange." "Strange wall? What's strange about it?" A genius from the Alliance of Immortals asked after hearing Daoist Wu Liang's words. The others also walked over and looked at Daoist Wu Liang. Now, no one had discovered anything in the patrolling immortal mansion. All their hopes were pinned on this strange-looking wall. Daoist Wu Liang said, "This feeling is very special. I can't pinpoint exactly what's strange about this wall. Perhaps we can break it open and find something." Everyone smiled bitterly after hearing Daoist Wu Liang's words. However, they could still consider Daoist Wu Liang's suggestion. "Alright, let's break it open and see if there's really something inside." Everyone agreed to Daoist Wu Liang's suggestion. Daoist Wu Liang said, "Let me break open this wall." After this guy finished speaking, a light flashed in his hand, and a huge hammer appeared in Daoist Wu Liang's hand. Daoist Wu Liang grabbed the hammer. Then, he directly picked up the hammer Lun. He smashed it toward the golden wall. Just as Daoist Wu Liang's hammer was about to hit the golden wall, but at this time, something happened that left everyone dumbfounded. The golden wall began to bend at an unimaginable angle. Then, the golden wall suddenly became taut. Bang! The golden wall swept toward Daoist Wu Liang. Clang! A loud sound rang out. Daoist Wu Liang and his hammer were both sent flying. They were both sent flying by the golden wall. "Damn, this wall has become a spirit." Daoist Wu Liang cried out in alarm while he was still in midair. This damned Daoist Wu Liang. His methods were astonishing. That was why he wasn't injured even after being sent flying by the golden wall. Lin Feng and the others regained their senses and looked at the golden wall in disbelief. What's going on with this golden wall? Just now, it actually bent in such a big arc, and even bounced immeasurable Daoist away. Isn't this too inconceivable? Lin Feng and the others quickly surrounded the golden wall to prevent it from escaping. Chapter 36-24. Disturbing my dreams. You're asking me what I am? I think you're looking for a beating. The golden wall actually took the initiative to speak. And this guy was quite arrogant. Daoist Wu Liang was furious. He was actually looked down upon by a wall. How could Daoist Wu Liang endure this anger? He sneered and said, "Heavenly Lord Wu Liang, your whole family. If this Taoist master doesn't show his might, do you really think I'm a sick cat?" Daoist Wu Liang leaped up. He instantly arrived in front of the golden wall. He swung his hammer again. He smashed it toward the golden wall. At this moment, the golden wall bent again. It was exactly the same as the previous time. The golden wall that had been bent slightly swept across. All of a sudden, a powerful force burst out. The golden wall collided with the hammer in Daoist Wu Liang's hand once again. Daoist Wu Liang was swept away by the golden wall as expected. This time, the web between Daoist Wu Liang's thumb and index finger was shattered, and blood immediately flowed out. Everyone was shocked. This golden wall was really too strange, and its strength was also incomparably terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but feel incomparably surprised. Now, many people felt that the opportunity in the patrolling immortal mansion might be this golden wall. Even if it wasn't this golden wall, The opportunity in the patrolling immortal mansion definitely had something to do with this golden wall. At this moment, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. This is the wall of wishes. Rumor has it. A treasure that spread out from the supreme divine court is said to be able to fulfill any wish of a cultivator. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng was shocked. The wall of wishes. There was actually such a thing. There were really a lot of treasures in the supreme celestial court. Any random treasure possessed a heaven-defying ability. For example, this wall of wishes was like this. If this wall of wishes was really as the demon lord said, it could fulfill any wish of a cultivator. This kind of thing was enough to cause a bloody storm. Lin Feng asked through voice transmission, "Is the legend true? Can the wall of wishes really help a cultivator achieve all their wishes?" The demon lord said, "In my opinion, this kind of rumor is not true, and it's hard for people to believe that this kind of rumor is true. However, the wall of wishes should be able to help cultivators realize some wishes, but these wishes should have restrictions, and not some unrealistic wishes." The demon lord said that there were many unrealistic wishes. For example, if you wished for eternal life, the wall of wishes would definitely not be able to fulfill your wish. If your condition is to cultivate some powerful divine ability, you might be able to fulfill this wish. I don't believe that I can't smash this broken wall of yours today. Daoist Wu Liang shouted fiercely. This guy was rarely injured, but now he was actually injured. This angered the immeasurable Daoist. Lin Feng hurriedly stopped Daoist Wu Liang, telling him not to be impulsive. Only then did Daoist Wu Liang stop. Lin Feng then looked at the golden wall. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the wall of wishes, right?" Wall of wishes? What is this? The people from the Immortal God Alliance were puzzled. Only Daoist Wu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the words Wall of Wishes. It was unknown if this guy had heard of some rumors about the Wall of Wishes. That's right. This lord is indeed the Wall of Wishes. I didn't expect that someone would actually recognize this lord. The Wall of Wishes said. Next, golden energy spread out from the Wall of Wishes, enveloping Lin Feng and the others. They didn't feel any hostility from the Wall of Wishes. Therefore, when a large amount of golden energy surged out from the Wall of Wishes, not a single person struggled. They were all enveloped by the golden energy. When they were completely submerged by the golden energy, Lin Feng suddenly realized, everyone around him disappeared. The next moment, they arrived in a golden world. In that golden world, apart from Lin Feng, there was nothing else. Only the Wall of Wishes remained. The Wall of Wishes was right in front of Lin Feng. It was floating in midair. "Where are they?" Lin Feng asked. The Wall of Wishes said, "Just like you, they have been separated by me to a different place. I will now give you a chance. Make a wish in your heart, and I will help you fulfill it." The Wall of Wishes said. "Only one chance?" Lin Feng asked. The Wall of Wishes said, "Of course. Could it be that you want to have a few more chances?" Lin Feng laughed awkwardly, then asked, "Can any wish be fulfilled?" "Of course," the Wall of Wishes replied. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that the Wall of Wishes' words couldn't be trusted. His answer, it could stimulate a person's greed. Therefore, when he heard the Wall of Wishes' answer, many people might make wishes that seemed impossible to fulfill. The Wall of Wishes continued, "What are you waiting for? Tell me your wish. No matter what it is, this Lord will help you fulfill it." The Wall of Wishes' voice had a hint of gentle temptation. Lin Feng said, "I want some divine abilities." "Oh, you want some divine abilities? Are you an idiot? After seeing the Wall of Wishes, you actually only want some divine abilities? Is this how you waste such a heaven-defying opportunity?" The Wall of Wishes said with a hint of exasperation in its tone. It continued, "You can make some wishes that are more difficult to fulfill, such as making you become an emperor faster. Of course, a more difficult wish is also not a problem." Lin Feng shook his head, then said, "I can rely on myself to become an emperor. There's no need to make a wish. Moreover, I believe that I will definitely become an emperor." "Kid, it's not good to be too conceited. Who dares to say that they will definitely become an emperor?" This lord has seen too many people who were full of confidence before breaking through, only to fail in the end. The Wall of Wishes said, I'm different from them. I want to cultivate some divine abilities. You can impart those divine abilities to me, Lin Feng said. What divine abilities? The Wall of Wishes asked. 3,000 Great Tao, Lin Feng said. It's just 3,000 Great Tao. I can teach you all 9 of Pan Gu's ultimate arts. How about it? The Wall of Wishes continued. It began to tempt Lin Feng again. Pan Gu's 9 ultimate arts. Lin Feng was a little tempted, but he kept feeling that something was not right. Because Lin Feng felt that the Wall of Wishes had been guiding him to make other wishes. So, among them, was there a trap? This was really hard to say. This guy could not be trusted. Lin Feng warned himself in his heart. Then, Lin Feng continued, I don't need Pan Gu's divine abilities. I need 3,000 Great Tao. Chapter 36-25. Lin Feng actually heard a trace of anger in the voice of the Wall of Wishes. It was as if it was angry out of humiliation. The Wall of Wishes seemed to be extremely angry at Lin Feng for rejecting its proposal. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Why couldn't he stick to his own opinion and hope to obtain the 3,000 Great Taos? Why did this guy have to force him to listen to its suggestion? Lin Feng was puzzled. At this time, the Wall of Wishes continued, I'll give you one last chance. Listen to me, or you'll get nothing. Facing such a blatant threat from the Wall of Wishes, Lin Feng smiled faintly. He said, You probably don't have a way to drive me out. You're just bluffing. If you had a way to drive me out, why would you waste so much time talking? Just drive me out. The Wall of Wishes' voice changed slightly. It didn't expect that such a young cultivator like Lin Feng would be so meticulous. The Wall of Wishes couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng smiled and continued, I'm guessing that you should have to abide by some kind of agreement, and this agreement has bound you. You have no choice but to fulfill some of my wishes. And these wishes of mine are also very particular, because I can only make a wish once. If you can't fulfill this wish of mine, then you have the right to refuse to let me make another wish. There's one more point. The wishes I make are from my heart. I'm the one who makes them. I don't listen to your temptation and make a wish that you want me to make. So, if I listen to your temptation and make a wish that you want me to make, when the time comes, the result will still be the same as the first situation. You have the right to refuse my second wish. Therefore, what I need to do now is to stick to my heart. I need the 3,000 Great Taos. I wonder if you can fulfill this wish of mine now? After hearing Lin Feng's analysis, the Wall of Wishes suddenly became silent. After a long while, That's right, it's just as you said. If you make a wish that I can't fulfill for you, or if you listen to my advice, you'll be driven out by me. Only by sticking to your heart can you get something from me. Of course, I can give you the 3,000 great ways, but you'll have to comprehend them yourself. You can stay here for 3 days. In these 3 days, you'll get as many of the 3,000 great ways as you can comprehend. After the voice of the Wall of Wishes faded away, the world around Lin Feng suddenly changed. The Wall of Wishes vanished without a trace. The world around him had turned into a desolate world. In this world, huge stars floated in the sky. Those huge stars were formed by the stars of the Abhina star technique. Every divine power star was one of the 3,000 great Taos. 3 days was simply too short. But since this was the rule, Lin Feng had to abide by this rule. Now, Lin Feng had already cultivated 2,510 types of the 3,000 great ways. There were still 490 types of the 3,000 great ways. Lin Feng would be able to gather all 3,000 great ways. It was too difficult to gather all 3,000 types of the 3,000 great ways. But now, Lin Feng saw hope. Lin Feng walked forward between the stars. Each of the 3,000 great ways vibrated with powerful fluctuations. If he had cultivated the 3,000 great ways, Lin Feng would be able to sense it. The divine ability stars formed by the 3,000 great ways and the divine ability formation formed by the 3,000 great ways in Lin Feng's dantian reflected each other. It was really amazing. Lin Feng arrived in front of a godly skill star. This divine ability star didn't have any connection with the divine ability formation formed by the 3,000 great ways in Lin Feng's Dantian. So, Lin Feng hadn't cultivated the 3,000 great ways recorded in this divine ability star. Lin Feng hadn't cultivated them. If it was anyone else, it would definitely be extremely difficult to comprehend these 3,000 great ways. But for Lin Feng, it wasn't difficult to comprehend these 3,000 great ways. Firstly, it was because Lin Feng had mastered the true incantation of Lin, which could help him comprehend the Tao. Secondly, it was because Lin Feng had already cultivated 2,510 types of the 3,000 great ways. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Anything. He did it over and over again. Once he did it enough. When the time came, it would be easy. It was the same for comprehending the great ways. There was an extremely close connection between the various great ways. Through the true incantation of Lin, coupled with his own experience, comprehension, and so on. Comprehending these 3,000 great ways was a simple matter for Lin Feng. Time passed quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng comprehended the 3,000 great ways with all his might. He didn't waste any time. He comprehended a total of 90 types of the 3,000 great ways. On average, he comprehended 30 types of the 3,000 great ways a day. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. Then, he returned to the cave abode. Other than Lin Feng, the others were also in the cave abode. It seemed that the dozen or so cultivators from the Immortal God Alliance had good temperaments. They resisted the temptation of the wall of greed and wishes in their hearts. That was why they could stay until now. If they didn't resist the temptation of the wall of greed and wishes in their hearts, they would have been expelled by the wall of wishes long ago. You've gotten what you want. You can leave now, the wall of wishes said. Lin Feng and the others looked as if they hadn't had enough. Especially Lin Feng. There were still 400 types of the 3,000 great ways to collect all the 3,000 great ways. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to comprehend the remaining 400 types of the 3,000 great ways. But unfortunately, the wall of wishes. It didn't give Lin Feng any more time. Divine light surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and the others. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and the others were sent out. The patrolling immortal abode has disappeared. Zhong Lei pointed at the place where the patrolling immortal abode was originally located and said. Everyone looked over and found that the patrolling immortal abode had really disappeared. Could it be that the patrolling immortal abode isn't in the same place? Daoist Wuliang couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng and the others nodded. They thought so too. It was indeed possible. The group's harvest was obviously quite good. Everyone rushed out together, intending to leave this abyss. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. The surroundings were too quiet. There seemed to be hidden killing intent. The situation doesn't seem right. Everyone, be careful, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of people who were still excited suddenly had a slight change in expression. And at this moment, soil in many places at the bottom of the abyss rolled out. Then, the soil piled up into mounds. One terrifying creature after another crawled out from the mounds of earth. Chapter 36-26. Those creatures were very ugly. Their bodies were covered with black scales. Their bodies were like spiders, but they had scorpion-like tails. Their heads were like the heads of lizards. However, it was longer than a lizard's head. And their teeth were extremely sharp. Each monster was more than 10 meters tall. Some of the bigger monsters were even more than 20 meters tall. Lin Feng had never seen such creatures before. Even in the mountain and sea scripture, there were no records of such creatures. After all, there were too many kinds of creatures in the world. There were so many that it was unimaginable. There were so many creatures. The mountain and sea scripture naturally couldn't record every kind of creature. This was unrealistic. Over 100 of these strange creatures emerged from the ground. Then, they surrounded Lin Feng and the others. These creatures emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. After feeling the aura emitted by these creatures, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. "What the hell is this?" a genius said with a solemn expression. That genius. He felt the aura of death from those strange creatures. This feeling was extremely terrible. It made him upset and angry. "I don't know what it is, but everyone must be careful. These monsters are absolutely terrifying," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Although those strange creatures hadn't attacked them yet. However, Lin Feng and the others felt uneasy. They didn't dare to act rashly. Now, they could only hope that these terrifying creatures wouldn't attack them. But obviously, this hope was quickly dashed. Screech! The largest monster let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. The monster's cry seemed to be giving an order. When the monster's cry fell, suddenly, one by one, the terrifying monsters all pounced toward Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. At the same time, he took out the ruler's armor. Lin Feng had a strong premonition. These monsters might be much more terrifying than he imagined. So, he had to go all out. He couldn't afford to be careless. Lin Feng had always trusted his intuition. It was the same this time. "Die!" Lin Feng shouted with the black dragon sword in his hand. Next, he swung his sword at the first monster that pounced at him. The monster's 8 claws were like 8 sharp spears. The first 2 claws were like sharp spears as they pierced towards Lin Feng. Clang! Clang! With 2 clanging sounds, Lin Feng's black dragon sword collided with the monster's spear-like claws. What surprised Lin Feng was that the black dragon sword, with its tyrannical power, was actually unable to cut off the monster's claws. This monster's claws were a little too hard. Just as the black dragon sword collided with the monster's 2 sharp claws, the monster's tail had already arrived behind Lin Feng without making a sound. At the end of the tail was a thick poisonous stinger. The poisonous stinger flickered with a blue luster. It was obvious that it contained highly toxic poison. The poisonous stinger at the end of the tail quickly stabbed towards Lin Feng. Clang! When the poisonous stinger stabbed towards him, it immediately stabbed on the Dominator's armor. A sound of metal clashing could be heard. The poisonous stinger. But it didn't break the defense of the Dominator's armor. Lin Feng grabbed the poisonous stinger and then used his left hand to throw the monster away. Bang bang bang! The monster that was thrown away by Lin Feng then knocked away the other monsters that were pouncing towards Lin Feng. However, not everyone was like Lin Feng, who was able to resolve the attacks of those terrifying monsters. There were 3 geniuses from the Immortal God Alliance who were unable to resolve the attacks of those monsters. Perhaps it was because they underestimated the enemy, or because those monsters were too powerful. No matter what the reason was, when they were unable to resolve the attacks of those monsters, their fate was already sealed. Puff, puff, puff. Along with the sound of 3 bodies being pierced, there was the sound of 3 bodies being pierced. The chests of the 3 geniuses were pierced by a poisonous stinger. The 3 geniuses from the Immortal God Alliance lowered their heads and looked at the poisonous stinger that pierced through their chests. Then, they screamed in agony. Their screams were so mournful and filled with unwillingness. However, there was nothing they could do to change the situation. These monsters are too powerful. They can't be killed at all. "Hurry up and break out," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Just now, he used the black dragon sword to clash with the monster's sharp claws, but he couldn't destroy the monster's sharp claws. From this, one could see how terrifying these monsters were. And there were too many of them. If they stayed and continued to fight with these monsters, they would definitely not have a good ending. Now, only 3 of them had died. If this dragged on, who knew how many of them would die? Charge out! The group of people gritted their teeth. There were 9 people left in the group. Everyone attacked with all their might. No one held back. Lin Feng walked at the front. He held the black dragon sword with both hands and directly swung out an unparalleled sword. In an instant, 100-meter-long sword light condensed and directly swept towards the 30-odd monsters in front. The rest were responsible for dealing with the monsters on the left, right, and behind. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collision sounds were heard. The monsters in front were all sent flying by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Wu Liang Daoist, Wu Xiu, Ice Lake Snow, and the others blocked the attacks of the other monsters. Hurry up! After tearing an opening, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He took the lead and charged forward. Because after they entered the bottom of the abyss, they walked a long distance into the abyss. There was only one entrance to the abyss, which was the place protected by those terrifying vines. Lin Feng and the rest wanted to leave the abyss, so they had to return to that place. Then, they left the place protected by the vines. The rest followed closely behind Lin Feng and quickly rushed out. Screech! The terrifying monsters let out sharp screeches and quickly chased after Lin Feng and the rest. Those monsters were extremely fast. But fortunately, Lin Feng and the rest were fast enough. They gradually pulled away from those monsters. However, just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, a voice suddenly rang out. Something terrifying happened. Thick scorpion tails suddenly came out from the ground. A total of 9 scorpion tails came out. These 9 scorpion tails locked onto Lin Feng and the rest. At the end of these 9 scorpion tails was also a poisonous spike. 9 poisonous spikes. They came separately to attack. The 9 poisonous spikes were simply too fast. They instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng and the rest. Clang! That spike stabbed onto Lin Feng's body. Just like before, it was blocked by the ruler's armor. Wu Liang Daoist and the rest also took action to neutralize the attack of the poisonous spikes. However, there were 2 prodigies who were not so lucky. Pu. Pu. The sound of flesh being pierced. It rang out. Blood splattered everywhere and screams of agony rang out. The 2 cultivators who had their hearts pierced by the poisonous spikes died tragically. The next moment. Chapter 36-27. When Lin Feng and the others saw that gigantic monster, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. The monster that appeared in front of them was probably a king-level monster. It was extremely powerful. Now, there were only 7 people left on Lin Feng's side. They were Lin Feng himself, Taoist Wu Liang, Wu Xiu, Wu Yuhan, Zhong Lei, Liu Haoran, and Ice Lake Snow. The 7 of them were targeted by the terrifying monster. The poisonous stingers came at Lin Feng and the rest again. Everyone's face turned solemn. Everyone used their strongest skills to fight against the gigantic monster. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and slashed at the poisonous stingers. Clang! It was as if he slashed at a peerless weapon. He couldn't kill the monster at all. The rest of them were in the same situation. Just as everyone was defending against the poisonous stingers, the monster suddenly spat out a gigantic spider web. The gigantic spider web seemed to cover the sky and cover the sun. It was like an inescapable net moving towards Lin Feng and the others. It was almost unavoidable. Many people's faces changed drastically. Heavenly fire, go! At the critical moment, Lin Feng took out the black flame god swallowing fire. The heavenly fire enveloped the spider web. In an instant, the spiderwebs that had been flying towards Lin Feng started burning. Lin Feng and the others retreated at full speed, creating some distance between them and that terrifying monster. The 7 of them quickly rushed out. But at this moment, the terrifying monster started chanting. After it finished chanting, the formation in the void intertwined and sealed the area. Oh no, we're trapped by the formation. What a powerful formation. It should be a formation that already existed here. When he saw the intertwined formation, Lin Feng's face changed drastically. The formation was very complicated. It wasn't easy to break the formation in a short period of time. If they were trapped here, the consequences might be disastrous. Help me block it for a while. I have a treasure here that might help us escape. Wu Yuhan said. Are we going to use that thing? Wu Xiu took a deep breath. Wu Yuhan nodded. She then took out a golden stone door and began to chant an incantation. The eyes of Lin Feng and the others lit up slightly. The 6 of them used all kinds of methods to fight against the terrifying existence. The immeasurable Daoist had all sorts of talismans and magic talismans. It was as if it had blotted out the sky and the earth. It directly exploded in the void, causing a destructive fluctuation. In addition, Lin Feng and the others attacked with all kinds of supreme treasures. Although the terrifying monster was incomparably powerful, it would be difficult for it to get close to Lin Feng and the others in a short period of time. And at this moment, Wu Yuhan finally activated the mysterious golden stone door. She saw that the mysterious golden stone door was rapidly expanding. Soon, it turned into a 10-meter-tall golden stone door. The golden stone door opened. Dazzling light surged out from behind the golden stone door. "Get in quickly," Wu Yuhan shouted anxiously. She also seemed to be unable to activate the golden stone door for a long time. "Let's go." No one dared to hesitate and rushed toward the golden stone door. Wu Yuhan only entered the golden stone door after everyone had entered. After entering the golden stone door, there was a golden passage. This golden passage seemed to be connected to the outside world. This golden stone door was really mysterious. No one knew what kind of treasure it was. Lin Feng and the others rushed forward quickly. But before the golden stone door closed, a huge scorpion tail flew in. The scorpion tail was as fast as lightning. It was a sharp poisonous sting. It directly stabbed toward Wu Yuhan, who was at the back. Wu Yuhan's expression changed greatly. She wanted to avoid the poisonous sting, but she failed. Puff! The poisonous sting pierced Wu Yuhan's thigh. Wu Yuhan suddenly let out a muffled groan. Her body fell down uncontrollably. The scorpion tail wrapped around Wu Yuhan. It wanted to quickly drag Wu Yuhan into the abyss. "Sister." Wu Xiu's expression changed greatly. He wanted to go and save Wu Yuhan. Although Wu Xiu's cultivation was not weak, it was impossible for him to save Wu Yuhan. It was an act of suicide. "Hold, brother Wu. You guys go first. I'll go and save Wu Yuhan," Lin Feng said. He quickly turned back. He rushed in front of the huge scorpion tail. Lin Feng mobilized the power of the ruler's armor. At the same time, he used the weapon mantra, raising the power of the black dragon sword to the extreme. Then, Lin Feng's sword moved towards the scorpion's tail. This was the strongest sword Lin Feng could unleash at the moment. Puff! When this sword slashed the scorpion tail, the scorpion tail was immediately cut off by Lin Feng. A large amount of poisonous blood spurted out. Lin Feng held the unconscious Wu Yuhan. Dodging the spurting poisonous blood, he quickly rushed outside. Wu Yuhan's beautiful face turned blue. Obviously, the poison was very deep. Lin Feng quickly used the 8 spirit forbidding seals to seal Wu Yuhan's 8 extraordinary meridians and the blood flowing in her body. Usually, poison followed the blood flow through the 8 extraordinary meridians to various parts of the cultivator's body. Sealing Wu Yuhan's 8 extraordinary meridians and her own blood could temporarily suppress Wu Yuhan's injury. At this moment, Taoist Wu Liang and the others had already rushed out. They did not know where the golden passage led to. Lin Feng held Wu Yuhan and stepped on the 8 directions world, pushing his speed to the extreme. It seemed that they were not far away from rushing out. But at this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Huge spider claws penetrated the golden passage. Obviously, the terrifying monster went completely crazy after Lin Feng cut off its tail. After the golden passage was penetrated, it became extremely unstable and many places began to collapse. A space-time storm swept over. Not good. The way out is destroyed. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The next moment, the space-time storm swept over and instantly drowned Lin Feng and Wu Yuhan. The golden passage exploded. The spider claws that pierced through the golden passage all exploded. Between heaven and earth, calmness was restored. Shua! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and Wu Yuhan fell from mid-air. This was a mountain range. It was night. Lin Feng was sure they were still in the Swamp of Destiny, because this place was still the unique aura of the Swamp of Destiny. Shua! Shua! Deep in the mountain range, a pair of cold eyes opened. Chapter 36-28. Wu Yuhan was still unconscious, and her body was burning hot. Obviously, The situation was not ideal. Now, such a terrifying existence had appeared beside her. Misfortune never came alone. Lin Feng sent Wu Yuhan into the mountain and river ring. At the same time, he ordered the white jade toad to help Wu Yuhan detoxify the poison in her body. With the help of the white jade toad, Lin Feng was not sure if the poison in Wu Yuhan's body could be completely removed. But at least he could be sure of one thing. Wu Yuhan's life was not in danger for the time being. Cultivators of the human race. The terrifying existence's voice seemed to have softened a little. Lin Feng was a little surprised. At first, his gaze was incomparably cold. After discovering that Lin Feng was a human cultivator, the bone-piercing chill lessened a lot. Lin Feng guessed in his heart. Could that terrifying creature be a human? Or did it have some relationship with the human race? If that was the case, the situation would be better. Because if it was a creature hostile to the human race or some savage and bloodthirsty creature, it would be a great threat to Lin Feng. After all, this was the swamp of destiny, where danger lurked everywhere. Here, there was a possibility of dying at any time. 9 Prefectures human cultivator, Lin Feng, greets senior. Lin Feng hurriedly introduced himself. 9 Prefectures, the mysterious existence muttered to himself. When he said the words 9 Prefectures, his voice trembled slightly. He stabilized his emotions and said, "How is the 9 Prefectures now?" A few years ago, the myriad races joined forces with some extraterrestrial forces to invade the 9 Prefectures. Fortunately, the crisis of the 9 Prefectures has been resolved, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng did not explain the process in detail. However, a huge force like the myriad races had joined forces with extraterrestrial forces to invade the 9 Prefectures. One could imagine what kind of tragic war the 9 Prefectures had experienced. Back then, it must have been the scene of the country being destroyed, right? The mysterious existence asked. Yes. Countless forces were reduced to ashes. More than half of the mountains and rivers fell. Ancient immortal sects, aristocratic families, and sects were destroyed one after another. Fortunately, in the end, justice prevailed over evil, Lin Feng said. The mysterious existence asked, "How's the reincarnation immortal sect?" Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Reincarnation immortal sect. This mysterious being was asking about the reincarnation immortal sect. This really surprised Lin Feng. Who was he? Why did he ask about the reincarnation immortal sect? The reincarnation immortal sect is fine, but Lord Tortoise suffered a calamity and was taken away by an unknown and terrifying existence. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. What? The mysterious existence's voice suddenly changed. His emotions couldn't help but fluctuate violently. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, are you related to the reincarnation immortal sect?" "In the past, I was in charge of the reincarnation immortal sect," the mysterious existence said. "Take control of the reincarnation immortal sect." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. The sovereign leaderboard from over 3,000 years ago. The sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect and the Red World Fairy had exchanged thousands of blows. He had defeated the Red World Fairy with a single move. The sect leader had left the reincarnation immortal sect more than 1,000 years ago. When Lin Feng joined the reincarnation immortal sect, he had never seen the sect leader. However, since the sect leader had lost to the Red World Fairy with a single move, it was clear how powerful the sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect was. Lin Feng had heard Lord Tortoise mention the sect leader before. Lord Tortoise had said that the sect leader was the most talented person since the establishment of the reincarnation immortal sect. Even with Lord Tortoise's powerful cultivation base, he still held the sect leader in high regard. From this, one could see how terrifying the sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect was. However, the reincarnation immortal sect had not received any news about the sect leader for many years. Ever since the sect leader had entered the extraterrestrial starry sky. At first, there was still some news that was sent back to the sect. Later, there was no news at all. Now, Lin Feng suspected that the sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect was the sect leader. Very few people knew the name of the sect leader. In the entire Reincarnation Immortal sect, only a few people knew about it. However, Lin Feng had heard Lord Tortoise mention his name before. He seemed to be called Fang Wanxian. When Lin Feng heard the name, he was actually a little hesitant. The name Xian was a taboo in many cases. It could not be used casually, especially when there was a WAN in his name. Using the two words Wanxian, this was a huge taboo. However, since the sect leader dared to use this name, he must be extraordinary. That's right. I'm the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, Fang Wanxian. Which sect are you from? Fang Wanxian asked. Disciple of Lord Tortoise of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lin Feng said. Fang Wanxian was shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng to be a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect has a genius like you. Heaven is blessing the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Fang Wanxian exclaimed excitedly. Senior, why are you in the swamp of destiny? Are you in trouble right now? Lin Feng asked. At this moment, Fang Wanxian walked out from the depths of the swamp. His huge body was illusory. It was not a body of flesh and blood. After seeing Fang Wanxian's body, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. My body is suppressed under the mountain range. This is a spiritual body that I condensed with my dharmic powers and soul. Darkness erosion, I have to protect my physical body with my soul. Otherwise, once my physical body is destroyed, I'll be doomed eternally. However, in recent years, I've been getting weaker and weaker. Fang Wanxian sighed. At this moment, a terrifying aura filled the air. In the distance, endless darkness was devouring heaven and earth. Darkness erosion. Once again, it engulfed the entire swamp of destiny. Lin Feng knew how terrifying darkness erosion was. When he saw it, his expression changed drastically. Hide behind him, Fang Wanxian said in a deep voice. Lin Feng quickly ran behind Fang Wanxian. Endless darkness shrouded them. Between heaven and earth, there was an eerie and terrifying aura of death. That aura of death made Lin Feng feel extremely oppressed. He had a strange feeling. The darkness erosion here was different from the darkness erosion he had seen before. The darkness erosion that appeared here. It seemed to be more powerful. It was even more terrifying. Kingdom of 10,000 immortals. 10,000 immortals appear. When the darkness eroded the entire world, when the darkness was about to devour Fang Wanxian and Lin Feng, Fang Wanxian stepped forward. His voice. It was sonorous and forceful. It was full of energy. A loud shout resounded between heaven and earth like the sound of Tao. Then, a mysterious kingdom appeared behind Fang Wanxian. That kingdom. It was surrounded by endless immortal light. Chapter 36-29. The kingdom of 10,000 immortals was one of the greatest forces in this era. How prosperous was the kingdom of 10,000 immortals in the past? It was so powerful that it was hard to believe. However, in the end, the kingdom of 10,000 immortals was destroyed. For countless people, the kingdom of 10,000 immortals was a myth, full of countless secrets. However, the kingdom of 10,000 immortals was destined to be ethereal and difficult to approach. Countless people wanted to explore the secrets of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. But in the end, they couldn't find anything. A place like the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. It was destined not to be accessible to ordinary people. Lin Feng had already heard the rumors of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. Now, Fang Wanxian, the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, actually summoned the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. And the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. It even showed the 10,000 immortals phantom. It was really incredible. It was shocking and moving. Lin Feng felt that things were not so simple. He vaguely felt that there was a reason why the sect leader called him Fang Wanxian. He thought of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. Was it that? Fang Wanxian. In fact, he had a close connection with the kingdom of 10,000 immortals that others didn't know. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. From some things, he could see some clues. For example, The magical power that Fang Wanxian mastered was related to the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. Moreover, Lin Feng thought of the peak battle between Fang Wanxian and the Red World Fairy. Immortal Venerable Red Dust had long cultivated the 3,000 great Daos. No one knew how terrifying it was. Fang Wanxian and the Red World Fairy fought for thousands of rounds and was defeated by one move. Then, how terrifying was Fang Wanxian's cultivation to be able to do this? Lin Feng even suspected. Did Fang Wanxian get the orthodoxy of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals? Of course. These were Fang Wanxian's secrets. Everyone had their own secrets. Lin Feng wouldn't ask Fang Wanxian. This was the most basic principle of dealing with things. The 10,000 immortals, Phantom 1,000 immortals, walked out of the kingdom of 10,000 immortals. They entered the darkness. They fought with the unknown existence in the darkness. The darkness kept corroding Fang Wanxian and Lin Feng's bodies. But Fang Wanxian's methods were extremely amazing. Finally, the darkness dispersed, and of the sky, Fang Wanxian's body became even more illusory. A night of exhaustion had almost exhausted him. Are you still not done yet? You don't need to worry about me. When Fang Wanxian heard Lin Feng, he remained silent. Of times. Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't thought that things would be so serious. He did not doubt Fang Wanxian's words. After all, there was no need for Fang Wanxian to lie to Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, may I know how I can rescue you? My body is bound by the chains of destiny. I need to find the sword of destiny and sever the chains. Only then can you help me escape." Fang Wanxian said. "Sword of destiny? What's that?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Fang Wanxian said, "The sword of destiny is the sword of the master of destiny. Only the sword of destiny can sever the chains of destiny." After hearing Fang Wanxian's explanation, Lin Feng finally understood the origin of the sword of destiny. It seemed that the master of destiny didn't just forge the immortal bell of destiny. Lin Feng asked curiously, "Senior, may I know how you ended up trapped under the mountain range back then?" Fang Wanxian sighed. It's a long story. He didn't answer Lin Feng's question directly. There was even a hint of sadness in her eyes when she said the words "it's hard to explain." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Back then, when Fang Wanxian was imprisoned here, he didn't show any hatred or anger. Instead, he showed a sad expression. What was going on? Could he have been schemed against by someone he knew? Only when one was plotted against by someone they knew, someone they thought they were close to, would they show such an expression? Of course. These were just Lin Feng's guesses. What exactly was the situation? Lin Feng didn't know for now. However, he felt that this matter was indeed not simple. Perhaps the truth was very close to his guesses. "Senior, do you know where the Sword of Destiny is?" Lin Feng asked. "I know, but that place is too dangerous. There are extremely terrifying creatures guarding it. If you enter it rashly, only death will await you. Not to mention you, even Emperor Lords or some itinerant immortals would not be able to return after entering that place," Fang Wanxian said. "What? That place is so dangerous?" Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The place that Fang Wanxian mentioned was too terrifying. Lin Feng continued to ask, "Senior, is the place where the Master of Destiny died?" Fang Wanxian nodded and said, "That's right. That place is where the Master of Destiny died. There are too many terrifying creatures around it. It's a true forbidden area, the core of this land of death." Lin Feng finally understood why that place was so dangerous. It turned out that it was the core of the land of death. The core of any land of death was an incomparably dangerous place. No one dared to enter those places. Because entering them was no different from courting death. Lin Feng had some understanding of the core of the land of death. It was said that the sleeping beings in the core area were all extremely ancient existences. Due to various reasons, they had no choice but to sleep in the core of the land of death. They hoped to extend their lifespan. Lin Feng said, "Maybe I can give it a try. I know you have good intentions, but that place is too dangerous." "But that place is too dangerous." I won't tell you the exact location, Senior, don't worry. I'm not acting recklessly. I have a stone armor on me that can block the detection of the terrifying creatures in the land of death. If I wear the stone armor and be careful, I think I should be able to sneak into the place where the Master of Destiny died. Lin Feng said. Oh, there's such a stone armor. Fang Wanxian couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng nodded. He said, Senior, please tell this junior where that place is. This junior will definitely be more careful. Fang Wanxian was silent for a moment. Finally, he said, all right, I can tell you the place. However, if you find something amiss, return immediately. All right, Lin Feng replied. Chapter 36:30. Lin Feng looked at the mountain peak, which wasn't too far away. It seemed that he was now in the depths of the Swamp of Destiny. Let's take advantage of the fact that the darkness erosion hasn't appeared in the morning. I'll go take a look at that place, Lin Feng said. Don't be in a hurry. Wait until nighttime, Fang Wanxian said. Nighttime? Lin Feng was very confused. In his opinion, nighttime was the most dangerous time. The hope of deceiving the world was also the slimmest. Fang Wanxian explained, most of the creatures there are in deep slumber, and very few of them have awakened. Usually, when they wake up, they will choose to go out to look for food. However, they don't like to see the sun, so they will still stay there during the day. At nighttime, when the darkness erosion has occurred, they will come out. That's when the darkness erosion has occurred. That's when the darkness erosion has occurred. I see. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Fang Wanxian then took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lin Feng. If you leave that place at night, it will be very dangerous when the darkness erosion occurs. Take this jade talisman with you. It will protect your safety. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng took the jade talisman and thanked Fang Wanxian. I should be the one thanking you. You should rest well. I also need to conserve my energy and prepare to deal with the darkness erosion tonight, Fang Wanxian said. All right. Lin Feng nodded. They each found a place to rest. Lin Feng's divine will entered the mountain river ring and carefully checked Wu Yuehan's condition. Then, Lin Feng frowned. Wu Yuehan was still unconscious. It seemed that the monster's poison was really too terrifying. Although the white jade toad had helped Wu Yuehan detoxify the poison, Wu Yuehan's condition was still very bad. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that Wu Yuehan's life was not in danger. After his divine will left the mountain river ring, Lin Feng began to adjust his breathing. The previous battle had been intense. Lin Feng had also consumed a lot of energy, so he took advantage of this opportunity to adjust himself to his best condition. Only then would they be able to better deal with the various dangers that were about to come. Time passed. Very soon. The sun was setting. Dusk arrived. Soon, darkness would envelop the land. Fang Wanxian opened his eyes and walked out. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "Go now before it gets dark. The darkness won't erode the mountain you're going to. When you get there, don't rush in. Find a place to hide and wait until midnight to enter. Junior will remember." Lin Feng cupped his fists and quickly left. A cold and gloomy aura filled the swamp. The outer regions of the mountain range were filled with swamps. It was impossible to walk on them, so they could only fly. From time to time, highly toxic marsh gas would be emitted. There were many terrifying ferocious beasts and poisonous insects living in the swamp. This was something that the cultivators entering Fate Swamp had to be extra careful about. Of course. The most terrifying thing about Fate Swamp wasn't the various ferocious beasts or poisonous insects in the swamp. Instead, it was the dark erosion and some ancient existences that had awakened from their slumber. The dark erosion could devour life. And those ancient existences that had awakened from their slumber all had heaven-defying cultivation bases. No matter what kind of situation it was, once encountered, it would make one despair. Lin Feng quickly moved through the swamp. He had to increase his speed. He had to get to the mountain range before the darkness corroded his body. The dark erosion was too terrifying. Lin Feng had obtained the life-saving jade talisman from Fang Wanxian. But he still had to be cautious when dealing with the dark erosion. Because Lin Feng was worried about the jade talisman. It couldn't completely resist the dark erosion. Lin Feng was very fast. Before the sky turned dark, he arrived outside the mountain range. Then, Lin Feng took out the stone armor and put it on. The stone armor was very heavy and had a greenish-gray color. It was very similar to the color of many ordinary stones in the forest. But obviously, the stone armor had an extraordinary effect. After putting on the stone armor, Lin Feng entered the mountain range. There was a slightly lower mountain peak at the entrance of the mountain range. That mountain peak was like a fierce tiger. That ferocious tiger would jump up at any time and pounce forward. And the main peak not far away was shaped like a giant dragon. A dragon and a tiger, a place of great danger. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but he didn't pay too much attention to the terrain here. This was a place where a group of terrifying creatures slept, so it was naturally very dangerous. So, there was nothing to be surprised about having such a dangerous terrain. Lin Feng entered the mountain range and found a hidden place. He hid in this place and waited for the darkness to come. Not long after, the darkness came, and a cold aura spread between heaven and earth. The dark erosion appeared. Just as Fang Wanxian said, the dark erosion didn't erode the Longhu mountain range where Lin Feng was. Maybe it was because this place should be the place where the ancient creatures of the Swamp of Destiny slept. A scorching flame flew from the depths. Looking carefully, one could see that there was a ferocious beast in the flame. It was a fire ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. The fire ape's aura was monstrous, although it didn't deliberately release its aura. And Lin Feng was more than 1,000 meters away from the fire ape. But Lin Feng still felt like he was suffocating under the pressure. That feeling was quite terrible. His breathing became slightly hurried. The fire ape was very sensitive. It was originally flying outside, but now the fire ape stopped and stood in the void, looking around. It seemed to be searching for Lin Feng's traces. Lin Feng was shocked. He just breathed a little more heavily, but the fire ape sensed it. Moreover, he had the stone armor to cover his aura, so it was difficult to really hide it. The fire ape was too terrifying. Lin Feng quickly stopped breathing and didn't dare to make any movements, for fear of attracting the fire ape's attention. The fire ape searched for a while, but didn't find any movement, so it flew outside. Lin Feng didn't let out a long breath until the fire ape left. In the next period of time, 6 or 7 terrifying creatures walked out from the depths of the mountain range. Until late at night. No more creatures walked out from the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng walked out of his hiding place. He took a deep breath. Carefully, he walked into the depths of the mountain range. Not long after, Lin Feng saw the huge cave residence in the depths of the mountain range. Chapter 36-31. It's here. Lin Feng came to the outside of the cave and looked into the depths. It was pitch black inside and visibility was extremely low. Such a place suppressed the 6 senses. Therefore, even if a powerful cultivator came here, he wouldn't be able to see too far. Most importantly, such a place couldn't be explored with spiritual force. Once spiritual force was used, if he used divine sense, he would definitely be discovered by the terrifying creature sleeping inside. At that time, he would be dead. Lin Feng carefully entered the cave. This passageway was extremely large and winding. He couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Right now, he was rather worried that he was stepping on a sleeping ferocious beast. Wouldn't that be terrible? Now, Lin Feng could only hope that his luck wouldn't be so bad. A cold and gloomy aura filled the cave. Not long after, a cracking sound was heard. When this sound was heard, Lin Feng was so scared that his hands and feet turned cold. Because he stepped on something and made a sound. Fortunately, he had just entered the cave not long ago. In the area he was in, there weren't any terrifying sleeping creatures. Otherwise, he would definitely alarm those terrifying creatures. Lin Feng squatted down and felt around. He found a pile of bones in front of him. Someone came here in the past. And he even died in this place. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of peerless experts who were interested in the land of death. Those peerless experts came one after another to explore the secrets of the land of death. Some of them did indeed obtain heaven-defying opportunities in the land of death. Then, they completed a major transformation in their lives and became unparalleled existences. However, even more people died in the land of death, becoming skeletons in the land of death. Only a few succeeded. Even more people were reduced to white bones. Lin Feng carefully walked around the skeleton and continued to walk deeper. He became more and more careful, because the deeper he went, the more dangerous it became. Who knew when a terrifying creature would appear? Not long after, a gloomy and terrifying aura spread out from the depths. After feeling that gloomy and terrifying aura, Lin Feng's face turned pale. A terrifying creature was walking outside. He could already hear the footsteps. Could it be that the terrifying creature had discovered him? Lin Feng stood in the cave, leaning against the wall on the left. He didn't move and even held his breath. He didn't dare to make any noise. Not long after, a pair of pale green eyes appeared in the darkness. It was too dark in the cave. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't see the terrifying creature's body. He could only see its eyes. That terrifying creature walked outside step by step. Lin Feng didn't know what level of an expert it was. When Lin Feng sensed his qi, he had the impression that his determination was about to collapse. This was an indescribable pressure. It was so powerful that it made people despair. That terrifying creature soon came to Lin Feng's side. At such a close distance, Lin Feng finally saw what kind of creature it was. It was a creature with a human body and a crow's head. His hands weren't human hands, but a pair of thick arms, like the claws of a crocodile. The most creepy thing was that this terrifying creature didn't have hair growing on its body. His body was densely covered with small snakes. It was a small black snake that grew out of his body. The densely packed small snakes stuck out their forked tongues and looked around with cold eyes. When it came to Lin Feng's side, that terrifying monster actually stopped. He seemed to have noticed something. Lin Feng's face changed greatly, but he didn't dare to make any noise. The stone coat could block the senses of these terrifying creatures. But if Lin Feng moved, he definitely wouldn't be able to block the senses of these terrifying creatures. At that time, he would definitely be discovered by these terrifying creatures. At that time, it would be a dead end. Suddenly, that terrifying creature turned his head and looked at Lin Feng's position. He walked towards Lin Feng's position step by step. Dong dong dong, Lin Feng's heartbeat suddenly sped up. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out. At this moment, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from outside. He didn't know what had happened. This terrifying creature turned his head and looked outside. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning. He quickly rushed outside and soon disappeared without a trace. Scared me to death. Lin Feng's heart still had lingering fear. Only now did he realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. It was really too dangerous just now. If it wasn't for the change outside. He was afraid. He had been discovered by that terrifying existence. At that time, it would be difficult to escape. Lin Feng stabilized his emotions. Then, he walked inside step by step. Not long after, there was some light in front. A cave appeared on the rock wall on the left side of the cave. The light was emitted from that cave. What's that? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering. He walked towards the cave. When he arrived outside the cave, Lin Feng found that the cave was isolated by a layer of golden light. That layer of golden light was very special. It seemed to be able to slow down the flow of time. And in the cave, there was a terrifying creature lying on its stomach. This creature was extremely strange. It had the body of a deer, the head of a lion, the eyes of a dragon, the tail of a tiger, and the claws of a leopard. Lin Feng had never seen such a creature. And this creature was obviously still alive. Because Lin Feng found that its body was moving up and down. It was obviously breathing. Lin Feng didn't disturb this terrifying creature. He left the place where the terrifying creature was sleeping and continued to walk inside. Not long after, Lin Feng saw the second cave. In this cave, there was also a terrifying creature slumbering in a deep sleep. What surprised Lin Feng was that the terrifying creature sleeping in this cave looked like a dragon. This dragon was about 3 meters long. Its body was like a lizard, and its head was huge. Looking at its head, it looked like a Tyrannosaurus rex of the Earth Dragon clan. The Tyrannosaurus rex was an existence that was even stronger than the Tyrannosaurus rex. However, this dragon's body was a little too small. The Western Dragon clan's body was generally larger. Lin Feng walked all the way into the depths. He saw dozens of caves one after another. Some of the caves were empty, and some of the caves had terrifying creatures sleeping in them. Lin Feng passed through the place where the creatures were sleeping, and a fork appeared in front of him. Lin Feng entered the left fork. Not long after, he saw a skeleton. Chapter 36-32. The corpse was sitting cross-legged, and the clothes on his body had long rotted away, even though only the skeleton was left. However, his skeleton was still emitting a shocking energy fluctuation. His skeleton was not the grayish-white skeleton of an ordinary cultivator. It was a very rare emerald green skeleton. This kind of emerald green skeleton was the color of jade. In the darkness, it emitted a faint fluorescent light. Could it be the skeleton of the Master of Destiny? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. It wasn't an easy task to mutate the bones. It required a strong cultivation base to support it. Obviously, a powerhouse like the Master of Destiny should have this ability. And this powerhouse was sitting cross-legged when he died, and his corpse was not damaged at all. In other words, the terrifying creatures living here did not touch this corpse. One had to know. The terrifying creatures that lived here were not good people. After this powerhouse died, his corpse must have had a great effect on the cultivation of these creatures. But the creatures here did not eat this powerhouse's corpse. This meant that there were too many problems. Lin Feng carefully walked towards the corpse. As he got closer to the corpse, he slowly approached it. Waves of gloomy and cold aura spread and engulfed his entire body. That kind of gloomy and cold aura made Lin Feng shiver involuntarily. A faint pressure spread out from the corpse. Although it was not strong, it was extremely terrifying. After feeling the pressure emitted from the corpse, Lin Feng felt an extremely serious sense of oppression in his heart. That kind of oppression made Lin Feng feel like he was about to suffocate. This junior did not mean to offend senior. This time, I came here hoping to obtain senior's inheritance and spread senior's lifelong knowledge, Lin Feng said respectfully. Lin Feng did not come here just to find the Sword of Destiny. Of course. His main purpose was still to obtain the inheritance of the Master of Destiny. Lin Feng hoped to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So far, everything seemed to be going quite smoothly. That skeleton seemed to have its own consciousness, and when it heard Lin Feng's words, it was shocked. The pressure emanating from the skeleton actually dissipated. Lin Feng looked at the skeleton in shock. As expected of the skeleton left behind by a top powerhouse. He could even understand his words. Lin Feng walked towards the skeleton again. He gradually approached the skeleton. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited when he came to the skeleton's side. Countless powerhouses outside were trying to find the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny. But who would have thought? He had actually obtained the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was puzzled about. He didn't see the Destiny Immortal Bell. Could it be that the treasure was still outside? The Immortal Bell of Destiny was extraordinary. Lin Feng guessed that this supreme treasure had most likely turned into a tool cultivator. It was extremely difficult to subdue such an existence. Perhaps the current mission of the Destiny Immortal Bell was to find a successor for the Master of Destiny. Lin Feng kowtowed 3 times in front of the skeleton. Then, he took off the storage ring on the skeleton's hand and impatiently poured his divine sense into the storage ring. But then, Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. The storage ring had been destroyed. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. Could it be that the Sword of Destiny was destroyed along with the storage ring? And the orthodoxy of the Master of Destiny's legacy was also destroyed. Lin Feng frowned. At this moment, Lin Feng saw that there seemed to be a token in the arms of the skeleton. Lin Feng held the token in his hand. He carefully observed it. The token was made of an unknown material and was cold to the touch. When Lin Feng took the talisman, he was astonished. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. It seems that someone has entered this place. When the voice fell, Lin Feng felt the scene in front of him change. The next moment, he arrived in a mysterious space. There were only 2 people in this space. One of them was him. The other person was a man in white. This man in white was extremely handsome. "Senior, are you the Master of Destiny?" Lin Feng looked at the man and asked. The reason he entered this space should be related to the token. Lin Feng suspected that the skeleton belonged to the Master of Destiny and that the skeleton should be the man in front of him. "I am not the Master of Destiny," the man in white said. Lin Feng was shocked. The man in white was not the Master of Destiny. This was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. The skeleton of the Master of Destiny is in another cave. The man in white said. Lin Feng asked. "Senior, how should I address you?" "Undying Realm. By Chang Tian," the man in white said. Lin Feng was surprised. He had not expected this man to be a cultivator of the Undying Realm. The white-clothed man continued, "I hope that you can help me bring this token to the Undying Realm, and then give it to my father, Bai Lenchan. Also, tell my father to be on guard against eldest senior brother Sun Daoyang. Why must you be wary of him?" Lin Feng could sense that things were not as simple as they seemed and could not help but ask. The man in white sighed. "In the past, I came here with big senior brother to search for the items left behind by the Master of Destiny. However, big senior brother ambushed me and I suffered a near-fatal injury. However, I managed to injure big senior brother severely as well. Big senior brother managed to escape while I was powerless to do anything. Eventually, I passed away here." Lin Feng asked. Could it be that he wanted to take all the treasures here for himself? Was that why he tried to kill him? The man in white shook his head. Big senior brother cultivates the Tao of emotionlessness. He has no interest in treasures that have nothing to do with the Tao of emotionlessness. The reason why big senior brother ambushed me was because he wanted to become the Grandmaster of Jiuling sect. Jiuling sect? What sort of power is that? Lin Feng asked curiously. The man in white replied, Jiuling sect is one of the oldest and strongest sects in the Undying Realm. They control the Jiuling region of the Undying Realm. My father is the Grandmaster of Jiuling sect, and I'm the first in line to inherit the position. Only by killing me can big senior brother see any hope of taking control of Jiuling sect. Lin Feng asked. Senior, didn't you notice the wild ambitions of this man? The man in white sighed. Big senior brother hid it too well. Everyone was fooled by him. He knew that I was interested in the Tao teachings of the Master of Destiny. Therefore, he thought of a way to find the Tao teachings of the Master of Destiny to lure me here. However, I don't hate him. If I do, I can only hate myself for trusting him too much. Lin Feng continued, if I can reach the Undying Realm, I will definitely not let you down. I will report this matter to Senior's father. Many thanks. Chapter 36-33. The thing that appeared in the hands of the man in white was a white jade pendant. This is. Lin Feng looked at the white jade pendant and couldn't help but frown slightly. The white jade pendant was extraordinary. He just didn't know. What was the origin of this white jade pendant? The man in white said with a sad expression, this was originally a pendant given to me by my junior sister Qian Choshua. I understand my junior sister's feelings, but in the end, I have to let her down. Please bring it back with you and give this pendant to my junior sister. Lin Feng took the pendant. He glanced at it and found that the pendant was not a treasure. Estimated. It was just an ordinary token, but it had an extraordinary meaning. Okay, when the time comes, I will definitely help Senior to give the pendant to Senior Qian Choshua. Lin Feng said. Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to leave for you. The man in white sighed. Lin Feng said, Senior is too serious. Junior is not doing this to get anything. Work hard to cultivate. The world is very big and boundless. In the future you will come into contact with a new world. At that time, you will know that what you see and know is after all a small place. The man in white said. Lin Feng felt that the man in white's words had a hidden meaning. Because at the current stage, what Lin Feng saw and knew about the world was boundless. But the man in white said that this was a small place. It couldn't help but make people daydream. Lin Feng didn't know what the man in white's words meant. But Lin Feng felt that the man in white must want to tell him something. But in the end, he was afraid and didn't say it out loud, but he still said this sentence to remind himself. The man in white's body began to become illusory. His body. It was dissipating little by little. In the end, the man in white's body completely disappeared in front of him. And Lin Feng felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. The next moment, his divine sense returned. Lin Feng found himself standing in the cave. The man in white's skeleton actually spontaneously combusted. And in his hand, he was actually holding the pendant that the man in white gave him. Rest in peace, Lin Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the burning white-clothed man's skeleton. Next, he bowed 3 more times to the white-clothed man's skeleton. The white-robed man's skeleton turned into ashes. Lin Feng sighed. In the past, this person must have been incomparably powerful, but in the end, he ended up in such a miserable state. It really made one sigh endlessly. The world of cultivators was just that cruel. Sometimes you don't hurt people. But there's no guarantee that others won't harm you. Therefore, one must always be on guard against others. This sentence was simply a saying of wisdom. He absolutely could not forget it. Because once he forgot, once he relaxed, he might be schemed against. At that time, he would end up like the white-robed man, dying a tragic death. Lin Feng put away the token and the white jade pendant. Then, he went back the way he came. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the fork in the road. Lin Feng then walked towards another cave. After entering the cave, Lin Feng saw a skeleton in the depths of the cave. The owner of the skeleton had been dead for a long time. Next to the skeleton, there was a sword stuck in the ground. When he saw the sword, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The Sword of Destiny. That sword must be the supreme treasure passed down by the Master of Destiny, the Sword of Destiny. Because Lin Feng felt the power of destiny from that sword. That sword was also the key to saving Fang Wanxian. Found it. I finally found the skeleton of the Master of Destiny and the Sword of Destiny. I wonder if the inheritance of the Master of Destiny is also here? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He walked towards the skeleton of the Master of Destiny. However, at this moment, a gust of cold wind blew in the cave. When the chilly wind blew, Lin Feng's mind suddenly trembled. Because the cave was located in the innermost part of the cave, the wind from the outside couldn't blow in. However, the chilly wind that blew for no reason made Lin Feng feel that something was wrong. He quickly stopped and held his breath, not daring to move an inch. Clang. However, at this moment, an invisible force blasted onto Lin Feng's body through the stone armor. That formless power was simply too powerful. It directly sent Lin Feng flying. The stone armor was extraordinary. It blocked most of the force. Only a small part of the force affected Lin Feng. Even so, that small part of the force still caused great damage to Lin Feng. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Lin Feng didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. His face turned as white as a sheet of paper. His mind was overwhelmed with shock. There must be a terrifying creature hiding in this cave. It was that terrifying creature that attacked him. Lin Feng got up from the ground. He looked around with a gloomy expression. However, after searching carefully, Lin Feng didn't find anything. Other than the skeleton of the Master of Destiny, he was the only one here. Don't you think it's embarrassing for such a powerful existence like you to hide in the dark and attack? Come out and let me see what kind of creature you are, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. However, he didn't get any response. Bang! In the next moment, an invisible force blasted onto Lin Feng's body again. Immediately, Lin Feng was sent flying. Whoa! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. If it wasn't for the stone armor, it would have been too dangerous just now. This kind of stone armor could neutralize the attacks of creatures in the land of death. However, it could only neutralize a part of the attack. It couldn't neutralize all the attacks. Therefore, Lin Feng's situation was still very bad. Lin Feng didn't even know what attacked him. This made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness. If this continued, only death would await him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He looked at the skeleton of the Master of Destiny. Perhaps, the skeleton of the Master of Destiny could protect him. Lin Feng got up from the ground and quickly ran towards the skeleton of the Master of Destiny. An endless gloomy and cold aura filled the air, and a majestic power suddenly burst out like the sea. Like a waterfall falling, its power was so strong that it was shocking. That terrifying force directly enveloped Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng felt his hands and feet turn cold. There was no way he could resist that terrifying force. His face immediately revealed an expression of extreme shock. If such a terrifying force descended, it would be disastrous. It was very likely that he would die and his Tao would vanish. At this moment of life and death, the Sword of Destiny. It actually shook the void. In the Sword of Destiny. Chapter 36-34. Swoosh. Dazzling sword energy surged out from the inside of the Sword of Destiny. The sword energy seemed to be able to instantly pierce through the void and shatter heaven and earth. The power was so strong that it was shocking. The Sword of Destiny directly soared into the sky and came to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng fully activated the 3 layers of Haki. His body was under the protection of the Haki. Soon, he was able to move freely. Lin Feng opened his big hand and grabbed the Sword of Destiny. Crack! It was accompanied by a violent sound of friction. The Sword of Destiny was directly grabbed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng waved the Sword of Destiny and slashed forward. The surging terrifying power was instantly torn apart by Lin Feng's Sword of Destiny. The power of the Sword of Destiny. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Because the Sword of Destiny actually dissolved the terrifying creature's attack. Roar, but at this moment, a low roar resounded in the cave. The commotion here. It had already attracted the attention of the sleeping creatures outside. Some sleeping creatures only raised their eyelids. Then they continued to close their eyes, ignoring the situation in the depths of the cave. However, some of the sleeping creatures came out of their slumber. Then they entered the depths of the cave. A total of 7 or 8 terrifying creatures arrived. When he saw those terrifying creatures, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. With so many terrifying creatures, the situation was too dangerous. It made him feel the threat of death. Although the Sword of Destiny could exert an unimaginable effect. But it was unrealistic to only rely on the Sword of Destiny to block the attacks of so many terrifying creatures. Lin Feng was also very clear about this. Therefore, Lin Feng's expression was very serious. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. The slightest carelessness could cause him to die here. The person who is blessed by fate. A silver creature looked at Lin Feng, its eyes flashing with dense killing intent. Very good, it can increase our fate. Another creature said with a cold smile, full of murderous intent. These terrifying creatures devoured flesh and blood only to maintain some of their physical needs. What really drove them crazy was the power of providence. Luck was something that couldn't be explained in words. This was an invisible force that no one could see with the naked eye. However, no one could ignore providence. Some people could find an ancient cultivator's immortal's cave just by going out, and then make a fortune. Some people went through untold hardships, narrowly escaping death, and finally found a cave that not only did not have any treasures, it was actually occupied by a large number of terrifying ferocious beasts. This was because the 2 of them had different destinies. Their cultivation realms became more and more profound. The greater the effect of luck on a cultivator, the greater the effect. The terrifying creatures in the land of death clearly had a greater desire for luck than anyone else. They yearned for the blessing of providence, which would play an extremely important role in their future. Let's share this human cultivator's fortune, the third terrifying being spoke. Then, A group of terrifying creatures rushed towards Lin Feng. Suffocating pressure. It engulfed his entire body, even though he was holding the sword of destiny. But Lin Feng still felt his soul trembling. He couldn't even move his body. This feeling was too terrible. It was hard to imagine what level of existence these creatures were. In front of these existences, Lin Feng felt like he was an ant. These terrifying creatures were all gigantic dragons. The difference was so great. Just as these terrifying creatures were about to pounce, suddenly, crack. The void cracked open. Then, an ancient bell flew out from the crack in the void. When he saw this ancient bell, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This ancient bell. It was actually the immortal bell of destiny. Lin Feng had seen the immortal bell of destiny before, and he even suspected that the immortal bell of destiny had turned into a weapon cultivator. This suspicion wasn't without reason. The immortal bell of destiny was simply too heaven-defying in many ways. This was the main reason why Lin Feng was suspicious. Now that the immortal bell of destiny had appeared, a powerful devouring force surged out from the immortal bell of destiny. Lin Feng was devoured by the immortal bell of destiny. As for those terrifying creatures, they rushed over and bombarded the destiny immortal bell with their powerful attacks. Dong dong dong. The immortal bell of destiny suddenly let out earth-shaking collisions. But the immortal bell of destiny was simply too hard. These terrifying creatures of the land of death were incomparably powerful. But their attacks weren't able to destroy the immortal bell of destiny. This was the life treasure of the Master of Destiny. Naturally, it was incomparably extraordinary. After blocking the attacks of the terrifying creatures, the immortal bell of destiny directly tore open the void. Then, it drilled into the cracked void and disappeared without a trace. The terrifying creatures let out furious roars one after another. Swish! A light flashed. The immortal bell of destiny appeared in a forest. Then, the immortal bell of destiny threw Lin Feng out. Thank you for saving my life. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The immortal bell of destiny said, "You were actually able to silently sneak into the place where the Master of Destiny died. You are quite capable." Lin Feng was shocked. Now, the immortal bell of destiny had taken the initiative to speak. It seemed that the immortal bell of destiny had indeed turned into a weapon cultivator. For a treasure like the immortal bell of destiny, once it turned into a weapon cultivator, it would become an independent entity. It was equivalent to a cultivator. Under normal circumstances, others wouldn't be able to subdue it. There were only two ways to make the immortal bell of destiny recognize a master. First, the immortal bell of destiny recognized a master. Second, using absolute strength to suppress the immortal bell of destiny. But obviously, it was extremely difficult to do these two things. Lin Feng said, "I was very lucky to be able to enter that place." The immortal bell of destiny said, "If it was just luck, you wouldn't have been able to enter that place. Since you found the skeleton of the Master of Destiny, I am free now. I can finally be free. Take this item, it should be of great benefit to you." Light surged. An item flew out. That item. It was actually a stone. This is. Lin Feng was puzzled. The Stone of Destiny. The Master of Destiny was born with the Stone of Destiny. My mission is to wait for the arrival of a person who can inherit the Stone of Destiny. The Stone of Destiny should have recorded the most powerful divine abilities of the Master of Destiny. Cultivate well and don't let the divine abilities of the Master of Destiny be lost. As soon as it finished speaking, the immortal bell of destiny disappeared into thin air. The methods of the immortal bell of destiny were indeed extremely shocking. Chapter 36-35. There was basically no dark erosion in the depths of the swamp of fate. However, this was not absolute. Lin Feng appeared in the depths of the territory. The dark corrosive energies were staring at him. The dark erosion was as fast as lightning. It swallowed all the light around it. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the jade talisman that Fang Wanxian had given him before. When the dark erosion came, a dazzling immortal light gushed out from the mysterious jade talisman. 9 figures appeared in the immortal light. They seemed to be immortals of the country of 10,000 immortals. They surrounded Lin Feng and helped Lin Feng resist the dark erosion. Lin Feng vaguely heard a sound like a ghost crying coming from the darkness. That sound made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. In addition to the sound like a ghost crying, Lin Feng always felt that there seemed to be something terrifying staring at him in the darkness. This feeling was so strong. Lin Feng had always been extremely confident in his feelings. Therefore, he believed in everything he felt. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. Or else. He didn't know what terrible situation would happen. Lin Feng quickly rushed to the distance. The 9 immortal phantoms guarded him and dispelled the darkness. And the darkness had been constantly attacking the defense line of the 9 immortal phantoms. Again and again, it hit him. After attacking many times in a row, it didn't break through the defense line of the immortal phantoms. This made Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. In the end, Lin Feng returned to the place where Fang Wanxian was suppressed under the protection of the 9 immortal phantoms. Fang Wanxian's spiritual body was resisting the dark erosion. "Senior, I brought the Sword of Destiny," Lin Feng said. Fang Wanxian's spiritual body showed joy. Fang Wanxian's spiritual body rushed to Lin Feng. He joined Lin Feng. He needed to protect Lin Feng's safety to prevent Lin Feng from being killed by the dark erosion. When dawn came, the dark erosion quickly dispersed. After a night of fighting, Fang Wanxian's spirit body became more and more illusory. Perhaps it was just as the innumerable immortal spirit body had said, his spirit tea would not be able to last for long. Perhaps in the near future, his spirit body would be destroyed. Lin Feng's appearance was just too timely. "Go. Let's go down," Fang Wanxian's spirit body said. Lin Feng nodded. He followed Fang Wanxian's spirit body into the cave. In the depths of the cave was a large rift valley. The rift valley led to the bottom of the mountain range. Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian's spirit bodies entered the Great Rift Valley. In the end, they arrived at the foot of the mountain range. There was an independent space under the mountain range, and this space was enveloped by a huge energy shield. Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian's spirit bodies entered the energy barrier. Then, they arrived at the interior of the space. Inside the space, 4 thick chains connected the 4 corners of the space. Fang Wanxian's original body was chained by the 4 chains, and his body was suspended in midair. However, at this moment, Fang Wanxian's original body was motionless, and his eyes were closed. Fang Wanxian's spirit body entered the body of his original body. At this time, Fang Wanxian's original body opened his eyes. Lin Feng took out the Sword of Destiny, then jumped up into the air, and slashed at one of the chains. Puff! The Sword of Destiny cut the chain in half in an instant. Lin Feng moved quickly, and slashed 3 more times in a row. Puff! 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 The other 3 chains were also cut by Lin Feng. Fang Wanxian was free. Fang Wanxian, who had just escaped, was severely injured. Obviously, it would take some time for him to fully recover. However, Fang Wanxian was strong enough, so his aura was still unfathomable. "Come with me." Fang Wanxian waved his hand, and Lin Feng was immediately wrapped up. They flew deeper into the space. They directly penetrated through that space. When they came out of that space, they found themselves in the core world. Here, raging flames burned the world. "Senior, what are you doing here?" Lin Feng asked. "Back then, I came here to look for something, but I didn't find it. Instead, I was plotted against and imprisoned. But in recent years, I've sensed that thing. It seems to have appeared." Fang Wanxian said. "What thing?" Lin Feng asked. "Saint Soul Dragon Crystal," Fang Wanxian said. "Saint Soul Dragon Crystal? What's that?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "1 crystal can create 2 thoughts. Even if the soul dies, the body will not die. A single Saint Soul Dragon Crystal can help a person split into 2 secondary primordial spirits," Fang Wanxian said. "What? So powerful?" Lin Feng was shocked. In recent years, Lin Feng had encountered many fortuitous encounters. He had obtained several natural treasures, and he had split into 3 secondary primordial spirits. So now, Lin Feng had one primary primordial spirit and 3 secondary primordial spirits. He could do 4 things at once. It was a treasure that could help a cultivator split into 2 secondary primordial spirits. Lin Feng had never seen it before. Let alone seen it before. He had never even heard of it before. There are always some unbelievable things in this world. The Saint Soul Dragon Crystal is one such thing, Fang Wanxian said. Lin Feng nodded. He and Fang Wanxian began to search for the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal. However, after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find it. Could it be that the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal has left this place? Lin Feng asked. Impossible. A few days ago, I sensed the aura of the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal, Fang Wanxian said. Then, he looked at the depths of the planet's core. Flames were burning there, and the void was distorted by the heat. The temperature there was at least a few 100,000 degrees. If ordinary great emperors approached that area, their bodies would be burned to ashes. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one dared to go there. Let's go there and take a look. Fang Wanxian pointed at the area. It was the entrance to the depths of the planet's core. The center of the great world was the planet's core. In the depths of the planet's core, there was the power of the great world. However, the depths of the planet's core were too terrifying. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to enter and extract the power of the great world. This was because it was said that the power of the great world was often very powerful. Even if a cultivator entered the depths of the planet's core, they would probably be killed by the power of the great world. Lin Feng took out the ruler's armor. He wore the ruler's armor to protect his body as he flew toward the entrance to the depths of the planet's core with Fang Wanxian. As they got closer to the entrance to the depths of the planet's core, the temperature became higher and higher. However, Lin Feng had the 5 heavenly fires and the protection of the ruler's armor, so this temperature didn't hurt Lin Feng. Fang Wanxian's strength was heaven-defying. This temperature also didn't cause any harm to Fang Wanxian. Soon, Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian arrived at the entrance to the depths of the planet's core. As soon as they arrived, suddenly, amidst the endless flames, a fire dragon rushed out. The fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian. Chapter 36-36. The fire dragon was hidden in the flames. Taking advantage of the appearance of Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian, it suddenly attacked, wanting to catch Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian off guard. It's the fire dragon transformed from the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal. Fang Wanxian's eyes suddenly lit up. The origin of the fire dragon in front of him was extremely extraordinary. It was not an ordinary fire dragon. It was the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal that Fang Wanxian had mentioned before. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Because the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal could actually transform into a fire dragon, it was really incredible. Lin Feng's mind became active. If he could get the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal, it would be of great benefit to him. In fact, Lin Feng still had a supreme treasure that could split the 5th primordial spirit. This supreme treasure was the 7-colored holy flower that he had obtained from the evil devil bandit group's lair. It was just that during this period of time, Lin Feng had not had time to refine the 7-colored holy flower. If he could get the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal, he could refine it together. Facing the devouring of the fire dragon formed by the Saint Soul Dragon Crystal, Lin Feng directly used the Demon Ancestor Sacred Fist. With a punch, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Lin Feng, who was wearing the Dominator's armor, became extremely terrifying. Fang Wanxian could not help but be slightly surprised. Of course, Fang Wanxian was even more terrifying. He was a person who seized the great fortune of heaven and earth. Therefore, his realm was profound and his cultivation was powerful. Although Fang Wanxian was now weak. But this was only relatively speaking. In fact, Fang Wanxian was still extremely terrifying. Bang! Fang Wanxian attacked and slapped the fire dragon. The joint attack of Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian was really powerful. The fire dragon was directly slapped away. Seeing that it was no match for Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian, the fire dragon turned and flew toward the depths of the core world. Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian chased after it. In the depths of the core world, there were destructive forces everywhere. The void was distorted together. If one was not careful, they could be instantly killed by the distorted void. But fortunately, Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian's cultivation was high. Their means were tyrannical. They chased after him relentlessly. After chasing for dozens of miles, they finally caught up to the fire dragon formed by the Holy Soul Dragon crystal. Lin Feng's thoughts moved. The 3 stone swords flew out and slashed towards the fire dragon. Fang Wanxian, on the other hand, condensed out a kingdom of myriad immortals, which shot towards the fire dragon. The roar of the fire dragon shook the heavens. He wanted to struggle. But in the end, he failed. He was killed by Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian. In the end, the fire dragon turned into a dragon crystal. The dragon crystal was the size of a walnut. With a flick of his finger, Fang Wanxian slashed the sword chi at the dragon crystal. Immediately, the dragon crystal split into 2. "You take this half," Fang Wanxian said. Lin Feng took the dragon crystal. He had always been like this. He wouldn't reject anything that he needed, not to mention that he had also contributed to killing the fire dragon. It was only natural for him to obtain half of the dragon crystals. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the core world. That aura caused Lin Feng's expression to change abruptly. It was as if some primordial beast had awakened from its slumber. "Is there some terrifying creature in the core?" Lin Feng asked with a solemn expression. Fang Wanxian nodded and said, "It is indeed very possible. Now that I have not recovered, it is not good to stay here for long. Let's go." "All right," Lin Feng replied. He quickly flew out with Fang Wanxian. After coming out of the underground world, Lin Feng and Fang Wanxian rushed out of the Master of Destiny. The trip to the Master of Destiny was fruitful. Lin Feng was very satisfied. Outside, Fang Wanxian looked at Lin Feng and said, "Back then, you participated in the matter of the 9 regions. I guess you must be a thorn in the eyes of all the clans, right? It's better to leave the heavenly sage great world as soon as possible." Lin Feng said, "I am only 1 step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. I want to break through in the heavenly sage great world before leaving. There are indeed many forces from the myriad races that want to kill me, but it is not that easy for them to do so. I can use the experts of the myriad races to temper my cultivation. I hope to reach a peak state when I break through to the Emperor realm. Since you have made up your mind, you must be very careful. These forces from the myriad races are much more terrifying than you imagined. When they invaded the 9 regions, they probably did not use their trump cards. If they did, the outcome would be hard to say," Fang Wanxian said. Lin Feng was shocked. Clearly, Fang Wanxian had a better understanding of the myriad races. What was the trump card that Fang Wanxian was talking about? Lin Feng asked curiously, "What exactly is the trump card that Senior is talking about?" Fang Wanxian said, "The ancient experts that sealed themselves in the stone. No one knows how terrifying their cultivation is." Hearing that, Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. If even Fang Wanxian was using such words to describe the myriad races' trump cards, one could imagine how terrifying the myriad races' trump cards were. Fang Wanxian said, "Fortunately, these trump cards can only be used when the myriad races are in danger of being wiped out. At other times, they cannot be used." Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief at Fang Wanxian's words. But then again, it seemed to make sense. Those trump cards naturally could not be used casually. Every time they were used, the cost would be enormous. "Where are those trump cards?" Lin Feng asked. "Myriad Saints Mountain. It is the holy land of the myriad races. Although the Alliance of Holy War, Alliance of Immortals, and Alliance of Fiendish Demons are like fire and water, the 3 forces will never have any disputes at Myriad Saints Mountain. That is because Myriad Saints Mountain is the holy land of the myriad races. Every few years, the 3 forces will go there to worship their ancestors. At that time, some of the young experts will fight in the arena. The winner will be qualified to enter the depths of Myriad Saints Mountain to undergo a baptism. It is said that once they undergo the baptism, they will obtain great benefit." "I see." Lin Feng could not help but nod. Lin Feng then asked, "Senior, what are your plans?" "I plan to return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect to take a look. I wonder how the Reincarnation Immortal sect is doing. After that, I will look for Lord Tortoise's whereabouts," Fang Wanxian said. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Senior, thank you for remembering my master." Fang Wanxian said, "Although Lord Tortoise is not my master, he has guided me in my cultivation many times. Let's part ways here. Senior, take care," Lin Feng said. Fang Wanxian nodded and said, "You are alone in the heavenly sage great world. You must be careful." The two of them exchanged a few words. And then, they parted ways. Fang Wanxian flew toward the astral world. As for Lin Feng, he left the area where the Master of Destiny was. He flew in the direction of Metal Stone City. He had no idea where Wu Liang Daoist had gone. Lin Feng wanted to join forces with Wu Liang Daoist. They were going to explore the Myriad Races Cemetery of the Holy War Alliance together. Chapter 36-37. The Golden Stone City was still very lively, but now a large number of cultivators had entered the Forest of Destiny. Therefore, the current Golden Stone City was not at its most lively time. When Lin Feng arrived at the Golden Stone City, he returned to the place where he first stayed. He inquired for a while. Only then did he know that the immeasurable Daoist had not returned. He did not know where the immeasurable Daoist had been teleported to. Lin Feng planned to wait for a while. He rented a courtyard in the courtyard area of the inn, and then carried the unconscious Wu Yuhan out of the mountain river ring. Then he placed her on the bed. This woman, who was like a top-grade beauty, was now weak and pale. Although the monster's poison had been neutralized. However, it had also caused serious damage to Wu Yuhan. Fortunately, Wu Yuhan's cultivation was relatively strong, otherwise, she would have died long ago. Lin Feng entered the time and space. He planned to refine the 7-colored holy flower and half of the dragon crystal. Lin Feng first took out the 7-colored holy flower. Then he swallowed the 7-colored holy flower. Then the immemorial dragonesque elephant art was activated, and his body began to absorb the power of the 7-colored holy flower. Time passed day by day. The 7-colored holy flower and half of the dragon crystal were refined by Lin Feng one after another. After refining these 2 heaven and earth treasures, Lin Feng once again obtained 2 primordial spirits. Now, Lin Feng already had 1 main primordial spirit and 5 auxiliary primordial spirits. At most, he could do 6 things at once. This was a rather heaven-defying ability. Lin Feng flew out of the time and space. He found that Wu Yuhan was still unconscious, but her complexion was much better than before. Lin Feng reached out and checked Wu Yuhan's pulse. Then he couldn't help but frown slightly. Wu Yuhan's pulse was weak, it seemed to be caused by the poison. In such a situation, it was not suitable to take any elixirs. Because when one's body was in an extremely weak state, consuming such nourishing things would be counterproductive. Lin Feng sat on the bed and then helped Wu Yuhan up. Lin Feng let Wu Yuhan sit in front of him. Next, Lin Feng's left hand was placed on Wu Yuhan's lower abdomen, while his right hand was placed on Wu Yuhan's back. Lin Feng's magic power slowly flowed into Wu Yuhan's body. Lin Feng hoped to use his magic power to nourish Wu Yuhan's body. In that case, Wu Yuhan might be able to recover faster. This was the only way Lin Feng could think of at the moment. As Lin Feng's spiritual power poured into Wu Yuhan's body, Wu Yuhan's originally cold body also began to warm up. Her face, which was originally as pale as a sheet of paper, now had a touch of rosy color. Especially Wu Yuhan's lips. Originally, Wu Yuhan's lips were pale. Now, it was starting to turn pink. Lin Feng revealed a happy expression. It seemed that he had used his magic power to nourish Wu Yuhan's body. Indeed, it had a great effect on Wu Yuhan. As time passed, Wu Yuhan's body gradually recovered. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yuhan's long eyelashes fluttered. The next moment, she opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Lin Feng beside her. Then, she saw the ambiguous posture with Lin Feng and immediately blushed. Of course, Wu Yuhan also knew that Lin Feng was healing her, and she was very grateful. Looking at Lin Feng, whose eyes were tightly closed, Wu Yuhan suddenly felt a rush of excitement. Did he save me? Wu Yuhan could not help but think in Han Xin. Wu Yuhan still remembered the scene very clearly. She was attacked by the monster, and because of the poison, she instantly fainted. Wu Yuhan originally thought that she was going to die. But who would have thought that she would be saved by someone? Although Wu Yuhan did not know what happened after she fainted. However, Wu Yuhan could roughly guess the scene at that time. At this time, Lin Feng also opened his eyes. Seeing that Wu Yuhan had woken up, Lin Feng was very happy. You're awake. How do you feel? Lin Feng asked. I feel fine. Thank you for saving me, Wu Yuhan said with a red face. A man and a woman alone in a room. Although it was to heal her and it was pure, Wu Yuhan was destined to have never experienced such things. Moreover, it was the first time she had such contact with a man. Therefore, she was very shy. Lin Feng got up, put on his shoes, and said, Fairy has just woken up. Have a good rest. You can call me Yuhan in the future, Wu Yuhan said with a red face. Lin Feng called her Fairy, which was more or less distant. Wu Yuhan did not know why she took the initiative to let Lin Feng call her Yuhan. Generally, only a relatively close relationship could call a woman that. Wu Yuhan suddenly felt that she was a bit attached to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was slightly stunned, then nodded. He did not stay in Wu Yuhan's room for long. Lin Feng left Wu Yuhan's room and let her rest. In the next few days, Lin Feng would use his magic power to nourish Wu Yuhan's body every day. The two sides had more and more contact, and their relationship became much closer. Lin Feng was still waiting for the immeasurable Daoist to arrive, but that damn Daoist still did not come. Lin Feng was already planning to leave. He wanted to go directly to the Sacred War Alliance's Myriad Races Cemetery. Perhaps he could wait for the immeasurable Daoist there. As for Wu Yuhan, her recovery was already quite good. And there was no banquet that lasted forever. Lin Feng planned to bid farewell to Wu Yuhan. That night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Wu Yuhan seemed to know that Lin Feng was planning to leave, and she looked a little melancholic. Lin Feng sat on the roof and looked at the moon. Looking up at the moon, he lowered his head and thought of home. What was home? Home was parents, relatives, friends, and fellow disciples. Lin Feng worked hard to make himself stronger and stronger. He cultivated hard. In order to be able to reunite with his parents and relatives one day. Then they would live together peacefully. Enjoy the warmth of family. And family was extremely important to Lin Feng, who lost his mother at a young age. Wu Yuhan flew up and sat beside Lin Feng. Under the moon. Wu Yuhan was like a fairy from the moon palace that had fallen to the mortal world. She was so beautiful and holy. Where does the young master plan to go next? Yuhan wants to train with the young master, Wu Yuhan said. She said these words to a woman. Lin Feng naturally understood the feelings contained in it. If Lin Feng wanted to take Wu Yuhan, it was just a matter of pushing the boat with the current. But Lin Feng could not let Wu Yuhan follow him. First, Wu Yuhan had not completely recovered and needed to rest for a while. Second, because Lin Feng was a thorn in the side of the Sacred War Alliance, he would definitely be in danger. If he brought Wu Yuhan along, it would not benefit Wu Yuhan. Chapter 36-38. Lin Feng said, Fairy's body has not fully recovered yet. You should return to your family to recuperate. I will recover very soon. I will definitely not become a burden to young master. Wu Yuhan bit her lips and said. Wu Yuhan was very intelligent. When Lin Feng said those words, she already knew what Lin Feng was thinking. A goddess like Wu Yuhan had countless pursuers. She should have been incomparably arrogant. She didn't want to look at countless geniuses. Being rejected by a man had never happened before. So, when Lin Feng had politely refused her, she felt like she should have left arrogantly. This was in line with her temperament as a goddess of heaven. However, Wu Yuhan did not do that. Because, she knew. If it was really for face. He turned around and left. This farewell. Perhaps it would be an eternal farewell. Compared to face. Wu Yuhan clearly knew what she wanted more. So, she did not leave. Instead, she used an almost pleading tone, hoping to stay by Lin Feng's side. It was the hardest to accept a beauty's grace. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He wanted to reject Wu Yuhan again, but after seeing Wu Yuhan's exquisite and beautiful face, it was really hard to have the courage to reject such a peerless beauty. Can I bring Yuhan along? Wu Yuhan's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng without blinking. Lin Feng reached out and gently caressed that exquisite and beautiful face. Wu Yuhan was wild with joy as she threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace. In the end, Lin Feng was unable to wait for immeasurable Taoist to return. He did not bring Wu Yuhan along, because the following journey was too dangerous. What Wu Yuhan wanted was a result, a promise. And Lin Feng told Wu Yuhan that he would go to the Immortal God Alliance to visit her soon. Only then did Wu Yuhan agree. Lin Feng and Wu Yuhan bid farewell. Wu Yuhan headed to the Immortal God Alliance. And Lin Feng headed to the Sacred War Alliance's Myriad Tribes Cemetery. The Myriad Races Cemetery of the Sacred War Alliance was located in the Sacred War Ancient Forest. The Holy Battle Ancient Forest was an ancient forest. In the depths of the Holy Battle Ancient Forest, there was a place. A total of 95 enormous dragon veins gathered together to form the 9-5 supreme terrain. One had to know. The location of a dragon vein could be considered a place with good feng shui. Not to mention the place where the 95 dragon veins gathered. It was perfectly compatible with the way of the 9 and 5 supreme that the ancient Saint Emperor followed. And this place was obviously an extremely dangerous place. Because this place was heavily guarded. Furthermore, there was an Emperor Realm Master overseeing it. The Holy War Alliance had set up a terrifying killing array with the 95 dragon veins as the center. Any cultivator who wanted to enter and rob the tomb. Basically, they wouldn't have a good ending. 3 months later, Lin Feng arrived at this place. When he arrived at this place, Lin Feng stood at the periphery and observed the Myriad Tribes Cemetery. In the depths, dragon qi surged and purple light spewed out. It was indeed a place with good feng shui. Burial technique. Many people thought it was a superstition. But to be honest, burial technique wasn't a superstition. Burial technique contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, and a place with good feng shui was related to the fate of heaven and earth. Therefore, a place with good feng shui was often chosen to be buried in a place with good feng shui. This way, it could bring good fortune to future generations. This saying. It did sound fleeting and ephemeral. But it was true. Just like the saying of fate. It seemed ethereal, but it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, those top forces were extremely strict when it came to choosing a place with good feng shui. Not every place had the qualifications to become a place with good feng shui. Because the Holy War Alliance consisted of 20 to 30 royal families, hundreds of royal families, and other large and small myriad families. The composition was extremely complicated. These forces were also secretly scheming and weren't as united as they seemed on the surface. And between these forces, there was an inseparable relationship. Therefore, the relationship between these forces of the Holy War Alliance was very difficult to completely untangle. These forces also had their own clan's burial grounds. Most of the people who died in their clan were buried in their clan's burial grounds. For example, Daoist Wu Liang had gone to the ancestral land of the Golden Saint Lion clan to dig up the graves of their ancestors. Halfway through, he was discovered. Since all the major forces had their own graveyards, why would the forces of the Holy War Alliance build a myriad races graveyard? This matter could be traced back to a very, very long time ago. At that time, when the otherworldly creatures invaded, the Holy War Alliance, the Immortal God Alliance, the Demon Alliance, and the rest of the 7 major alliances were formed. These 7 alliances worked together to repel the invasion of the otherworldly creatures. That battle was too tragic, with countless deaths and injuries. Thus, the Holy War Alliance chose a place with good feng shui and buried all the experts who died in the Holy War Alliance in a cemetery. This was the origin of the Holy War Alliance's Myriad Races Cemetery. Later, after countless storms, of the original 7 alliances, only 3 remained. And the Holy War Alliance still maintained their original traditions. Once the experts who contributed to the Holy War Alliance died, they would be buried in the Holy War Alliance's Myriad Races Cemetery. Of course, among the various clans of the Holy War Alliance, those experts who didn't contribute to the Holy War Alliance would only be buried in the cemetery built by their clans. Lin Feng paced back and forth in the outer area of the Myriad Races Cemetery. He was waiting for the immeasurable Daoist to arrive. Lin Feng knew that the damned Daoist would definitely come. Perhaps he might come late. But he definitely wouldn't not come. That night, Lin Feng rested in the forest. Above the 9 heavens, the silver moon was like a plate. But in the latter half of the night, the moon was gradually eaten away. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Heavenly Dog devours the moon. Lin Feng stood up. Then he frowned. Heavenly Dog devours the moon, this wasn't an auspicious event. In the legends, it was written that Heavenly Dog devours the moon, 100 ghosts walk at night, 10,000 demons appear, calamity and chaos. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't determine whether these legends were true or not. However, Heavenly Dog devours the moon was indeed not a good thing. Could it be that something has happened? Lin Feng frowned. He felt that perhaps something unknown had really happened. It was just that he did not know what it was. The matter of Heavenly Dog devours the moon cast a shadow over Lin Feng's heart. 3 days later. It was still night. Intense fluctuations were transmitted from within the Myriad Races Cemetery, followed by the eruption of a great battle. Someone entered the Myriad Races Cemetery to rob the tombs. Lin Feng was shocked. Someone must have wanted to rob the tombs. They were discovered by the experts guarding the Myriad Races Cemetery. He didn't know if it was the immeasurable Daoist. Chapter 36-39. Although the Myriad Races Cemetery was heavily guarded, it was unrealistic to stop Lin Feng from entering. When Lin Feng arrived at the Myriad Races Cemetery, he realized that a huge battle had broken out. About a dozen cultivators were surrounded by the experts of the Myriad Races. The cultivators who were surrounded were all wearing golden armor. Each of them had a deep and powerful aura. Tomb raiding officers. When he saw those cultivators, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. They were actually tomb raiding officers. Mountain moving Daoist, tomb raiding officer, tomb raiding officer. These were the 3 great inheritances of the tomb-raiding world of the cultivation world. There were very few people in the mountain-moving Daoist lineage. The immeasurable Daoist was a mountain-moving Daoist. The tomb-raiding officer and tomb-raiding officer's lineage were still very powerful and had many branches. These 3 lineages each had their own abilities. Therefore, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. Lin Feng originally thought that the immeasurable Daoist had entered the Myriad Races Cemetery to rob the tomb. Hence, he was discovered. But who would have thought that the tomb raiders weren't the immeasurable Daoist, but a group of tomb raiding officers? There were too many experts buried in the Myriad Tribe Cemetery since ancient times. Hence, there were too many precious burial items in the cemetery. Naturally, they would be targeted by a large number of cultivators. It wasn't just the tomb raiders. Righteous, evil, demon, and other cultivators were all staring at the Myriad Races Cemetery. Tomb raiders weren't the only ones who liked to make money from the dead. Everyone liked to do this kind of thing. But, the wealth of the dead wasn't something that anyone could covet. If they were careless, they might die without a burial ground. Especially when robbing the tombs of these large factions. Lin Feng didn't show himself. He was secretly observing this battle. More than 10 tomb raiding officers were very powerful when they joined forces. They were surrounded by 200 to 300 cultivators of the Myriad Races. The Myriad Races even sent out 12 divine emperors, 9 immortal emperors, 5 imperial lords, and 2 emperor sect experts. They were actually unable to kill these tomb raiding officers. On the contrary, the cultivators of the Myriad Races suffered continuous losses. Those tomb-raiding officers dared to come to the myriad races cemetery to rob tombs. Naturally, they were powerful and confident in themselves. If they didn't have some skills, they wouldn't dare to come to the myriad races. The dozen tomb raiders were about to break out of the encirclement. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the depths of the mountain range. "How dare you behave so atrociously in our myriad races cemetery? You're really courting death." Along with this cold voice, a voice rang out. Immediately after, a cultivator stepped forward, one step at a time. He was a middle-aged cultivator with a square face and an ordinary appearance. However, his aura was abnormally terrifying. When he saw the middle-aged cultivator, he was shocked. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The middle-aged cultivator's aura was very similar to the aura of a cultivator from the Sacred God clan. It seemed like he was an expert from the Sacred God race, the number one race among the 10,000 races. Moreover, this was an Emperor Realm Master. His cultivation base. It was simply unfathomable. Sheng Dongchen. Upon seeing this cultivator, the leading tomb raider's expression changed slightly. The tomb raider clearly recognized the middle-aged cultivator. Their faces were also covered by armor, so it was impossible to see what they looked like. However, the middle-aged cultivator couldn't see their faces. However, by sensing their aura, the middle-aged cultivator actually recognized the identity of the cultivator who had just spoken. "So it's you. We met 500,000 years ago? In the Sacred Emperor Great World's Longevity Ridge?" Sheng Dongchen looked at the leading tomb raider with an indifferent expression. "That's right. You sure have a good memory," the leader of the tomb raiders said with a cold expression. "I couldn't kill you 500,000 years ago. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings," Sheng Dongchen said with a cold smile, his voice containing monstrous killing intent. When he heard Sheng Dongchen's words, the leader of the tomb raiders sneered. "Aren't you being a little too presumptuous? If we want to leave this place, you can't stop us. Ha 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 ha, what if the two of us join in? Can we stop all of you?" At this moment, loud laughter came from the depths of the mountain range. Then, two cultivators stepped forward. Surprisingly, the two cultivators who stepped forward were also Emperor Realm experts. The cultivator on the left was an old man from the ancient god clan called Shen Xiuqi. The cultivator on the right was a middle-aged cultivator from the Sky Devil clan called Murong Yi. Both of them had extremely powerful auras and unfathomable cultivation. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the two Emperor-level experts. Emperor-level experts were considered the top fighting force among the myriad clans. Apart from the royal clans of the myriad clans, there were also experts of this level among the Imperials. As for the rest of the clans, there were probably no Emperor-level experts among them. Such experts were definitely a very small proportion among the vast number of cultivators of the myriad races. Such experts were definitely the best. However, there were actually 3 Emperor-level experts in the myriad clan's cemetery. This was really beyond Lin Feng's expectations. "Break out of here quickly." The expression of the leader of the tomb raiders changed drastically when he saw the 2 Emperor Realm Masters behind them. Then he shouted. If there was only one Emperor-level cultivator, Sheng Dongchen, he still had the confidence to fight him. But now, however, 3 Emperor Realm Masters had appeared. This battle, how could he continue fighting? Therefore, the first thing the leading tomb raider thought of was to quickly break out of the encirclement with his subordinates. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely bad. "You can't escape," Sheng Dongchen sneered. Then, Sheng Dongchen quickly pounced on the leader of the tomb raiders. Shen Xiuqi and Murong Yi, the 2 venerable sovereigns, also pounced on the leader of the tomb raider. The 3 Emperor-level experts besieged the leading tomb raider. The rest of the myriad clan's cultivators besieged the remaining dozen or so tomb raiders. Although the remaining dozen or so tomb raiders were extremely powerful, they weren't able to withstand the pressure. However, after all, they were too few in number while the myriad clans had too many cultivators. After a short stalemate, they couldn't hold on any longer. The reason why they were able to suppress the myriad clan's cultivators before was that the leading tomb raider was an Emperor-level expert. Now that the leading Tomb Raider was besieged by the three great experts, he had no time to care about them. Puff, puff. The sound of tearing could be heard one after another. The dozen or so Tomb Raiders were directly killed by the myriad clan's cultivators. Their corpses quickly fell from the air into the forest. The leading Tomb Raider was also seriously injured under the siege of the three Emperor-level experts. His chest was pierced through by a terrifying sword chi, which was almost a fatal injury. The leading Tomb Raider took out a dozen powerful jade talismans. Those jade talismans exploded and forced the three Emperor-level experts to retreat. Then, Chapter 3640. Don't let him get away. The three sovereigns spoke at the same time. Their voices were indifferent and filled with endless killing intent. The leader of the Tomb Raiders had been severely injured, and there was only one of them left. The three Emperor Realm Masters were naturally full of confidence. They believed that it would not be difficult to kill the leading Tomb Raider. The leading Tomb Raider increased his speed to the extreme. However, his injuries were too severe. The sword chi had directly shattered his heart meridian. It was an injury that was almost impossible to heal with medicine. Anyone who suffered such an injury, it would almost be fatal. It was naturally the same for the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Unless he had the immortal divine body like Lin Feng, which could repair damaged bodies. However, the leading Tomb Raider did not have the immortal divine body. He felt that his speed was getting slower and slower. His body was getting more and more tired. His consciousness was getting fainter and fainter. Even his eyes became blurry. The leading Tomb Raider could not hold on any longer. The situation was extremely bad. The three Emperor Realm Masters sneered at the same time. They looked at the leading Tomb Raider. It was like a cat teasing a mouse. It was a look full of contempt and disdain. Are you ready to die? Sheng Dongchen's face showed a grim expression. He raised his right hand and directly slashed out a dazzling sword chi. The sword chi. It pierced through the void. Just as he was about to land a fatal blow on the leader of the Tomb Raiders leader's body suddenly stopped in midair. The leading Tomb Raider could not hold on any longer. His body fell toward the ground. As a result, Sheng Dongchen's attack actually landed in midair. The corner of Sheng Dongchen's mouth twitched slightly. This attack was supposed to be a sure-kill attack on the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Who would have thought that the leading Tomb Raider's body had almost reached its limit and fell to the ground? Instead, he was lucky enough to dodge the attack. Sheng Dongchen was about to rush forward and grab the leading Tomb Raider. However, at this moment, the void trembled slightly. A cultivator wearing a mysterious suit of armor appeared. Then, the cultivator grabbed the leader of the Tomb Raiders. The person who appeared was naturally Lin Feng. Seeing the mysterious person who suddenly appeared, the three Emperor Realm Masters couldn't help but reveal dense killing intent on their faces. Snatching someone from their hands, wasn't that just courting death? The three Emperor Realm Masters attacked at the same time, condensing powerful divine abilities. Sheng Dongchen used a move called 10,000 Fiend Shattering Sky Technique to attack Lin Feng. Shun Xiuqi used a divine ability called 10,000 Elephant Strength Technique to attack Lin Feng. Murong Yi, on the other hand, used a move called Bloodbath Divine Ability to attack Lin Feng. The divine abilities of the three Emperor Realm Masters were extremely powerful. Just a little carelessness. There was a risk of death. Facing the attacks of three great emperors, Lin Feng showed no signs of fear. He used the supremacy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths technique. This powerful divine ability displayed an extremely heaven-defying might. It directly collided with the divine abilities of the three great emperors. Then, both sides were annihilated. At this moment, Lin Feng grabbed the leader of the Tomb Raiders and quickly flew away. Who are you? How dare you snatch someone that our Sacred War Alliance wants to kill? Sir, are you trying to make an enemy of our Sacred War Alliance? If you let go of this person and leave now, we'll pretend that nothing happened. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being impolite. The three Emperor Realm Masters said one after another. Someone played the villain. Someone played the villain. They wanted Lin Feng to hand over the leader of the Tomb Raiders to them. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he couldn't help but sneer twice. A threat to the 3 Emperor Realm Masters. Lin Feng didn't care at all. Although the 3 Emperor Realm Masters were very powerful, it wasn't difficult for Lin Feng to escape from their hands. Seeing Lin Feng leave with the leader of the Tomb Raiders without looking back, the 3 Emperor Realm Masters' faces became extremely gloomy. Their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Lin Feng dared to ignore the 3 Emperor Realm Masters. Wasn't this a slap to their faces? Now, the 3 Emperor Realm Masters wanted to kill Lin Feng. They sped up, trying to catch up to Lin Feng. But soon, the corners of the 3 Emperor Realm Masters' mouths twitched violently. Because, when they sped up to catch up to Lin Feng, they were shocked to find that Lin Feng was also speeding up. Besides, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He was gradually increasing the distance between them. Activate the array. The 3 Emperor Realm Masters' faces were gloomy. They began to activate the array in the 95 dragon veins. But it was too late. Before the formation was activated, Zhong Xian's eyes lit up. Lin Feng had already rushed out. Don't chase a cornered enemy, Sheng Dongchen said with a gloomy expression. Although he also wanted to catch Lin Feng and cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, they couldn't leave the Myriad Tribe's cemetery. Once they left, it would be a dereliction of duty. Although they were extremely angry and filled with killing intent. However, the 3 great emperors still suppressed their anger. In a mountain forest 30 miles away, Lin Feng stopped. He placed the leader of the Tomb Raiders on the ground and let him lean against a tree. The leader of the Tomb Raiders was not dead yet, but his aura was extremely weak. Obviously, nothing could be done to reverse the situation. I really didn't expect that I would end up like this, the leader of the Tomb Raiders said with a bitter smile. Your Excellency, you were careless, Lin Feng said. Yes, a single mistake can lead to everlasting regret. This fellow cultivator must learn from my lesson in the future. The leader of the Tomb Raiders said. Lin Feng was silent and didn't answer. A light flashed in the right hand of the leader of the Tomb Raiders. An item appeared in his hand. Lin Feng looked over and found that it was a black ferocious beast made of stone. Its body was like a tiger and leopard, and its head and tail were like a dragon. Its color was black and gold, and there was a pair of wings on its shoulders that couldn't be spread out, and a corner of its head was tilted back. That ferocious beast was actually a Pishio. The Pishio wasn't big, only a dozen centimeters tall. It was made of an unknown material. It was densely covered with runes. Each rune was extremely ancient and emitted a mysterious power. There were also records of the Pishio in myths and legends. It was written in the classic of mountains and seas, the record of divine beasts. The Pishio was ferocious and mighty. It was in charge of patrolling in the sky, preventing demons, ghosts, plagues, and diseases from disturbing the heavenly court. In ancient times, people often used the name Pishio to refer to the army. Legend had it that the Pishio violated the laws of heaven, and the Jade Emperor punished it to only feed on wealth from all directions. It could swallow all things but not drain them. It could attract wealth and gather treasures. It could only enter and not exit. After this story spread, the Pishio was regarded as an auspicious beast that attracted wealth and treasures. The leader of the Tomb Raiders said, this blackstone Pishio was obtained from an ancient tomb. It is said that there is a great secret hidden in the blackstone Pishio. Now that I can't hold on any longer, I'll give this treasure to you. I hope that one day, you can unlock the secret in it. When that time comes, don't forget to burn incense for me and tell me the secret of the blackstone Pishio. If my wish is fulfilled, I can die in peace. Okay, I promise you. Lin Feng took the blackstone Pishio and said, thank you. The leader of the Tomb Raiders said sincerely. Then he couldn't hold on any longer. His body twitched a few times. Then he died. An expert at the Sovereign Realm. He died just like that. Chapter 3641. This is a good place with beautiful scenery. Although the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance are incomparably hateful, I have to admit that they are very good at finding good places with good feng shui. Junior will bury Senior here, but unfortunately, I can't build a grave for Senior, nor can I erect a tombstone for Senior. If Senior is discovered, Senior won't be able to rest in peace after death. Senior, you've been a tomb raider all your life. You don't want your grave to be raided after death, right? Lin Feng said as he looked at the corpse of the leader of the tomb raiders. Lin Feng sighed with emotion at the death of this venerable emperor. Venerable emperors were extremely terrifying existences, but they weren't invincible. Anything could happen in the world of cultivators. Not to mention venerable emperors, even sovereign lords, or existences that surpassed sovereign lords, there was also the possibility of death. Lin Feng didn't take off the mask covering the venerable emperor's face. He didn't see what the man looked like. Since the man was already dead, he didn't bother to look at his face. Since he was already dead, there was no need to disturb him. Lin Feng dug a deep hole in the forest and placed the venerable emperor inside. As for the venerable emperor's storage ring, Lin Feng took it away. It would be a waste to keep the storage ring. It might be discovered by other tomb raiders because of the storage ring. It was natural for Lin Feng to take the storage ring. This should have been his opportunity in the first place. After burying the venerable emperor, Lin Feng left the area. He found a secluded cave and sealed it with a seal. Then, Lin Feng looked at the obsidian Pishio. The obsidian Pishio emitted a cold aura. This obsidian Pishio should have been dug out from one of the tombs in the Myriad Tribe Cemetery by the group of tomb raiders. The leader of the tomb raiders was very experienced and knowledgeable. Since he said that there was a huge secret hidden in this black stone Pishio, Lin Feng believed the venerable emperor's last words. Lin Feng tried to invade the black stone Pishio with his spiritual sense. However, the black stone Pishio blocked the probing of divine sense. Lin Feng then tried to refine the Blackstone Pishio with his magic power. But he still failed. The Blackstone Pishio also blocked the magic power from entering. Magic power was unable to enter the interior of the Blackstone Pishio. Naturally, there was no need to refine the Blackstone Pishio. Lin Feng finally used the method of dripping blood to bind the Blackstone Pishio. However, even the most primitive method had failed. The Blackstone Pishio was too strange. It seemed impossible to refine it. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, do you recognize this Blackstone Pishio? The Demon Lord said, I've heard of it before. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The Demon Lord was truly omniscient and knowledgeable. What's the origin of the Blackstone Pishio? Lin Feng asked. The records of Pishio in myths and legends were very legendary. However, the Blackstone Pishio should be different from an ordinary Pishio, right? The Demon Lord said, rumor has it that it is related to the ancient Saint Emperor. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. Lin Feng frowned. The Demon Lord's knowledge was indeed very limited. However, since it was related to the ancient Saint Emperor, then, this treasure was very likely related to the human race. Because, the ancient Saint Emperor usually referred to the human race's experts, not other races. Is there a way to refine the Blackstone Pishio? Lin Feng asked. This kind of thing that can't be refined is quite special. Perhaps there is a special refining method, or perhaps it really can't be refined. However, if it is kept in the body and is constantly nourished with magic power, there might be some changes over time, the Demon Lord said. He didn't say it with too much certainty, because everything was unknown. Lin Feng nodded. He temporarily kept the Blackstone Pishio and continued to wait for the immeasurable Daoist to come. In the following period of time, Lin Feng had been cultivating in time and space. 10 days later, the restriction in Lin Feng's seclusion area fluctuated. Lin Feng was alarmed and stopped cultivating. Then, he walked out of time and space. Swoosh! A light flashed. The immeasurable Daoist passed through the restriction and entered the cave. Although the damned Daoist's research on formations was not as good as Lin Feng's, it was still unfathomable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break Lin Feng's restriction. Brother, it was really easy to find you. I returned to Goldenstone City to look for you, only to find out that you had already left. Thus, I went straight to the Myriad Tribe Cemetery. My guess was right. You are really here. The immeasurable Daoist grinned. His methods were extraordinary. He could find him in the Myriad Tribe's cemetery through a special method. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. Lin Feng asked, "Where were you guys sent to?" The immeasurable Daoist said gloomily, "Don't even mention it. We were sent to Crimson Fire City, which is extremely far away from the Forest of Destiny. Then, we hurried back to Goldenstone City. When we arrived, we couldn't find you. Instead, we were surrounded by many experts from the Sacred War Alliance. If not for Wu Xiu and the others' help, we would have been separated forever." At this point, the immeasurable Daoist still had a lingering look on his face. It seemed that it had been extremely dangerous back then. "What about Wu Xiu and the others?" Lin Feng asked. "They've already returned to the Immortal God Alliance," the immeasurable Daoist said. "What's the situation in the Swamp of Destiny?" Lin Feng continued asking. "That place is a complete mess. I don't know why, but the terrifying creatures sleeping in the depths of the Swamp of Fate woke up and walked out of the depths of the Swamp of Fate. They're constantly hunting experts, causing great panic. Many powers have already retreated from the Swamp of Fate." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could the awakening of those terrifying creatures have something to do with him entering the cave in the depths of the Swamp of Destiny? The immeasurable Daoist continued, "The Sacred War Alliance has already issued a bounty for the two of us. Do you know how much the bounty is for the two of us?" The immeasurable Daoist asked. "I don't know." Lin Feng shook his head. 100 million immortal stones for each of us," the immeasurable Daoist said. This guy had a bounty of 100 million immortal stones, yet he still seemed somewhat pleased with himself. Lin Feng clicked his tongue and said, "The Sacred War Alliance is really willing to pay a hefty price." "That's right." The immeasurable Daoist pursed his lips. That night, the eclipse of the moon happened once again. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist stood in the forest, looking up at the moon that was being devoured. They couldn't help but frown. "It's not a good thing to see a lunar eclipse," the immeasurable Daoist said. Lin Feng said, "A few days ago, I saw a lunar eclipse." "Did you not see it?" The immeasurable Daoist's expression changed. "What? You've already seen the eclipse of the moon once." Chapter 3642. What's wrong? Did you not see the eclipse of the moon before? Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wu Liang in confusion. The moon hung high in the sky. Logically speaking, if a scene like the eclipse of the moon occurred, everyone would be able to see it. Lin Feng had seen the eclipse of the moon before. Daoist Wu Liang should have been able to see it as well. However, judging from Daoist Wu Liang's reaction, he did not seem to have seen the eclipse of the moon. Lin Feng found it very strange. Not seeing the eclipse of the moon? That's really strange. Daoist Wu Liang frowned and said, "In other words, we can see the eclipse of the moon in the Myriad Races cemetery, but we can't see it outside the cemetery." Lin Feng also felt that this was very likely the case. If that was the case, it was too strange. There must be some unknown secret behind this. Could it be that the eclipse of the moon was caused by the Myriad Races cemetery? Or could it be that the eclipse of the moon is related to the Myriad Races cemetery? Lin Feng said with a frown. Daoist Wu Liang nodded. This was indeed a possibility. Lin Feng said, "Not long ago, I saw a group of tomb raiders coming to rob the tomb. The leader was a venerable sovereign. However, there are 3 venerable sovereigns guarding the Myriad Races cemetery. In the end, those tomb raiders were all wiped out. Usually, there's only 1 venerable sovereign guarding the place. Now that there are 3 venerable sovereigns guarding the place, it's really suspicious. It seems that something unknown is going to happen in the Myriad Races cemetery," Lin Feng said. Daoist Wu Liang could not help but ponder. Then, he said, "We can't care that much. It's fine as long as we can find what we need," Lin Feng said. "I think we should act tonight." "All right," Daoist Wu Liang replied. The eclipse of the moon lasted much longer than the previous time. A gloomy and cold aura filled the air. The originally bright moon had almost disappeared, leaving only a black border. The Myriad Races cemetery became as dark as ink. The Myriad Races cemetery was extremely huge. In the dark night, there were cultivators patrolling around the Myriad Races cemetery. Let's first rob one of the main tombs. It's in the deeper regions, and I heard that it belongs to a loose immortal, Daoist Wuliang said. Loose immortals were commonly known as false immortals. He had yet to condense a true immortal lore. However, in terms of strength, he had already surpassed the Emperor realm. Loose immortals condensed void immortal laws. But in truth, itinerant immortals were still immortals. It was just that they had not reached the terrifying level of true immortals. The tomb of a wandering immortal. It was equivalent to a real immortal tomb. Its value was unimaginable. The tomb of the itinerant immortal was located at the 49th Dragon Vein. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang avoided the patrolling cultivators and arrived at the 49th mountain range. Lin Feng discovered something strange. In the outer regions, there were more guards patrolling the area. On the contrary, there were very few cultivators patrolling the inner area. Lin Feng told Daoist Wu Liang about the doubts in his heart. Daoist Wu Liang said, "The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance patrolling the outer area can basically prevent many archaeologists from entering. If they enter the Myriad Races cemetery like those tomb raiders, the Myriad Races will also have a way to find them. This is because there is a heavenly cycle mirror at the top of each dragon vein that can search the heavens. Every 2 hours, they will search once. If they discover anything amiss, they won't be able to hide it from the upper echelons of the Sacred War Alliance. This is also the reason why those tomb raiders were discovered. Once these people are discovered, the experts of the Myriad Races can attack from both inside and outside, making it difficult for the cultivators who enter the Myriad Races cemetery to escape." Lin Feng agreed with this point. Last time. The reason why he was able to leave the Myriad Races cemetery smoothly was because he didn't go too deep into the cemetery. The place where those tomb raiders fought with the cultivators of the Myriad Races was in the outer region. If the place where they fought was in the inner region, Lin Feng went deep into the inner region. It would be extremely difficult for them to leave the Myriad Tribe's cemetery smoothly. Lin Feng said, "If there's a heavenly cycle mirror here, I'm afraid we'll be discovered, right?" Daoist Wu Liang grinned. "Don't worry. I have a heaven-breaking stone here that can block the heavenly cycle mirror's detection." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This damned Daoist Wu Liang was indeed the ancestor of tomb raiding. He really had everything he needed. Lin Feng said, "Give me half of your heaven-breaking stone." Daoist Wu Liang immediately looked at Lin Feng as if he was a thief and said, "I only have a very small piece of the heaven-breaking stone. Once I cut it, it will be destroyed. So, don't think about it." "Where can I get this thing?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "I've searched many places and only found a small piece. It won't be easy to find a second heaven-breaking stone," Daoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to obtain a heaven-breaking stone. This ancient tomb is very special. It should have been buried in the deepest part, but before this rogue immortal died, he had someone bury him in the 49th Dragon Vein. What do you think is the reason for this? Daoist Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng frowned in thought. This involved the theory of feng shui, and Daoist Wu Liang's 8 scrolls of feng shui secret techniques could be used. Lin Feng had a feeling that there must have been a deeper meaning behind the Celestial's request to be buried here before his death. Lin Feng looked at the sky. His eyes lit up. He saw the 7 stars in the starry sky world. It was said that the 7 stars were the most mysterious places in the starry sky world. The 7 stars were Dub, Merak, Fecta, Megrez, Aliath, Mizar, and Alcade. The 7 stars were connected together, forming a starry sky with 7 stars piercing through the sun. The 7 stars formed a line and shone down on this dragon vein. Moreover, this dragon vein should be in the 7th column from the outermost position. It's connected to the 7 stars, forming a pole of 49. And these 95 dragon veins are all staggered. This dragon vein is the 49th dragon vein, and it resonates with heaven and earth. Lin Feng said. That's right. There are 2 best burial places in the Myriad Races cemetery. The first is at the 95th dragon vein, which contains the great Tao of heaven and earth. The second is here, which forms a line with the Big Dipper and blends with heaven and earth, forming the second best burial place in the Myriad Races Cemetery. It's not even inferior to the burial place at the 95th Dragon Vein. Chapter 3643. Lin Feng nodded, indeed. It seems that the rogue immortal who died all those years ago had a deep understanding of feng shui. Daoist Wuliang said, "This person is indeed extraordinary. If you had to choose the best burial ground, which one would you choose?" Lin Feng said, "I would choose the 49th Dragon Vein." Daoist Wuliang asked, "Why? Isn't the 95th one better?" Lin Feng said, "The 49th Dragon Vein is one of the best burial grounds in the Myriad Races Cemetery. Many people probably don't understand the many mysteries hidden within. Perhaps it's still a little lacking compared to the 95th Dragon Vein, but the difference isn't huge. However, one thing that can't be ignored is that everyone knows that the 95th Dragon Vein is the best burial ground. That's why after the experts of the Sacred War Alliance died, their descendants would definitely think of a way to bury their ancestors in the 95th Dragon Vein. The fortune of the 95th Dragon Vein is shared by so many experts' graves. How much more fortune can each grave receive? The 49th Dragon Vein is different. It's not much different from the 95th Dragon Vein. Plus, no one can understand the terrain here. That's why there are very few graves that share the fortune here. The boundless fortune here is concentrated in a few or a dozen graves. That's why it's the best choice to be buried here." Daoist Wuliang said, "It seems that you've studied the 8 scrolls of feng shui thoroughly after obtaining them." Lin Feng said, "Indeed, I've studied them for a while." Daoist Wuliang said, "Grave robbing is very particular. For example, we've entered the Myriad Races Cemetery. There are so many graves here, and many of them contain treasures. However, the other party didn't give us enough time to excavate them one by one. That's why we need to make every second count. That's why we have to start excavating the best graves. As for how to find the best graves, that's a test of our ability. The things recorded in the 8 scrolls of feng shui will be of great use." "Yeah, grave robbing is a field of study," Lin Feng said. Taoist Wuliang said, "In fact, your study of the 8 scrolls of feng shui is not deep enough. When I came here, I realized that there was only one graveyard here." "Oh, you can sense that too?" Lin Feng was shocked. Taoist Wuliang said, "The flow of gas and energy in the graveyard is different from that of the outside world. This can be determined using the methods recorded in the 8 volumes of feng shui secret techniques." Lin Feng frowned and said, "9 is an ominous number. Only the combination of 9 and 5 can resolve this ominous feeling. Of course, those who believe in these rumors are more concerned about this. Those who don't believe in these rumors shouldn't care about this. It seems like the people buried in the Myriad Tribe Cemetery are rather concerned about this. Therefore, there is only one ancient tomb in the 49th Dragon Vein." Daoist Wuliang said, "That's right. What these people don't know is that feng shui is also about mutual promotion and restraint. The 7 sun-piercing stars and the 49th Dragon Vein form a line, and then merge with the heavens and the earth. This kind of terrain is very powerful, and it's enough to suppress the misfortune brought by the 9. Lin Feng couldn't wait to enter the graveyard and explore it. He said, "Let's go explore this tomb now. I hope we can find what we need inside." Daoist Wuliang said, "This tomb is very unusual. It's densely covered with restrictions. Once the restrictions are triggered, we'll definitely be discovered." Lin Feng said, "I'll break the formation. You seal the void and don't let the fluctuations of the restrictions spread out." Daoist Wuliang nodded and said, "No problem. If we work together, we should be able to break the restrictions here." Then, the two of them quickly rushed toward the entrance of the Great Tomb. The Great Tomb was located halfway up the mountain. There was a huge platform here, and in the depths of the platform, there was a cave. The cave led directly to the depths of the Great Tomb. The entrance of the cave was like a ferocious beast with its bloody mouth wide open. It gave off a suffocating feeling of oppression. This suffocating feeling made Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang frown slightly. "I'm afraid this tomb is not simple. Be careful," Daoist Wuliang warned with rich experience. Lin Feng nodded. The two of them carefully entered the cave. Lin Feng immediately set up restrictions and sealed the entrance of the cave. This way, they could avoid being discovered as much as possible. The passage was deep. As they continued to go deeper, Lin Feng felt waves of cold aura sweeping over. That feeling made him feel slightly uneasy. Swish. With a flash of light, Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. With the sword in hand, his heart calmed down a little. The smell of blood. The sound of something breaking through the air. "Be careful," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Daoist Wuliang hurriedly hid behind Lin Feng. Let Lin Feng stand at the front. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. This damn Daoist was always so shameless. At this time, a dense swarm of bats flew over. Those bats. Their faces were the size of sprays and they had 4 pairs of wings. A blood-colored body. The head was actually a devil's head. It was ferocious and terrifying, even more terrifying than the malicious spirits in hell. Oh my god, it's actually devil bats. There's actually such a monster here. This devil bat is said to be a monster that feeds on great emperors. After seeing those bats, Daoist Wuliang's voice couldn't help but tremble. "Be careful," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Facing the dense swarm of devil bats, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out the ruler's armor. At this time, the devil bats had already rushed over. Lin Feng waved the black dragon sword and slashed at those devil bats. Daoist Wuliang took out a small golden cauldron. The small cauldron floated above him and poured down divine light to protect him. This damn Daoist had countless treasures on him. Every time this damn Daoist attacked, he would take out a different treasure. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Feng's black dragon sword directly tore the devil bats in half. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Didn't Daoist Wuliang say that devil bats feed on great emperors? However, the devil bats didn't seem to be particularly powerful. But at the next moment, Lin Feng's face turned ugly. Because he saw that the devil bats that he had cut in half were actually split in half. They were resurrected again. These devil bats couldn't be killed at all. And once their bodies were cut open, the 2 halves of their bodies would become new devil bats. As a result, the number of devil bats increased. As the battle continued, these devil bats could continuously deplete the magic power of the besieged cultivators. Not to mention great emperors, even loose immortals. Chapter 3644. Screech. The densely packed devil bats let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. These cries formed a very terrifying sound wave attack. When that kind of sound wave attack swept over, it was already too late. Lin Feng suddenly felt as if his head was about to split open. It was as if someone was holding a sword, ruthlessly slashing at the soul. Then, the soul was forcefully split open. This feeling was simply too painful. It was simply worse than death. If it was any other cultivator, they might have already collapsed. However, Lin Feng's willpower was strong. He struggled to move Lu Yue's star chart. When Lu Yue's star chart was activated, Lin Feng felt a little better. Wu Liang Taoist's methods were also extremely shocking. Just like Lin Feng, he resisted the devil bat's sound wave attack with difficulty. The densely packed devil bats pounced, trying to tear apart Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist's defense. However, those devil bats were temporarily blocked. Lin Feng asked with a gloomy expression, "How do we deal with these devil bats? If we can't deal with them, we have to quickly leave this place. Otherwise, it will be extremely dangerous for us." Wu Liang Taoist also knew that the current situation was extremely dangerous. If they couldn't kill these devil bats, the ones who would die in the end would be him and Lin Feng. So, if they really couldn't deal with these devil bats, they had to quickly break out. "Right, didn't you cultivate an Emperor Archaic? Summon the Emperor Archaic. A high-level creature like the Emperor Archaic should be able to suppress the devil bats," Wu Liang Taoist hurriedly said. These ferocious beasts, birds, insects, and other kinds of creatures were more special. These creatures valued their bloodlines the most. The stronger the bloodline, the higher the level of the race. And the higher races had a natural advantage and could suppress the lower races. This kind of racial suppression was deeply rooted in the memories of these creatures. Of course, it could form racial suppression. Bloodline was only one of the conditions. It also depended on the strength of the two different races. If the strength of the higher bloodline creature was far lower than the strength of the lower bloodline creature, even if there was a difference in bloodline, because the difference in strength was too great, the higher bloodline creature might not be able to suppress the lower bloodline creature. The bloodline of the Emperor Archaic was indeed extremely powerful. But the key was that the Emperor Archaic was still very young. Whether it could suppress these devil bats, Lin Feng didn't know. But now, Lin Feng seemed to have no other way to deal with these devil bats. He could only treat a dead horse to live. Lin Feng's connected with the Emperor Archaic. Shua. A light flash. The primordial Emperor butterfly flew out of space and time. And, therefore, cultivating in time and space would allow one to have more time to cultivate. After the Emperor Archaic flew out, it flapped its wings. It hovered in front of Lin Feng. Disperse all these devil bats. Lin Feng gave the order to the Emperor Archaic. After the Emperor Archaic received the order, it flapped its wings. It was rumored that the Emperor Archaic's wings flapped gently. The universe collapsed. Emperor slaying and immortal slaying. His strength was so strong that it was shocking. Although the Emperor Archaic couldn't display such powerful strength, this Emperor Archaic was also extremely extraordinary. The Emperor Archaic's wings killed a large number of devil bats. But those devil bats were quickly reborn. Furthermore, its shattered body had transformed into a complete devil bat. The number of devil bats in the cave increased. Screech. A large number of devil bats let out sharp and ear-piercing cries, and then pounced towards Lin Feng. These devil bats' bodies surged with terrifying fluctuations. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. The Emperor Archaic is still too young and can't intimidate these devil bats. It seems that we have to leave quickly, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Wu Liang Taoist smiled bitterly and nodded. The current situation was extremely unfavorable to them. So, they really had to choose to leave. Otherwise, they might really die here. Just as Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist were about to leave. Suddenly, the Emperor Archaic's body actually changed. Originally, this Emperor Archaic's entire body was golden. But, at this moment, the Emperor Archaic's body actually turned into a purple-gold color. What's going on? Lin Feng had a puzzled expression. It's mutated. This Emperor Archaic must be a mutated Emperor Archaic. It's the rarest existence among the Emperor Archaic. Wu Liang Taoist couldn't help but exclaim. When those sneaky eyes looked at the Emperor Archaic, they couldn't wait to take the Emperor Archaic for themselves. After hearing Wu Liang Taoist's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Emperor Archaic. It actually mutated. What a shocking piece of news. It was said that any race, as long as it was a mutated creature, its growth would far surpass the other creatures of the race. For example, the white tiger race. If a normal white tiger could become an emperor master, then a mutated white tiger could easily become an existence that surpassed the emperor master level. The mutated Emperor Archaic was naturally the same. As its body mutated, its various abilities were greatly improved. Therefore, Lin Feng's Emperor Archaic might grow into an even more terrifying existence in the future. Before this, Lin Feng didn't think that the Emperor Archaic was actually a mutated Emperor Archaic. Now that he knew that the Emperor Archaic was a mutated breed, Lin Feng couldn't help but be very excited. After the Emperor Archaic's body finished mutating, then a terrifying aura was emitted from the Emperor Archaic's body. It was a kind of pressure that made people feel suffocated. Even Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. How many years had it been since the Emperor Archaic hatched? The pressure in its body was actually so terrifying. It was really shocking. It seemed that he needed to constantly find all kinds of insect materials to cultivate the Emperor Archaic, so that the Emperor Archaic could continue to grow and evolve. Because the Emperor Archaic's cultivation progress was extremely fast, it might not be long before it could become a great help to him. Screech, after feeling the powerful pressure from the Emperor Archaic's body, The densely packed devil bats let out terrified cries. Then those devil bats didn't dare to stay. They quickly fled into the depths. Chapter 36:45. Xiao Jin, go back and rest. Lin Feng said with a smile. The Emperor Archaic circled around Lin Feng a few times before returning to the time and space. Immeasurable Daoist couldn't help but mutter, "Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, I don't know what kind of luck you have, kid. You actually managed to obtain an archaic Emperor Butterfly egg, and you even managed to nurture a mutated archaic Emperor Butterfly. Truly, comparisons are odious." Lin Feng smiled and said, "My character is too good, so I'm blessed by the heavens." Bah. You're just old Wang praising yourself. Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but roll his eyes and look at Lin Feng with a look of disdain. If the two of them didn't bicker, they wouldn't be used to it. They didn't stop. They continued to walk inside. This passage was incomparably deep, but fortunately, there were no other dangers. After walking for about an hour, a huge stone door appeared in front of Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. The stone door was wrapped in a powerful restriction. The aura of the restriction was extremely terrifying. It made Lin Feng feel a chill in his heart. This ancient tomb was built before the Primordial Age. So many years had passed. The restriction in the ancient tomb was still so powerful. It was truly inconceivable. "I'll break the formation, you seal the void," Lin Feng said when they arrived in front of the stone door. "No problem." Daoist Wu Liang nodded and began to set up a large formation to seal the void. Lin Feng began to study the restriction on the stone door. The two of them had a clear division of labor. This wasn't the first time that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang worked together, so their cooperation was extremely tacit. Now, Lin Feng's research on large formations was becoming more and more profound. Although the restriction on the stone door was very complicated, it couldn't stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned as he thought about what kind of method to use to break the formation on the stone door. In the end, Lin Feng thought of a method. The Stone Emperor scripture recorded a method called the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art. This Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art. It was a fusion of formation runes and magic power. It condensed into small purple dragons. Those small purple dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws, letting out waves of dragon roars. Following that, one by one, the small purple dragons flew towards the stone door. This was the first time Lin Feng used the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art. As a result, Lin Feng didn't know how powerful the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art was. However, Lin Feng felt, since the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art was a top-notch secret technique in the Stone Sovereign Sutra, its power must be extremely astonishing. The small purple dragons flew to the side of the restriction on the stone door. Then, he bit down on those restrictions. Those little purple dragons wanted to bite off the restriction on the stone door. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh in surprise. Because it was the first time he used the Purple Dragon Formation Breaking Art, Lin Feng didn't know how this secret method broke the restriction. Now that he saw the secret method to break the restriction, he felt very surprised. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then again, no matter what method it was, the most important thing was to be able to break the formation. Buzz. At this moment, the restriction on the stone door woke up. Powerful waves of energy rippled out from the seals. Daoist Wu Liang hurriedly activated the formation he had set up in advance to seal the void. In order to prevent the fluctuations here from spreading out. At this moment, the awakened restriction swept towards the small purple dragons. The restriction on the stone door was extremely powerful. With a light sweep, the void collapsed. Such a tyrannical power shocked everyone. Just as the restrictive spells were about to land on the little purple dragons, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The small purple dragons were actually able to dodge the attacks of the restrictions with great agility. Then, the little purple dragons bit down on the restriction. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. These small purple dragons seemed to have their own spiritual consciousness. It was really unbelievable. The inheritance of the Celestial Master sect is really mysterious. Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but mutter in the distance. However, thinking of the curse of the Celestial Master sect, Daoist Wuliang's fat body couldn't help but tremble. The successor of the Celestial Master sect was cursed. If one's cultivation was weak, they could be killed by the curse at any time. If one's cultivation was strong, they couldn't resist the curse. Daoist Wuliang once introduced some of the top celestial masters of the Celestial Master sect in a Dao scripture. Not only were their array skills superb, their cultivation was also extremely terrifying. However, unknown things still happened in their later years. Therefore, the Celestial Master sect was an extremely powerful inheritance. But it was also a Dao tradition that made people stop. The successor of this Dao tradition didn't seem to have a good ending. Daoist Wuliang also talked to Lin Feng about this matter, but Lin Feng already had 5 curses on him. He was already used to it. At this stage, the various curses on his body seemed to have reached a relatively balanced level. Therefore, the curses on his body, for the time being, they didn't pose much of a threat to him. What would happen in the future? Lin Feng didn't know. And Lin Feng believed that man could conquer nature. As long as he worked hard, there was no difficulty that he couldn't overcome, even if there were many terrifying curses on his body. Lin Feng believed. Sooner or later, he could also resolve these curses one by one. Crack, crack. The little purple dragon continued to gnaw at the restrictive spells one after another. Gradually, cracks appeared in the restrictions. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. Those restrictions were about to be completely gnawed off by the small golden dragons. Once those restrictions were broken, the restrictions on the stone door would be destroyed. When the time came, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang, they would be able to open the stone door and enter the tomb. Those restrictions were naturally unwilling to be destroyed by the small purple dragons just like that. So, those restrictions struggled very fiercely. The power of the restriction array shattered the immeasurable Daoist's great array. Fortunately, Daoist Wuliang's array skills were also extremely powerful. He repaired the array in time to ensure that the fluctuations from the restrictions didn't spread out. If it really spread out, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang would definitely be discovered. Crack, crack. The sound of the restrictions cracking could be heard one after another. It took a full 3 days. The small golden dragons finally broke all the restrictions. When all the restrictions were broken, the small golden dragons also gradually dissipated in mid-air. It's finally done. Daoist Wuliang's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he quickly walked forward. Lin Feng pushed the stone door open. Then, Chapter 3646. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang entered the tomb. Daoist Wuliang shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha ha, an immortal tomb. This is the tomb of an immortal. Such a tomb is very rare. I wonder what treasures there are in this tomb." Lin Feng was not interested in ordinary treasures. He could not wait to break through to the Emperor Realm. As for breaking through to the Emperor Realm, Lin Feng still had 400 of the 3,000 Daos left. Originally, Lin Feng's Grand Fate art was incomplete. However, some time ago, the immortal Bell of Fate gave him a Stone of Fate. Inside the Stone of Fate, Lin Feng had comprehended 4 divine abilities. The first divine ability was the complete Grand Fate art. The second divine ability was the Fate Battle Song. This divine ability could greatly increase the combat power of oneself and one's companions. It was a support-type divine ability. The third divine ability was the Fate Sword art. This was a sword technique. If used together with the Fate Sword left behind by the Master of Fate, its power would reach an unimaginable level. The fourth divine ability was the Gate of Fate. It was rumored that it could summon an ancient divine gate. This ancient divine gate was the embodiment of the Grand Tao of Fate. Once it was summoned, it would display heaven-defying power. As for the complete Great Fate technique, Lin Feng had already finished learning it. Lin Feng only hoped to gather all 3,000 Daos as soon as possible. By then, he would be able to cultivate all 3,000 Daos. His Grand Tao Foundation should be able to reach the level of the Red World Fairies' Grand Tao Foundation. With such a powerful Grand Tao Foundation, once he broke through to the Emperor Realm, the increase in his strength would definitely shock the world. Lin Feng hoped to find the divine ability he needed in the immortal tomb. The immortal tomb was divided into several layers of chambers. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang had entered the first chamber of the immortal tomb. The first chamber should be a place for sacrifices. There were a large number of corpses and an altar here. The corpses had long decayed. Lin Feng said, "It seems like the master of this tomb wasn't a good person back then. He actually let so many people be buried with him. How abominable." The funerary objects in the world of cultivators were basically all kinds of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, medicinal pills, divine abilities, magic treasures, and the like. Very few people would bury a living person with them. Normally, the cultivator would only bury a living person with them when they were on the verge of death. Of course, there were also some forces that were more evil. Regardless of whether their ancestors had told them to do so before they died, they would use living people to accompany them in death. Although there were such forces, they were not common in the world of cultivators. Immeasurable Taoist said, "If you enter more tombs, you won't be surprised by this." Lin Feng fell silent and then sighed. In the world of cultivators, human lives were like grass. There were many things. There was no way to change it. He and the immeasurable Daoist continued to walk inside. The two of them entered the second layer of the tomb. Within the second layer of the tomb, there were many shelves. On those shelves, there were densely packed porcelain bottles or jade tubes. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist walked forward. Each of them opened a porcelain bottle. Lin Feng found that there were more than a dozen medicinal pills in the porcelain bottle. But because too much time had passed, these medicinal pills were all destroyed. The dozen medicinal pills emitted a moldy smell. Lin Feng put the porcelain bottle back and said, "What a pity. It's really a pity. These medicinal pills were most likely immortal pills in the past. But now, they've been destroyed." The immeasurable Daoist said, "There's nothing to pity. Exploring ancient tombs is sometimes like this. Many good things have been destroyed by the power of time. The things we need to find are those that are still valuable." The immeasurable Daoist often robbed tombs. So he was very open-minded. Lin Feng nodded. Then his gaze looked at a jade tube. Then, he held a jade tube in his hand. Lin Feng found that this jade tube recorded an ancient prescription. The cultivator buried here was obviously an alchemy grandmaster. These medicinal pills might have been refined by this person. The immeasurable Daoist said, "When this ancient tomb was built back then, this person was most likely not dead. He should have spent the last period of his life in the ancient tomb." This point, Lin Feng still agreed. This was because many cultivators generally knew when their lifespan would come to an end. Before their time was up, some cultivators might go to some dangerous places, such as the land of death, to fight for opportunities. Perhaps they could break through and extend their lifespan. Of course, there were also some cultivators who would choose to go through life and death. They hoped to pass through life and death and have an epiphany. This group of cultivators would often order people to build a tomb before they died. This kind of tomb, also known as the tomb of the living dead. The tomb itself was a place for the dead to live. When the tomb was completed, the owner of the tomb was not dead yet, but he lived in the tomb. This was the origin of the tomb of the living dead. In the second layer of the tomb, the jade tubes in the second layer of the tomb, in addition to various medicinal formulas, also contained many cultivation insights, and even many ancient star maps. The value of these things was still extremely high. If word got out, it would cause a huge uproar. After collecting these jade tubes, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist entered the third layer of the tomb. A stone room was built inside the third layer of the tomb. And on the door of the stone room, it actually wrote the words "Land of Divine Ability Inheritance." After seeing these words, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist couldn't help but be shocked. The owner of this tomb is very likely an expert from the Great Desolate Era. In that era, various divine abilities had not been lost. This person was also an immortal, so he must have cultivated many incomparably powerful divine abilities. He might have cultivated as many as 1,000 or 2,000 great Daos. The immeasurable Daoist said. After the ancient era, a large number of divine ability inheritances were lost. The number of experts also continued to decrease. The decrease in the number of experts had a lot to do with the loss of inheritances. And in the eras before the ancient era, some top experts, such as immortal level experts, which one of them didn't cultivate thousands or even more of the 3,000 great Taos? In those eras, the 3,000 great Taos were spread quite widely. Especially the 3,000 great Taos that weren't ranked very high, they were easier to obtain. Of course, in those eras, not all the 3,000 great Taos were easy to obtain. For example, the 3,000 great Taos that were ranked in the top 300. Each was more precious than the other. Basically, they were all controlled by the top few forces. The cultivators of the other forces were basically unable to cultivate the 3,000 great Taos that were ranked in the top 300. As for the Great Destiny technique that was ranked first, no force had the cultivation method for the Great Destiny technique. If one wanted to cultivate the Great Destiny technique, they would need to find the door of eternal life, the supreme divine court, or the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Then, they would have to comprehend the cultivation method themselves. However, Chapter 3647. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist walked towards the stone room with the sacred art inheritance written on it. Just as they entered the stone room, suddenly, Lin Feng felt like the world was spinning. The next moment, he disappeared from the stone room. When he reappeared, Lin Feng found that he had actually arrived in a starry sky world. In the starry sky world stood a thin cultivator. This thin cultivator didn't look particularly old. Instead, he looked like a middle-aged man. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. "You came to this tomb. Don't you know who I am?" The thin middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This middle-aged man should be the owner of this tomb, but what was his name? Which clan was he from? Lin Feng really didn't know. However, Lin Feng knew that this person should have died of old age. Since he died of old age, then this person should be extremely old. However, he looked like a middle-aged man in his prime. This meant that the cultivator in front of him had very likely swallowed the face-retaining pill or cultivated the face-retaining technique. Swallowing the face-retaining pill and cultivating the face-retaining technique were basically things that female cultivators would do. Therefore, he thought that this person might have done these things. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Pervert." Lin Feng looked at the tomb owner and said, "This junior is worried that senior's orthodoxy will be lost, so I came to explore, hoping to inherit senior's orthodoxy and then carry forward senior's orthodoxy." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the tomb owner's mouth suddenly revealed a mocking expression. He sneered and said, "You really speak the human language. Do you think that I will believe what you said?" Lin Feng had long known that the tomb owner wouldn't believe these words. He was just casually saying it. Lin Feng said, "Since the words Sacred Art Inheritance Land are written here, it's obvious that you want to pass on your sacred art to the future generations. I wonder how to obtain these sacred arts." The tomb owner sneered and said, "The reason why this stone room was built was to lure people like you into the stone room and then kill you. This is not a sacred art inheritance land." After hearing the tomb owner's words, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The tomb owner was indeed a ruthless person. Even if he died, he still had to scheme against others. Lin Feng then sneered and said, "With this imprint of yours, you can't kill me." "Imprint? Of course not. This is a spiritual body formed from the combination of my soul and magic power. Although countless years have passed and the power of this spiritual body of mine has been severely depleted, killing an ant like you is still an easy task." The tomb owner sneered. "What? This is a spirit body?" Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. If it was a spirit body, then it was too terrifying. Lin Feng quickly activated the ruler's armor. Then, he used the ruler's armor to protect his body. Next, he took out the black dragon sword. Powerful magic power began to flow into the black dragon sword. At the same time, the Bing mantra was also activated. Lin Feng tried to use the Bing mantra. He activated the Black Dragon Sword's power. Waves of terrifying fluctuations shook the void. The Black Dragon Sword's power was recovering. It's useless. An ant is an ant. No matter how you struggle, you are destined to never be able to break free from your destiny. The tomb owner walked toward Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. He raised his right hand and slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You're already a dead person. What right do you have to talk about destiny with me? If I'm not wrong, you didn't cultivate the great destiny art when you were alive, right? You didn't even cultivate the great destiny art and you still have the nerve to talk about destiny. It's really ridiculous. Such a ridiculous person can actually cultivate to the immortal realm. It's really unbelievable. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you were able to cultivate to the immortal realm not because of how good your talent is, but because the era you lived in was the golden age of cultivation, unlike the current era. If you lived in this era, it would be extremely difficult for you to break through to the great emperor realm. You're courting death." After hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, the tomb owner flew into a rage. An even more powerful magic power surged out. The palm that was originally aimed at Lin Feng suddenly increased in power by 30%. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The Black Dragon Sword in his hand also slashed at the tomb owner. Bang! The next moment, accompanied by an earth-shaking sound of violent collision, Lin Feng and the tomb owner fiercely collided. A powerful shock wave came. From the Black Dragon Sword, it poured into Lin Feng's body. When that strength crashed onto Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. The ruler's armor blocked most of the power. The remaining power. It was resolved by Lin Feng himself. Lin Feng's face became as pale as paper, and his expression became incomparably gloomy. An immortal's spirit body was indeed terrifying. Moreover, this spirit body had been condensed for countless years. In addition, the stone room that immeasurable Taoist entered with him. In other words, at this moment, immeasurable Taoist was probably also attacked by the spirit body. The tomb owner's spirit body should be divided into two. They were dealing with him and immeasurable Taoist respectively. It was under such circumstances. He used the ruler's armor. He was actually forced back by the tomb owner. It could be seen how powerful this spirit body was. Fortunately, the tomb owner's spirit body was no longer as powerful as it was in the past. If it was as powerful as before, then, if he were to face this spirit body today, it was very likely that he would die. Weak. You're really too weak. You used such a powerful armor and only have this bit of strength. With your strength, you dare to steal the opportunity in the immortal tomb. Who gave you the courage? The tomb owner looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. Obviously, even if his strength had weakened to the lowest point, he still had great confidence in killing Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "The battle has just begun. It's not certain who will win." What? Could it be that an ant like you wants to make a comeback? How laughable and foolish, the tomb owner said disdainfully. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. The aura emitted from his body became stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying. The tomb owner didn't want to delay for too long. He wanted to kill Lin Feng quickly. And just at this moment, Lin Feng waved his hand. The 3 stone swords also flew out and floated above Lin Feng. Kill. Lin Feng was doing 6 things at once. At the same time, he activated the weapon mantra, the ruler's armor, the Black Dragon Sword and the 3 stone swords. Su su su. The 3 stone swords took the lead to attack the tomb owner. Lin Feng followed closely behind, operating the Black Dragon Sword with all his might. Chapter 3648. Stone Sword. You actually control the stone sword. The owner of the tomb couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. The 36 stone swords were too famous. There were many experts. They had all heard of or seen the 36 stone swords. Perhaps only the cultivators after the Primordial era didn't know much about the 36 stone swords. But the owner of the tomb, he was an expert from the Primordial era. He knew a lot about the 36 stone swords. So when he saw Lin Feng take out the 3 stone swords, the owner of the tomb was extremely shocked. It was rumored that only those with great luck could obtain the stone sword. Obtaining a stone sword was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention that he had obtained 3 stone swords like Lin Feng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the 3 stone swords had already shaken the void and charged towards the owner of the tomb. The power was abnormally tyrannical. The void was sliced apart like tofu. But facing the attack of the 3 stone swords, the owner of the tomb sneered. His battle strength was extremely powerful, so he wasn't afraid of the 3 stone swords. When the 3 stone swords slashed over, the owner of the tomb opened his big hand. Across the void, he suddenly slapped out with his palm. Bang! In the void, a terrifying force instantly erupted. Then, it shook out. That formless energy slammed into the 3 stone swords. Instantly, the 3 stone swords were sent flying by the owner of the tomb. And at this moment, Lin Feng had already charged over. He slashed down with his sword. It was as if he was splitting Mount Hua. The power of that sword was really shocking. The terrifying sword slashed down in an instant, as if it could split heaven and earth into 2 halves. Such a powerful sword. Lin Feng was also quite satisfied. However, the owner of the tomb flicked his finger. Clang! His finger collided with the black dragon sword in an instant, and a deafening collision sound was heard. It was as if 2 peerless divine weapons had collided. The terrifying power that came through the sword almost made the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand fly out of his hand. Lin Feng's hands were split open from the shock, and blood immediately flowed out. At this moment, the tomb's owner instantly arrived beside Lin Feng and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng's chest. Bang! That tyrannical palm landed on Lin Feng's chest. The power of that palm strike was truly terrifying. Even though the ruler's armor had blocked most of the force, it was still too powerful. However, there was only a small amount of strength left, but it was enough to make Lin Feng's chest cave in. His body flew backward uncontrollably. Ever since he gained control of the ruler's armor, Lin Feng could even compete with many cultivators of the Zun Qi layer. Now, they were showing signs of defeat. It had never appeared before. The might of the Tomb Master already exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. His strength was a suffocating and despairing kind of strength. It was hard to imagine what level his current combat strength was at. Killing such a weak ant like you will really dirty my hands. The Tomb Master walked towards Lin Feng step by step, his expression cold and ruthless. He sneered and said, however, since an ant like you dares to come to my tomb and disturb my sleep, if I don't kill you, I won't be able to quell my anger. The Tomb Master raised his right hand. In the void. With a light stroke. Buzz. Accompanied by a violent trembling sound. Then, a dazzling sword energy flew out. Feeling the horror of that sword energy, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This sword energy was too terrifying, and the power contained in it was too tyrannical. This blow slashed his body. The vibrating power of the sword qi would definitely be able to cause fatal damage to his body. One had to know when the power was strong enough. Even if there was protection in between, it could also destroy everything in an instant. Heaven patching technique. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Facing the opponent's tyrannical attack, he quickly performed the heaven patching technique. Swish. A light flashed. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. As for the owner of the tomb, his terrifying attack landed in midair. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was already behind the Tomb Master. He held the black dragon sword with both hands and slashed at the Tomb Master with all his strength. It's done. Lin Feng's face suddenly lit up with joy. Just as the sword was about to cleave the Tomb Master into 2, the void behind the Tomb Master started to distort. This was the use of the space law. The distorted void blocked Lin Feng's slash. The Tomb Master's big hand reached out from the distorted void and attacked Lin Feng again. Lin Feng quickly retreated. The void in front of him started to overlap. It was like dozens of layers of space were overlapping. You actually mastered the space Dao? The Tomb Master showed a surprised expression for the first time. He could feel that Lin Feng's space Dao was extraordinary. The Tomb Master shattered the overlapping void in front of Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng had already retreated hundreds of meters. Interesting, but your realm is too low. It can't cause any damage to this immortal. The Tomb Master sneered. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. The Tomb Master was too powerful. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill him. However, Lin Feng wouldn't give up. Because he was never a person who gave up easily. Moreover, Lin Feng still had many methods that he hadn't used yet. You are qualified for me to use my full strength, Lin Feng said coldly. What did you say? The Tomb Master thought that he had heard wrongly and asked again. Lin Feng said indifferently, I said, you barely made it. You are qualified for me to use my full strength. Why? Don't you understand human language? The Tomb Master's expression suddenly became gloomy. A junior like Lin Feng dared to be so disrespectful to him. This made the Tomb Master extremely angry. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, lowly ant. Who gave you the courage to do that? Who gave you the courage to be so presumptuous in front of this immortal? This immortal won't kill you directly later. Instead, I will capture you and torture you until you are better off dead. Otherwise, this immortal won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. After the battle, you will know. The last remnant of your spiritual body in the human world. You are destined to be destroyed by me, Lin Feng said coldly. Facing a terrifying existence like the Tomb Master, Lin Feng dared to say such words. He was extremely arrogant. Lin Feng's voice fell. He began to use the one qi into 3 pure ones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was a flash of light. Chapter 3649. After the 3 Lin Feng appeared. Every Lin Feng had the ability to do 6 things at once. The 3 Lin Feng added together were equivalent to having the ability to do 18 things at once. The 3 Lin Feng activated their domineering aura at the same time. The 9 magnetic fields stacked together. The powerful magnetic field directly enveloped the owner of the tomb. At the same time, the 3 Lin Feng used the space imprisonment ability at the same time. This was a supreme ability recorded in the Tao of space. Then, all kinds of treasures were taken out. Black Dragon Sword, 3 Stone Swords, Heavenly Drum, 5 Dragon Wheel, 9 Demon Diagram, Primordial Demon Cauldron, Green Mountain Sword, 5 Flame 7 Birds Fan, Demon Emperor's Small World, 5 Kill Tablet, and Chonglu Demon Palace. These treasures were all taken out by Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng displayed his most powerful battle strength. The magnetic field formed by the domineering aura greatly suppressed the battle strength of the tomb owner. And the space imprisonment ability was used to imprison this person's movements. In addition, so many powerful magic treasures were taken out at the same time. Every magic treasure vibrated with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Actually, Lin Feng had an even more terrifying treasure here. He had a sealed ancient weapon here. This was one of the most terrifying treasures since ancient times. Perhaps only the 36 stone swords were gathered. Only then could he contend against the ancient weapon. But there was nothing he could do. The current Lin Feng was still unable to control the ancient weapon. However, the magic treasures that Lin Feng took out were already powerful enough. The power of each magic treasure, under the operation of the boundless mana, had reached a level that made people pale in shock. The heavenly drum began to beat. He summoned the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. The bell of hell shook the void. 100,000 miles of the starry sky world collapsed. The 5 dragon wheel gently slashed. The void was torn apart. When the 3 stone swords were combined, they could break through billions of gods and demons. The black dragon sword killed gods and immortals, and the sword Qi shook the 9 heavens. The demon emperor's small world crushed all worlds and suppressed countless living beings. And so on. Every divine weapon was able to display shocking power. Lin Feng used the method of doing 18 things at once, which consumed a lot of his mana. However, now, Lin Feng had no other choice. He had to give it his all. The owner of the graveyard did not die. It was his death. You actually have so many top-tier true treasures on you." When the tomb owner saw the supreme treasures Lin Feng took out, his expression changed drastically. Because the number of treasures Lin Feng took out was simply too many. It was too shocking. Moreover, there were many treasures that made him salivate. A cultivator. In his entire life. To obtain such a treasure. This was already an extremely heaven-defying matter. However, Lin Feng actually obtained so many of these treasures. It was truly inconceivable. Furthermore, what shocked the tomb owner the most was Lin Feng's domineering aura. There were simply too few cultivators who could comprehend the domineering aura. Lin Feng had not only comprehended Haki, but he had also comprehended many types of Haki. No one would believe such a thing even if he told them about it. Only then did the tomb owner realize that he had underestimated this young human in front of him. At this moment, Lin Feng's various supreme treasures had already arrived. Peace of the Four Seas. Facing the attacks of so many supreme treasures, the tomb owner could not help but let out a long roar. Immediately after, 4 vast seas appeared beside him. The waves in the 4 vast seas were turbulent. It seemed to be able to devour everything. The 4 vast seas actually directly swallowed the attacks of Lin Feng's magic treasures. Then, 4 vast seas. They swallowed Lin Feng's magic treasures. The tomb owner was truly peerless and terrifying. Now, he was suppressed by Lin Feng's 9-layered domineering magnetic field and 3-layered spatial imprisonment. He was actually able to display such a powerful battle strength. Lin Feng could not help but feel incredulous. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. He began to chant the incantation of the great fate art. "You lowly creature, your body has already decayed. Your life is over. Your soul should become one of the departed souls in the ocean of departed souls. That's your destiny. Your resistance is just a stupid and laughable thing to do. You can't fight against the power of destiny." When Lin Feng finished his incantation, a powerful force suddenly descended from the sky. It was the power of fate. Bang! 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 When the power of destiny slammed into the 4 seas, the power of destiny slammed into them. The 4 seas formed by the tomb owner were completely shattered. Lin Feng's supreme treasures all flew out. They quickly attacked the tomb owner. The legendary Great Fate Art. You actually know the Great Fate Art. Who exactly are you? Whose reincarnation are you? Surprisingly, the owner of the grave recognized Lin Feng's Great Destiny technique. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Since ancient times, cultivators who knew the Great Fate Art. There were only a handful of them. It was said that some top experts only comprehended the true essence of the Great Fate Art after reincarnating. For example, Lin Feng's senior sister Shui Linglong comprehended the Great Fate Art after reincarnating. Thus, the tomb owner felt that Lin Feng was also an expert who had reincarnated. Only Lin Feng himself knew. He was him. He was not the reincarnation of any expert. At this moment, more than 10 powerful treasures had already arrived in front of the tomb owner. The tomb owner repeatedly slapped out with his large hands. He slapped out at the treasures one after another. He slapped away 7 or 8 treasures, but the remaining treasures bombarded the tomb owner's body. The tomb owner was only a spiritual body, not a body of flesh and blood. He could not withstand the terrifying attacks of Lin Feng's treasures. Half of his body directly exploded. This immortal is an undying and indestructible existence. The tomb owner roared. His body actually began to reassemble. His shattered body seemed to be rapidly recovering. But at this moment, a purple beam of light shot over. 3rd level of the supreme aura, shattering heaven and earth. Accompanied by the low roar that resounded between heaven and earth, the purple beam of light had already flown over. That was Lin Feng's supreme aura. As Lin Feng cultivated more and more supernatural powers, his understanding of the great Tao also became deeper and deeper. His supreme aura had already broken through to the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the supreme aura, shattering heaven and earth, was extremely powerful. When the supreme aura arrived in front of the tomb owner came back to his senses. He opened his large hand and created an illusory world to suppress the supreme aura. Now the two Mona's strength was greatly suppressed. In addition, he was injured. His combat strength fell greatly again. He could no longer contend with Lin Feng's supreme aura. Puff! Accompanied by the sound of tearing, the supreme aura transformed into a beam of light that first tore apart the mysterious world that the two Mona had created. Then, it tore apart the two Mona's body. After the power of the supreme aura surged into the two Mona's body, the two Mona's body actually collapsed. Why did this happen? The unwilling roar of the two Mona could be heard from the crumbling body. This is your remnant soul? Great. Lin Feng opened his large hand and directly suppressed the remnant soul of the two Mona. He wanted to use the soul-searching technique to search for the remnant soul of the two Mona. Chapter 3650. You want to search this immortal's soul. You're dreaming. Even if this immortal turns into ashes, I won't let you succeed. The owner of the tomb couldn't help but roar. His spiritual body had already collapsed and his power had dissipated. He couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack. So the owner of the tomb knew that the situation was hopeless and he was powerless to resist. But the owner of the tomb had a way to destroy his soul. A ball of flame surged out from the owner of the tomb's soul. Then, it completely enveloped his soul. Next, the owner of the tomb's soul burned fiercely. Ha 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 ha, little bastard, you won't get anything. This immortal curses you to die a horrible death in the future, the owner of the tomb roared crazily. Lin Feng sneered and looked at the owner of the tomb, saying, Do you think you can destroy the soul just because you want to? What a joke. As his voice faded, Lin Feng flicked his finger. Buzz. Then, the void shook. A power of destiny quickly flew out. Then, it merged into the owner of the tomb's soul. Suddenly, the owner of the tomb's burning soul flame was extinguished. No, 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 why is it like this? Why is it like this? The owner of the tomb screamed in horror. He wanted to destroy his soul. He couldn't do it. This made the owner of the tomb. It was hard to accept. Looking at the owner of the tomb who was roaring like crazy, Lin Feng's face revealed a sneer. He said coldly, Your little grandpa has mastered the great destiny technique. Your fate is also in my hands. Do you think you can die just because you want to? You're really stupid. As his voice faded, Lin Feng's soul-searching technique had been used. He began to search the owner of the tomb's remnant soul. I curse you to be cut into pieces in the future. I curse you to die without a burial place in the future. The owner of the tomb knew that he couldn't resist the fate of being searched, so he kept cursing. He began to curse Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly formed a seal and sealed the owner of the tomb's remnant soul. His voice could no longer be heard. Then, Lin Feng continued to search the tomb owner's soul. Lin Feng searched through a large number of memories, and these memories were basically memories of various sacred arts. As for some of the experiences of the tomb owner, or memories related to cultivation and comprehension, there were very few. It was clear that the owner of the tomb had used a special method to create his own spiritual body before he died. As for the spirit body, it was rather special. It was a combination of one's soul and magic power. Perhaps it would require some other means to form it. The divine abilities in the soul were extremely useful in shaping the spirit body. The more divine abilities one cultivated, the more powerful the spirit body would be. The spirit body created would also exist in the world for a longer period of time. As for the various memories that had nothing to do with divine ability memories, they were a great hindrance to the creation of the spirit body. Therefore, when a cultivator created a spirit body, they would only leave behind the memory of the divine ability in their soul. Forget the rest of those unnecessary memories. Right now, the spirit body of the tomb owner contained all kinds of divine abilities. As expected of an immortal realm expert, he had cultivated over 7,000 to 8,000 types of divine abilities. The lifespan of an immortal. It should be able to break through the unit of 100 million. Therefore, the lifespan of an immortal was basically more than 100 million years. To be able to experience several great eras. In this long period of time, one could indeed cultivate many divine abilities. The divine ability that Lin Feng was truly interested in was the 3000 Great Tao. The Tu Mona was an immortal from the Primordial era. According to the immeasurable Daoist, in the Primordial era, other than the 3000 Great Tao that could not be obtained, the other 3000 Great Tao could even be obtained through transactions. It was precisely because the 3000 Great Tao had spread widely. In those eras, that was why there were so many experts. Unlike now, becoming an emperor was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Becoming an immortal was fleeting. Lin Feng began to investigate one divine ability after another. In the end, he was pleasantly surprised. The Tu Mona had actually cultivated more than 2,700 types of 3,000 Great Tao. This fellow was indeed an immortal realm expert. The number of Great Tao he had cultivated was really many. However, there were very few in the top 300 of the 3,000 Great Tao. Because even in their era, it was indeed too difficult to obtain the top 3,000 Great Tao. Among these 2,700 types of 3,000 Great Tao, there were only more than 50 types of 3,000 Great Tao ranked in the top 300. There were only 6 types of 3,000 Great Tao ranked in the top 100. As for the top 50 types of 3,000 Great Tao, there was none. However, the 2,600 types of 3,000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had previously obtained, the 3,000 Great Tao that he had obtained included all the 3,000 Great Tao ranked in the top 1,000. The 3,000 Great Tao ranked between 1,001 and 2,000 lacked 105 types. The 3,000 Great Tao ranked between 2,001 and 3,000 lacked 295 types. And these 3,000 Great Tao, they could all be found among the 3,000 Great Tao that the Tu Mona cultivated. Now, Lin Feng had finally collected all 3,000 types of 3,000 Great Tao. He only needed to successfully cultivate these 3,000 Great Tao. When the time came, he would be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm in one go. After Lin Feng memorized the cultivation method of all the divine abilities, he directly killed the soul of the Tu Mona. Then, a light flashed in front of his eyes. Lin Feng found himself back in the stone room. Immeasurable Daoist stood beside him. Immeasurable Daoist didn't move. Lin Feng guessed that Immeasurable Daoist should be dealing with the other part of the Tu Mona's spirit body. He didn't know how Immeasurable Daoist was doing. Right now, Lin Feng couldn't help Immeasurable Daoist in any way for the time being. He could only wait at the side. About a quarter of an hour passed. Immeasurable Daoist also opened his eyes. Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign, that old bastard, actually dared to scheme against us. Fortunately, my methods are superb. Otherwise, I would have been tricked to death by this old bastard. Immeasurable Daoist cursed. The soul of the Tu Mona should have been killed by Immeasurable Daoist. Lin Feng said, a centipede dies but doesn't fall down. This time, this old thing's soul has been completely destroyed. Then, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist walked out of the stone room. The third layer of the tomb was mainly this stone room. There was nothing else. After Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist took a look, they realized that there was nothing else. Then, they looked at the fourth layer of the stone room. This was the fourth layer of the stone room. It was also the last layer of the stone room. He didn't know what was in the fourth layer of the stone room. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist walked towards the fourth layer of the tomb together. Soon, they entered the fourth layer of the stone room. After seeing the things in the fourth layer of the stone room,